Okay, putting on my earbuds. Getting ready for the night. All right, we are going to call our producer now and bring him on, after which we bring everybody else on. Okay. Excellent. I'll keep adding a few more titles here. And yes, so we are live. Just so that you know, let me go check into the studio and you can start adding people immediately, please. And give me just one more second here to put two more titles into the text box, your private message text box, so that you in turn can add those to the chat room later as the subject comes up. And does that sound coherent? I mean, am I making sense?
All right.
What was that?
I think so.
Okay, good. And yes, don't forget to add people who don't show up on the on the list. And this is based on a lot of questions I got from. Okay, so basically, we have tonight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6, half a dozen of these links that we will put into the chat room as the subjects arrive organically, as they emerge organically. Brendan Zogit notices that many of these children found at the mass child sacrifice site have cranial deformations, cone heads, like many of these people who were of the ancient Mesoamerican and South American cultures were cone heads. And so for those of you who do not know, and right now I am hearting our dear brother Brendan's sigils and wards, and trying to get myself together for tonight, adapting to a new kind of how do I say it? I'm adapting to a new biochemical regimen, new biochemical regimen. So my body is still, shall we say, T-Tank Barry says good evening, loud and clear from the Peninsula, brother. And El Nemo says, El Nemo's out there, so bring them, definitely El Nemo, you have no excuse not to come on. Make certain you jump on, El Nemo. And we've got a lot of concurrent viewers, comparatively speaking. I'll show everybody as well something else about that in a moment. Who's on Team Dietrich. So let's check this, see if this comes up. Okay, good. And we're going to have Aristides deliver the blurb in just a second. Now, I want everyone's patience while I continue to process into the night not only the monumental happenings of around us, but in my own life. So, okay. All right. I think we've got a lot of the basics down. And we've added Brendan Zogit, which is excellent because yes. So welcome aboard, and you sound almost like you're at home in your lounge in a smoking jacket, sitting by the fireplace. It doesn't sound like you're at work at all. What the hell happened?
Yes, I mean I am at work. I'm just in a classroom.
Yeah, what was that?
I'm just in a classroom, just sitting down.
Oh, okay, cool. And so how are things at work for tonight? Just this is the most boring.
Busy as usual.
Yeah. Oh yes, and I can imagine it's too busy. It's too busy. But you had kids there the other night. It was like now how soon?
They're all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck? I don't get it. It's like.
Well, I'm at one of the most busy sites in the district, so it's like there's just after school stuff. There are sports. There are events. There's a play tomorrow. I mean, it's just constantly filled with people.
That's incredible. I mean, yeah. I would hate that.
Oh, it's awful.
Well, I want everyone to know Aristides and Brendan Zogit are, the people who, not that I have any plans to take any breaks right now, but I'm just so glad that they're here, because I'm is still like trying to adapt to my new biochemical regimen, which, of course, for those of you who don't know, a lot happened with Halloween. And we'll get back into that because the occult siege continues. And we're going to start giving people really big details on that in a second. But we're going to have Nemo give the usual blurb first, right after I give credit to a few people. I'm going to open up this wonderful contribution that I received from, again, Brooke Hagberg. So I want people to know Brooke Hagberg is the lady of my dreams. I mean, she is just this wonderful person who's a gift who keeps on giving. And she's been extraordinarily supportive. And we've got a contribution from her most recently of, here we are from Canada, of, pardon me in my voice, 40 United States dollars. And she has this on an automatic pay. And so she's an incredible individual. And Goddess bless you, Brooke Hagberg. We received 100 United States dollars from Halikaditis Kiefer, who has been basically working out of state recently, and I believe has returned. And we received 20 United States dollars at least. I believe it might be 40, but I believe it's at least 20 from our dear friend JP, and who I call Jack Parsons. And so these wonderful individuals were all people who Peter Moon, quote unquote, Vinnie Barbaric, claimed to know or claimed to have an acquaintance with. And obviously, they've stuck with me after his, how would we say it? We couldn't really technically call it a betrayal since we always knew he was the enemy. So there we have
his
that.
meltdown.
Yeah, his meltdown.
His disillusion. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you don't mess with the Shadow Realm, people.
Thank you. Thank you. And that will bring us back to the occult siege. So, yes, by all means, look, let's have our man Aristides give the blurb, and then we'll get right into the occult siege that's been happening. So, Aristides, if you would be so kind, take it away, and we'll start with the occult siege. I'll answer a number of questions that have come in through email. And remind me, we got a comment from a young lady who was listening to our episodes for a long time now, and she calls herself Amy. I think it's something similar to Lightyear, maybe Amy Lightyear. And what she wrote, let's take a look if that's still up there. Amy L, it's a dash and then LI6YR. So what might that be? Lister? Lysixier? Well, at any rate, she says, well, Wednesday transmission going to be interesting after election, with the kind of open mouth emoji. And so I don't know if the election itself is going to make this any more interesting. I mean, yeah. The world itself is going to be so full of... It makes everything a lot more chaotic now. We're entering truly an age of chaos, but before I forget, probably for people who don't recall, it was just a short while ago that we had an episode. It was, I can give you the date. Let me see now. The date of the episode was 3 weeks ago. And so the exact date was Wednesday, October 9th of this year. So Wednesday, October 9th of this year, one of the things that our dear Brendan pointed out was the fact that he understood that I had seen the actual portrait of Dracula in armor, which is not circulated on the internet.
Yes.
It's in a museum.
Yeah, and I have my reasons why I know about it.
Thank you.
Why I knew you were telling the truth.
Thank you.
Or you had even seen it. So, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yes, and of course you can release your own secret knowledge whenever you're comfortable with it. And I don't expect you to release that unless you're comfortable with that, or and that may not.
We can keep it mysterious. And also, like you can't even find that portrait online.
Thank you.
Like there are a lot of with my anthropological background, I could definitively say that there are many things that are in museums, and whether they're available to the public or not doesn't matter. They don't put them online.
Thank you.
These things are not public domain. And a lot of the museums have private collectors that basically they store paintings for private collectors. So that one included. It's actually part of the estate of the Romanians, the rich, the elites.
Thank you.
they put it in a museum for their own people, not for other people to see. So it's not online and it's not available.
Thank you.
And they actually they even referenced it in some pop culture films, like that stupid Ghostbusters thing.
Yes.
But that was like totally just to like make fun of it. So
Understood.
that's not what it's about.
Thank you.
It's a real cultural relic.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly, and that has deep meaning and significance for myself. And this is why we all work together as Team Dietrich. We have so much to offer each other. It is on that episode that was the 90th assassination day that essentially started World War II in Europe. Now, World War II, of course, as a world war, started in Asia, but as for the European theater of conflict, the Atlantic War, that started on that date. That was 3 weeks ago. Again, that was October 9th of this year was the 90th anniversary of that assassination day in Europe, in which the King of Yugoslavia was assassinated. Now, what was so important about that assassination was at the beginning of, well, before that date in Europe, what had happened was Germany was in an extreme position of weakness. At that time, Mussolini was containing Germany. He was considered an enemy of Germany, and the only person who had any appreciation for him in Germany was Adolf Hitler, because Adolf Hitler considered him kind of a mentor. So it was in 1934, on October 9th of 1934, that when the King of Yugoslavia was assassinated, that basically Mussolini decided it would be opportune for him to switch sides. So what had then, until then, been a massive cordon of containment against Germany, which was Italy and France and Yugoslavia, all of these powers, including Poland, along with England, they were all containing Germany. There was a stranglehold on Germany in which the Nazi government would not have survived economically. The only thing that turned that was the assassination of the King of Yugoslavia, because when that happened, he was assassinated at the same time, simultaneously, in the same car with the French foreign minister, Louis Barthou. And when Louis Barthou was taken out with the King of Yugoslavia, the entire geopolitical scene in Europe changed. And at that point, because the people involved were Croatians, the assassins, the people of Vinnie Barbaric, the people of so-called Peter Moon, his people, even though he claims to be black and claims that he's really a pure Moor who just happens to be bleached white through a melanin job like Michael Jackson or something, which left him... It's
like
so sick.
Uncle Ruckus, like revitiligo and shit.
Thank you! Thank you!
I'm suffering revitiligo.
Thank you! Thank you! It's so sick. It's so stupid. The madness. But yeah, it was Peter Moon's people that launched the Second World War in Europe, and with this assassination of the King of Yugoslavia, because their nation was an integral part of the King of Yugoslavia and they wanted independence. This was exactly like the Serbs assassinating the Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Bosnia, again a part of the same coalition of Yugoslavia, the same Kingdom of Yugoslavia, which led to World War I. So basically with World War II and the assassination of King Alexander Karađorđević, what happened was that Mussolini then flipped and said, I am allied with the Fascist Party of Germany, and because we share the same politics, and we are going to now support Francisco Franco to fight the communists in Spain. At that point, when Francisco Franco won the war, a war which was Hitler's eternal victory because his regime established in España, in Spain, would last well after World War II, as with Francisco Franco himself, complete with death camps and assassination squads and all that is affiliated with a fascist reign of terror to fight its communists in Europe. he was the backbone of Operation Gladio, the NATO operations to assassinate all of the communist cell groups infiltrating Western Europe throughout the so-called Cold War, the Third World War in effect. And Francisco Franco was put in power by Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, and stayed in power well after what Americans perceive as the end of World War II. And the Americans were able to do nothing about it because at that point, Die Glocke, the bell bomb, was installed in the Canary Islands of España. And he could at any moment just press the button and drown all of the Atlantic seaboard of North America in a mega tsunami that would end all life on Earth as we know it. It would certainly crash the world economy and end life as we know it in the economic sense, not to mention creating climate changes, etc. All of that was in Francisco Franco's hands, and so no one dared to touch him. Talk about an eternal victory for Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. But all of this, these three fascist dictators that then formed the core of the Axis in Europe, Western Europe, and enabled them to take on the rest of the world in a massive world war that took the greater Soviet Union, the greater British Empire, the American Empire, and the French empires to ultimately dismantle on the surface world. What changed it all was that single assassination and that one flip of the power. Now, what does this have to do with the election? It's quite simple. Think about this. Until that day, until October 9th of 1934, everybody would place their bets on the Allies. There was no, that wasn't going to be a Second World War. There wasn't going to be any fascist upsurge. There was simply going to be a communist takeover of Europe. The British would then maintain their empire. The Americans would continue expanding and would proceed to attempt their overwhelming of the Japanese. This all would have just gone on apace without any interruption had not the King of Yugoslavia been killed. And once the King of Yugoslavia was taken out and that strongest link in the chain was severed, broken, sundered, then everything changed overnight. And Germany and Adolf Hitler went from a position where everybody was placing their bets. This guy's not going to last, another day. This guy was going to, every day was like, they couldn't believe he was still in power because of the enormous challenges he faced, and his challenges were impossible. It was only with Mussolini then buttressing him and bolstering him, only with that, suddenly everything flipped on its head. And no sane man would have predicted that. No sane man would have bet on Adolf Hitler until that day. That's what's called a black swan event. A black swan event is something nobody can predict, and it changes everything. Like 9/11, or Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, 9/11. Now, and these are not necessarily unexpected. Everybody knew Pearl Harbor was coming, and only pretended they didn't afterwards. 9/11, it was the same way. And so, yeah, and so too with this assassination. But the point is, in the general public's mind, Wall Street, whoever, nobody would have bet on my biological father, Adolf Hitler, until that day. And that day changed everything. After that, Adolf Hitler went from a position of this guy's not going to be in power. Every day is just a bet on how long this guy can last, how long he can stay, to now nothing can stop him. Everything changed at that point. Then all bets were on Hitler, and France was overrun. Everybody fell. The British were completely weakened. Everything collapsed with the collapse of Yugoslavia in the beginning of the Second World War, the Atlantic conflict in Europe. So that's why it's so important to remember that on a day like this with Trump winning the presidency, because now that Trump has won the presidency, we are going to see Israel ally with the Sino-Slavic Synaxis irrecoverably, because already China is far more involved with the House of Saud in Saudi Arabia. The House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, it's simply an imposed regime over that Arabian Peninsula. China is so deeply involved with that they far outweigh and influence the United States. And the House of Saud, which is a satellite state of Israel, is holding war games with Iran. That means that Iran is now allied with Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, try and think of the enormity of what I'm just saying. The whole world has just flipped. And that means Israel's on the side of the Sino-Slavic sign-axis. And now that they have this enormous strength, which Trump is only going to cater to, he and all of the tech bros who have gathered around him are all on the side of the Sino-Slavic sign-axis. Elon Musk calls on Putin personally. He has had far more conversations telephonically with Vladimir Putin than he has ever had with his own president. Elon Musk is a tool of the Russians. He wants to make America where Trump is Putin and he and the tech bros are the new Russo-American oligarchy. So this is what we're going to see evolve in America, and such a structure cannot stand, because you have an absolutely corrupt kleptocracy where the tech bros are just going to rape us all. And now that that's going to happen, the Sino-Slavic sign-axis will say, this is our moment, we're going to take it all. So we see, exactly as World War II started, we're going to see World War III start. It is now inevitable. Trump is the harbinger of World War III. And Elon Musk, of course, will be one of his tech bros, part of his oligarchy, where he will be Vladimir Putin. This is the America that we're in for, is an emulation. We're going to be a shadow of Russia in terms of our society. It's a remake on the Russian model, which is completely unworkable. It's simply so dysfunctional that America will inevitably collapse into civil war. But the world war will be inevitable now. So that is the important geopolitical thing to take right off the bat. So going from there, we're going to have Aristides give us the blurb, and then we'll speak about the occult siege that's happened to us and get back into geopolitics as soon as our friend Aaron arrives and other people begin to show up. And hopefully at some point Brooke would... we'll try, and I haven't had a moment's time to even try to reach out to her. But she's undergoing a very heavy occult siege. We're going to bring up the fact that Hurricanes Helene and I keep thinking of it as Milton. Is it Helene and Milton that hit recently? Help me out here. At any rate, we'll talk about that in context of the occult siege. I was hoping she would come on so we could do that while she was with us, but we'll probably do it without her being here anyway.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton.
Yes.
Thank you. So now that you're speaking, Aristides, by all means,
Yes.
The blurb. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yes, the blurb. Okay, we should have done this earlier, but that's all right. There was a lot to cover. As soon as you get here with us, you should know to hit the thumbs up, upvote icon near the program screen. This is very important for the purposes of the all-powerful algorithm, which determines whether the show is easily searched out, randomly shown to people, etc. And it's important because there are certain parties out there that will put the downvote that you can't see, but it is there. YouTube does not show it, but it affects these things. So please give us your upvote as soon as you can when you get here. Check that you are subscribed. Please do that if you're not, or please ensure that you still are, in case sometimes people say they get removed. And that should be nearby on a button, and also a little bell icon. That is for the notifications that the program is starting. A helpful reminder, whether it's on time or not, such as a restart. Please do all of that. And if you're even more ambitious than that, since you're signed into your YouTube or Google or some type of related account to be able to do this, you can go under your account settings. For me, it's under switch account, and you can create sub-channels under your main account with no additional password or login or anything, and you can easily switch between them there. And the cool thing is each one of them can do an additional upvote. So I have done 3 separate upvotes when I got here, and you could too if you wanted to. So that would definitely help us out. Please try to remember to switch back to your main or normal account. After you do that, it's easy to forget, and then you realize you're typing and some random other name, and that's confusing for everybody. So that's all. Did I forget anything?
I don't think so. No, that was excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm on screen share right now, so I'd like to show both of you something. Brendan, can you see this as well as Aristides? Can you see the screen share at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So what I'd like to show both of you is Aristides. You can see this as well?
Yes.
Okay, this is the channel dashboard. So here's our, aside from the current subscribers is finally stabilized at over 3,400. But summary of the last 28 days. Take a look at the summary of the last 28 days. The views have been 5,200 views. Your typical ranges are between, as a matter of fact, look what it says. My typical ranges are between 5.6K to 7.1K. So that means that with each episode, between 5,600 people to 7,100 people are watching my show.
Yep.
Yeah, and so yeah, in the last 28.
It only reflects 1/4 of it, or 1/10 of it.
Something like that, yeah. And so as for the views in the last 28 days, they average out at 5.2K or 5,200 people watching in the last.
Now's a good time to remember that what we saw with the Aquino episode, how they took away views.
They can take away views, and they've been taking views away. Yes, and I thought about if we had screenshot that, it would be almost impossible to prove to people which one came first. But we know for a fact that
the screenshot has a timestamp. I might even have a screenshot of it. So
okay.
Let me look back at it.
Yeah. It's but definitely.
But they would have a timestamp.
Yeah, but definitely I want people to understand that both Brendan Zogit and I saw personally where they had taken views away. So they will take views away. A lot more people are watching this show, and it has nothing to do with Ian West, I assure you. So that having been ascertained, let's go back to the occult siege, and we'll start off in a... tell us about what's been going on with yourself, Brendan, and just how the biggest problem is getting anybody to follow the procedures of when you try to help people with occult self-defense, and the biggest problem is, give them the Tony Robbins parallel.
Holy shit. So my phone just got taken over and it kicked out Heather Holman.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God! I never even.
Yeah, I didn't press any buttons. It was just scrolling. I just saw it scrolling, and then it clicked kick out Heather Holman.
Jesus Christ, Heather!
Are you seeing that? Are you seeing that?
I see Heather's typing. I didn't know she was on. So Heather, jump back.
How do we add her back on? Because that was See, it's causing strife.
Yes.
Hey, I didn't do it on purpose, Heather.
Yeah. Wait, we didn't do it, Heather. Aristides, add her back on if you could be so kind.
Yeah, I'm not able to do it right now.
I will, and there's a couple. Well, she's still on. She would just have to rejoin.
Okay. Jump.
Yeah, maybe she could rejoin.
Yeah. Jump. Back on.
But literally, I watched it scroll through the settings. The screen popped up and it scrolled up, and then clicked remove Heather.
Yeah.
And I had my fingers off of the screen.
Yeah. I believe you. Well, believe me, I've been there. This is there's Aaron Tice appearing with us as well.
Yeah,
so
Aaron,
of
a cold siege.
Yeah. Yes. So Aaron Tice, welcome aboard, and please start speaking immediately. How long are we blessed with your presence tonight?
I'll probably do an hour. Stay till half past the next hour.
Okay, well, it's great to have you with us, and that way we can get into the occult siege that's been going on. I don't know if you've heard just now, but Brendan Zogit had his finger off the screen, and nevertheless, his phone, he could see a scrolling, almost like his phone had been jacked. There was a scrolling, and then it, whoever was controlling his phone kicked Heather Holman off. He definitely was not doing that himself. Brendan, perhaps you could explain better.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
I was looking at the screen and it said, do you want, whatever, when you click on someone's profile, it had Heather's up. And then I was trying to click out of it. And instead of it doing anything, it scrolled up and then clicked remove Heather from call, and then it just did it right in front of me.
Yeah.
Without any input from myself.
So Heather says that was so weird. Heather, jump back on. Just jump back on the call, Heather, please. And now that
I've never removed anyone from my call, even Ian.
Well, I remember there was a while there where I was constantly being cut off calls myself, and I'm the host. So it's like
and this is like almost like beyond. This isn't even hacking. It's like some astral. It's like an entity. It's not. Because like a hacker could just shut the phone down. This is something else.
Yes. It's truly malevolent. It's meant to cause strife and discord. And by all means, tell Aaron about lately some of the more pronounced occult siege phenomenon that you've suffered from. And the worst part of it is when other people are asking you for advice as to how to deal with the occult siege.
Yes.
And the biggest problem is the Tony Robbins problem. One of the few things that I explained to Brendan Zogit that I ever got out of Tony Robbins, that who, by the way, has got to be some fucking God. He's not human. He's been around forever, and that guy never ages. I mean, this guy was ripping off army contracts for $1 billion back when Stubblebine was a general on active duty, and I was working with Michael Aquino, and that guy's still around, Tony Robbins, and it's like, how does he do it?
Grifting.
The eternal grifter, yes. And but one of the things he said to his listeners was, what I tell you to do, you got to do it now, because we found out people say they'll do it later, and they never do it later. They never do it later. So no one does it later. Was one of the things he pointed out. And when Brendan Zogit was giving advice to people about, hey, do this is like, probably the only person we know of who actually did it was Aaron Tice. Everybody else is like, I'll do it later, and then they don't do it.
You have to.
No, to the point. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Aaron.
You have to do it right away. I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's so important.
Anything.
The advice I'm giving is not like, it's totally, what would be the word for it? It's totally neutral. It's like, it's totally unharmful to the environment or yourself. It's just something that is a form of neutralization. It's a form of grounding.
Yes.
So I was trying to explain this to someone, a relation of mine, and they're on the phone saying, I didn't receive all because I sent them a pamphlet, essentially, of how to defend yourself from the dark arts. And they straight up said, I didn't get it. And I said, what about all those pictures I sent? And then they said, yeah, I saw those. And I said, so why aren't you doing it? And then they go to grab the salt. And then I'm like, use it now, do it now. Like when freaking, when Elrond is at like the cracks of doom with Isildur, like, throw it into the fire, like, do it now. And then they're just like, I gotta go, something's going, like, I have a phone call to make, click, and they just hung up. Like, with the salt in their hand, like, they could have just sprinkled salt everywhere. Like,
people just turn away from things they're scared of.
Yes.
And they think averting their eyes is going to protect them, but it's not. It's just not. But speaking of Tony Robbins, I don't know if you guys ever saw this fellow. There was he was a younger man. It had to be 8 or 10 years ago. He said he was part of, similar to yourself, Brendan, he was, I think, an elite bloodline, and he was self-funding, raising money to produce his version of AI. And I don't think he got any traction, but his family was one of the ones in the self-help section,
Yeah.
And so he actually was outing the self-help genre. Like, he said, basically the Oprahs, the Tony Robbins, everybody who publishes books in that section get together every year just to, make more money, not release secrets, and make it seem like they are. Like, it's like one of the nastiest groups of people on planet Earth, and they all pretend like they're trying to help people. It's a horrible thing.
Oh yeah, the Deepak Chopras and the Hay House, and Louise Hay, and these people.
Yeah. But by the way, are you sure you're not, Aaron? By the way, I want to welcome Heather Holman first. Heather, welcome aboard. Let's hear your lovely voice.
Hello.
Hi, honey.
Hey, Heather.
You can do better than
Hi.
that.
How's everybody?
Everybody's good. How about you?
Greetings, Heather.
Good. No, that's okay. It's just things happen.
Oh, it's not just things happen, honey. We're under a cult siege. It's been. Are you feeling any of it? Maybe your accident was part of it.
Yeah, I'm still going through it.
Yeah. What are
It's
the
hard to
new?
walk.
I'm sorry, honey.
It's hard to walk.
Yeah, I was going to ask what the new developments are. Well, when is the scanning?
Tomorrow. Or no, not tomorrow. It's on Friday.
Okay. Wow. Well, definitely you're in our prayers, and we pray all goes well with you about that.
Thanks, I'm better.
Wait,
So
Friday. Isn't that the party begins on Friday, right?
the party's on Saturday.
Okay. Okay, let me take a look at my calendar here. And yeah, originally the wedding was scheduled for Friday. So the
Yeah,
party,
the wedding was scheduled for Friday downtown, but we're not gonna go through with that part.
right. Okay. So the party will be during Veterans Day weekend, the
Yeah,
feast of your union, so to speak.
the
Excellent.
feast of our union. That's right.
Yes, I'm so excited. I wish I could give anything to be there. Honestly, I really
Oh,
wish I
me
could.
too. That would be awesome
Someday we'll make it happen.
someday.
Yes, something like that. But yeah, for the moment, oh my God, I've been so busy dealing with my own stuff, and we'll get into that. But back to Aaron, I was going to say, are you? Brendan's on pause, by the way, so I presume he's talking to somebody at work, and probably. So I'll wait to ask the question about that after Brendan returns. But so, Aaron, you said you reviewed the Daryl James interview. That must have been morbid entertaining, if nothing else. But tell us your.
Yeah. Because I had jumped on that night,
Yeah.
and I was gonna like keep drilling questions in, but you did it much more gracefully than I would have, because he was very evasive. I was like, so how did you find Douglas? And how long have you been listening?
Janosi, he
No,
gave two versions. Janosi gave two.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
kept changing the story, and you pinned him to the wall with the you saw these horrific things and you thought not to do anything. I'm curious about, and so it was reminiscent of when I used to get into like Facebook thread comment arguments trying to help people who are in the Q cult of thinking, and you're really not going to get anywhere with it. So you did the right thing just letting him talk. But it's really strange, like, that he popped on. I don't think he believes a lot of what he says, because he keeps changing the narrative, and he was only dropping off things he thought he could talk about, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was unfortunate, but hey, what are you going to do?
It was bizarre. It was bizarre, and
It was. It was. I was taught. Who did he call the information officer? Who was the guy? He just said I was talking to the information officer. I forget the language he used.
I believe that we're talking about the individual he referred to as an XO, meaning like a battalion commander. They use the term
Sure.
XO, and he was like, but the guy you're talking about, the guy who looked like JD Vance.
Yeah. Or the old vice president under Trump there.
Oh yes. Oh, I can't even. Remember.
Pence.
It was Pence.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I kept thinking, you know what? I conflated the twain. I kept thinking all I could picture was Vance when he was talking about Pence. Okay, got it. Yes, because
it's funny. I don't know anything about Vance because I haven't followed it, but I bet you they're similar people.
Oh, it probably. The only thing, whenever I think of Pence, who I almost never think of, the only thing I can think of is he's just like Biden, except he was Vice President Trump. They're just like, like clones. Biden and him are like, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, peas in a pod.
Yeah.
It's very
I
strange.
don't care for Pence. I don't care for anybody who, he there's a lot of reports of him being a very like mean person.
Yeah.
But yet he's clothed in a very religious style cover story, which always bothers me.
Oh, well, you're familiar with the type. That's why.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, Biden was doing that too. His trip was, I'm a good Catholic boy, and but I'm 100% pure Zionist. He was always adamant about that, and openly. And so
not as much as Trump. I mean, look, Trump put the Israeli what do you call it? The American embassy in Jerusalem, was it?
Oh, it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, just so people understand, Again, I think that this is absolutely necessary for people to comprehend because they just don't understand the depth of the conspiracy. So there truly is a deep, dark state. And obviously, it has a tremendous Zionist influence. So when it comes to, say, for instance, the nations that recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, which has always been formally referred to as the State of Israel. You notice why, well, for those of you who don't know why they keep calling it the State of Israel, it's because Israel's not recognized as a nation. That's why no one has an embassy in Israel, or at least that's the way it was forever. And what people have are consulates, which are not a formal recognition. They are dealing with a body that you cannot avoid dealing with. Like, the presence is there, but they call it the State of Israel because it is recognized as a population in occupation of land that whose regime is not recognized. And so the rest of the world has their consulates in the financial capital of Israel, which is Tel Aviv-Yafo. And so all they had there were consulates, including the United States, for many years. Yet, if you ever looked up in a dictionary or encyclopedia, including Webster's, or we used to have printed dictionaries and printed encyclopedias, I understand there's only one printed encyclopedia left on the market being published today, the Encyclopedia Americana. As much as I understand it, that's the only one left in print today. And but if you were to look at that, or Webster's Dictionary in print, which you probably can still find, as well as online, you'll find that there are entries for capital of Israel. If you ever look up Israel, its capital will be stated to be Jerusalem. Even though, and you'll look back to editions going all the way back to 1948, and they all say that, even though no one recognized it, except for like 3 tiny little banana republics in the world that Israel essentially literally purchased, and only for the sake of their recognition votes, and so they could say, oh, we recognize the capital as Jerusalem. So it shows you how much influence that the Jews have over publishing, and that's frightening, that's profound. And that being said, it goes to show where Peter Moon has the power to remove my book, The Struggle of Hitler's Son, from Smashwords, where they unpublish it because of his Jewish connections. And that's why Peter Moon said to Aaron Tice, Douglas's hatred of the Jew will be his undoing. Because that was showing that Vinnie Barbaric had now chosen his allegiance, and he's reaping the rewards. Does that not make sense, Aaron Tice?
It does. And I sent you those videos. I believe they were Rudolf Hess 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, yes, tell us about that.
That was something. They were documentaries in Romanian, I believe, with American subtitles. And I was looking at the date, and I think it was a correspondence from 2015, September of 15, I think. Mm-hmm. So all those years and all the correspondences, emails, Facebook messages, and never once was there a defense, defending Israel from Peter. He never really mentioned anything like that. But as I look back on our last conversation, I think that was the last thing he said. Mm-hmm. So it might very well be the last thing he said to me.
Yeah.
Which was unique because all those years, and we'd never discussed it. I mean, in fact, if you go back a couple of years, he would talk about geopolitics slightly with you and call Israel crazy, like when the tunnels came up in New York City there under the synagogue.
Yeah.
Like he was all over that story. So it seemed to be a very recent development. There was never a conversation about that previously. And I go back with him quite a few years, a decade, nearly a decade.
Yeah, and he would call Israel out in his own way.
He would. That's why I was so. It took a while to process all these things. It's very strange.
Yeah, and but as you said yourself, he flipped, and and it was and the flip was so pronounced. It was so. But okay, so such being said, the other thing to point out to people is Aaron's point is that beyond what they call Genocide Joe Biden, Trump actually moved. Not only did he move the consulate, he established an embassy in Jerusalem and therefore was the first U.S. president to formally recognize Israel as a nation state. So he's set the ball rolling towards apocalypse, essentially. And but such being said, Trump is now in the position that Biden is in, because Biden had multiple opportunities to do something about Israel's genocide. Stop sending them weapons. Stop sending them money. But he just kept sending them weapons, kept sending them money. And this is why the Democrats lost, is because many young children said, I'm not voting for the Democrats because they keep sending money and weapons to Israel. That's one of the reasons the Democrats lost. But now Trump is in that position, and you can bet your sweet ass he's not going to stop sending money and weapons to Israel. So we'll see what happens as that begins to sink in. Whereas before, Trump could, in a sense, get away with it because, the Israelis were not actively on a campaign of murderous rampage.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes. Now it's now that's no longer the case. So now that Brendan's back, I'll ask Aaron. When Aaron speaks of your bloodline, Brendan, I'm just trying to make certain that Aaron and I and all of us are on the same page. You're not conflating. Because believe me, everybody does this, and even I.
No, I'm not conflating. But they did try to, switch the babies and all that. So there's obviously something going on.
Aaron's referring to the one I've brought up before is the ancient Christian connection, because there's some family members of mine that come from a historic line of priests in Levant. That go back to the original Antiochian church.
Excellent.
To the point where their surname was Huri, which means priest. So they're from like a priest class in the ancient Levant, which is basically extinct now. They've been completely wiped out from Lebanon/Syria.
Yes.
But my grandma is of that bloodline.
There's no conflation with the Brandon.
With Brandon Young. No. By the way, if you ever want some morbid entertainment, there's a movie called Laser Blast, which Brandon Young wishes he looked like the actor, who died at a very young age, tragically. But Brandon Young, it's like his personality. It is so fucking weird. It came out right after Star Wars, and I call it Brando Blast. The guy acts like Brandon Young. He acts like Brandon Young, totally inappropriate and completely bizarre. He's socially retarded. Yet this girl hanging out with him, probably because I guess he has some money, or she thinks he has some or something. He doesn't seem to have the personality where it would rate her hanging out with him at all. But it's his behavior is so bizarre. If you ever watch the film, I mean, he does crazy things like Brandon Young would do, where like she comes upon his campsite, so to speak, where he's kind of parking just because out in the woods, because he just likes to do that because he's probably so socially retarded and antisocial he can't have neighbors. And he just jumps on her from out of nowhere. This is a silly thing to bring up, but we were speaking about silly things anyway when we were speaking about Daryl James. But, what about, were you able to hear what I said with some of the latest episode where we were addressing certain things you had brought up? I brought up the protocols of the Elders of Zion, for instance.
I didn't realize that was a PSYOP. So that was interesting. I didn't know that, but I enjoyed your point that it might as well be true.
Yes, thank you. It's virtual truth.
Yeah. So I didn't know that, but there's a lot of things I learned when I listened to you. So it's another tidbit of information that I'll pack away.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And by the way, for all I know, maybe it is true. It's one of these things that, from what conventional academics will insist, it's a PSYOP. That, this was a hoax, this was a PSYOP, and so that's conventional academia. But think about what I just said about the publishing industry, and it's so controlled. Sure. Conventional academia is the same way. So how are we to know? In the end, I will qualify or requalify what I said in the latest episode before tonight's and say that, we really don't know. It may well be true, and for years all kinds of academics have conspired to claim it was a PSYOP. Of course, I could understand if it were a PSYOP, the motivation behind it. As I explained, the Jewish quote-unquote middle class was coming to dominate to such a proportion that something had to be done in the mind of the Tsar. But so all that being said, we'll all put that aside for the moment. Thank you for clarifying that, both Aaron and Brendan. That so Brendan is indeed of a bloodline, and therefore that rates he's on the radar. Brendan, if you would be so kind as to share with Aaron some of the occult phenomenon involving the siege as it progresses. Share with Aaron what's been happening to yourself, what you've been witness to.
Are you talking about the super poltergeist?
Yeah, I'm dealing with a lot of poltergeist activity for sure.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
I'll explain to you. Oh yeah, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah. So I've dealt with it on and off for a lot of years, and again, I want to qualify it because it is an election day, and in my opinion, there's probably a lot of magic flying around, and I'm sure we're all dealing with the aftermath of an election day with a bunch of people casting spells hither and thither.
Oh yes.
But, yeah, it's a straight up spell cast.
Yeah,
it always is.
So, and I think everybody's dealing. They just don't realize it. But yeah, for the last week or so, if I walk into a room, there'll be something that falls that nothing's there, or something moves. It's been a lot of that this past week or so.
Yeah, and now. Brendan, share with all of us.
This isn't a contest, but yeah, so it's not something you want to be,
Yeah, it's not one-upmanship. This is not an example of one. Yeah.
But basically, yeah. So last night, I was called up to the stadium where they have sports practice going, and one of the lights is malfunctioning. And then essentially the minute I go up there and start trying to fix it, all the lights go off at once. And they go completely dark. And I have the kids are screaming bloody murder. And the coaches are coming up yelling at me what the fuck did you do? What's going on? And all this shit. And I'm trying to explain to them without telling them what's going on. Just look, something's wrong with the circuitry. Obviously there was already something going wrong with it because one of the lights wasn't even on. So I'm trying to explain this to the coach. They're getting furious. So I have to go check all the breakers, and I go to the main breaker because these are huge stadium lights. And the breaker is so big that it's one person can't even switch it. It's a 400 amp breaker. It's the size of your hand. It's huge.
Nor should you have to. You probably need a lockout, tag out, and a licensed electrician.
Yeah,
and
it's super dangerous.
Policy. Yeah,
super dangerous. But these fuckers don't care. They don't care if they get zapped. They're fix it, figure it out. And so I'm trying to figure it out. All the breakers are fine. Then I go up to where the box is, the stadium box, and I'm flipping switches, and I finally have to do some essentially anti-spell activity, which is an anti-spell jutsu, and I'm able to get 3 of the lights back on, but one of them is still broken. So we have to have the electricians come out and fix it. But that was just one example of they were hurling so many curses, and I have enough wards up where they're just bouncing off and just hitting these randos around me. And they happen to get affected by it. And it's unfortunate and it sucks, but that's just, self-preservation is key at this point.
I figure at this point, I feel like the 3 days of this week have felt like a couple weeks. And I feel like election day is just another, Halloween evening, which Halloween to myself should be wild parties with scantily clad females in great costumes, and instead it's been can I just get through this day? And if we are playing tit for tat, I think Douglas wins for the worst Halloween in history. So we lose that battle, but everybody's okay, which is good. So what else is that? Well,
that's the important part.
Yeah, the Daryl conversation was just how you stayed somewhat calm, Douglas. I could just hear your eyes rolling, and you're just oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I told Doug about it. I was you would see all of us rolling our eyes if you could see through the screen and shit. We had our cameras on. We were just letting them drone.
Yes.
And it was just odd, but it's Andrew Bashago. I mean, he was just a character.
Well, thank you. This is an important point. Remember that when Max Spears was suffering essentially a snuff film death, and one of the last things he said as he was dying, was contact Douglas Dietrich. Tell Douglas Dietrich and contact him about Michael Aquino. This is all happening because of Michael Aquino. And these are like some of the last words out of Max Spears' mouth while he's alive, and they're on record and are probably still available on YouTube. And when this individual, Daryl James, claims he began looking for me, he claims he was turned toward me by Andrew Basiago. And Andrew Basiago, he said, was on dialysis. So it's interesting that Andrew Basiago, who, if you're on dialysis at his age, he's not going to be getting a kidney transplant. He's on a timer. And so while he's on a timer, it's interesting that he would suddenly sputter out, see Douglas Dietrich, talk to Douglas Dietrich. Now that's an interesting parallel, is it not?
It is, but it wasn't a coherent story because I was grilling him about how, you came to enjoy. I was like, what part of Douglas's material brought you to the show? And he's like, oh, da, da, da. He said Andrew Basiago sought him out, but then he said I called him in the hospital. So there was he did not give an answer on that, in my opinion.
I agree.
I don't think Andrew Basiago called him. I think he never really thought he was going to be asked questions and people analyze the answers. I think he didn't have a good enough cover story for why he was jumping on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I defer to that completely. Yes, I concede. Aaron Tice is quite right. It's almost like Daryl James is just a random agent of chaos who's just spouting things out of his ass. And yet, you'll notice how, in my opinion, how well off he is. Look at how the individual said, yeah, I live in a house with these 3 bedrooms. And I'm like, geez, how do you live? How do you sustain yourself? Is it passive income? Are you renting these rooms out? No, I don't want the company. So he's living in a Peter Moon situation where he obviously doesn't need money. And not only that, then he tells us, I'm just going to, you know what? I'll just buy another house and rent that out. And just like that. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, that was the most shocking part.
I did, but you have to remember, a disabled veteran, if you do know how to manipulate the system, there's a lot of benefits you can get. And he bought in,
such as free, what is it called? Like low interest loans and stuff.
Yeah,
like that
so like a veteran's loan is incredibly advantageous, and Florida's always dropping in value by half or 75% with hurricanes, and this is before the current market. But he probably bought.
That's a good point. The property value out there is like.
Yeah, he probably bought at a time where it was 10% of what it is now with a veterans assisted loan, and he probably couldn't replicate that house, but he's there now, because a lot of that landscape is untouchable now.
Yeah, I concede again. I concede, and I certainly will not argue with the logistical reality of everything you've just articulated. Personally, I don't believe he was ever in the military. It's the very fact that he says, oh, I was stationed at this place, which Brendan looked up, and it's like, it didn't even to deserve a base.
Yeah, when I spoke to George about it, it was like, it's like somewhere near Plymouth. I mean, there's like no military infrastructure there. It's very minimal.
Of course, he was claiming it was totally...
if he was up north.
Right, but he kept claiming it was top secret, of course, so it's like he could just make anything up. But I see what Brendan and George are saying as well. Usually, secret bases, quote-unquote, there's a lot of infrastructure because you're supporting a base. There's got to be a lot of infrastructure. And so he's just saying, I was doing all this. It's just...
this is like, but the thing is about the area he mentioned, this is like a historical part of England.
Yeah.
There's not going to be logistics for that.
Thank you.
And there may be, we can't really say it completely.
Right.
But it's like, there's underground stuff up here near Folsom in the hills where the rich people live. And you can clearly see it. It's like these huge tubes coming out, like these vents.
Yes.
Where it's like clearly something's underground.
Yes.
But we have logistics. We have huge freeways, and there's enough, you can keep stuff undercover. But out in where they the roads in England, especially in that part, the southern tip, you can only fit one car. You're not getting trucks and huge equipment in there to build an underground base. I doubt it.
Thank you. That one exists at all.
You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
Yeah.
And not only that, but he's claiming he's an American, and yet he's working in England, where, yes, certainly there's an extent.
And the timeline didn't match up with Hugh's timeline, like you said.
Oh yeah, well, the timeline was just total bullshit.
Yeah.
First off,
we don't.
And I also asked him, I said, so you tried to get your story out there? Because he said Andrew Bashago liked his story. I said, so you tried to get yours out there? Well, no, I didn't. And I don't listen to other people's stories. So it's a very strange thing. And there is a very real possibility you're just dealing with a mentally ill individual. I don't know. It's very strange.
Oh, I wouldn't. I mean, well, of course he's mentally ill, but that being said, it's he's also
not one thing.
Yeah.
Not one thing added up. Not one thing added up. Not one story, worked with the other. It was a very strange conversation.
Right.
It was all adding up to Ian West. Ian West was like, yes, I
actually,
agree.
I hate to say this, but Ian actually has a lot more dot connection than this girl fella, which is, I'm sorry I even had to say that, but
Yeah. No,
Ian checked him on a few things. When Daryl was like, well, this is why the Second World War was, and Ian's like, well, you can't really explain a war with something that simple, because even he wasn't, buying it at that point, in my opinion.
Well, I noticed where
true.
Ian was reluctant to join in with him was where Daryl James was condemning the Third Reich, and Ian West, perhaps sticking with his, shall we say, anti-Zionist stance, did not join in on the condemnation of the Third Reich trip that Daryl James was presenting, which then adds to the bizarre nature of this. I'm going to do a screen share here, and I'll show you a few things, and which I think I may have shown you this before, but maybe not. But here we are. Can you see the cursor moving, Aaron, in particular?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, there we are. So we're going to take a look at Marina Sarin. And one of my last communications from Marina Sarin, well, next to last, or next to latest, a better way of putting it, was, hello, Douglas. And this was after her, God, when was that? That was Sunday, October 6th, 2024. So that may have been right after the Peter Moon interview, or after she had been on with me after the Peter Moon interview.
This is October 6th.
Yeah, October 6th. That's right. So it was after her interview with me. That was after the Peter Moon interview. So it was the one where she was alone with us. And she says, hello, Douglas. Daryl James, a very good friend that is an SSP, Secret Space Program whistleblower, has reached out to me saying that he was listening to your show tonight, meaning when I was speaking to her, and would like to be in contact with you since he has heard about your story. And then you can message him in Facebook, or may I share your Skype contact? So I said, thank you, Marina. Feel free to share my Skype contact with your friend and use the share contact option. And so she is the source of Daryl James. And it's not because, basically, I think when she says he's a very good friend, she's just being gracious. And basically that he reached out to her. She may know him from the whole milieu, but obviously I don't think that this is a guy who's on any kind of bonded terms with her in the sense of even friendship, beyond casual acquaintance. So she is actually the source of Daryl James. When she first reached out to me, I just thought this was some guy who wanted to interview me. And nothing ever usually comes of that because most of the time I don't have any time to pursue it. So I just said, but he's welcome to call. So, but then he showed up and kept reaching out. And I just thought he was out of nowhere. But then I only realized afterwards he sourced from via Marina. And then it was after, it was basically on our show. She said she had been suffering ever since Peter Moon sent her that package of cursed books. And then finally reached out to me on Tuesday, October 22nd. After my birthday, but before my late legal father's birthday, which is on the 23rd, just between our two birthdays, she reached out and said, hello, Douglas, I was asking myself if you could please help me with the sweat emoji. So she's obviously been suffering ever since Peter sent that whole stack of cursed books overnight to her. There you have that. That's the other thing I want to show you is I'll have to return to the call and open up the share screen again. Here we are. Now I'll do the share screen again. And so the other thing I wanted to show you was if you can see this, Heather and Aaron, the cursor moving.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we've stabilized at 3,400 subscriptions, which for weeks they kept knocking off subscriptions. So I do warn people, YouTube does unsubscribe you people, so always check to make sure your subscription is still standing, because YouTube will unsubscribe you without your permission. So they kept knocking it down below 3,400 forever. It seems to have finally stabilized at 3,404. In the last 28 days, our views have been 5,200 views. And as they say here, your typical range is from 5.6 thousand to 7.1 thousand. So we normally have between 5,600 people to 7,100 people watching, and they averaged out in the last 28 days at 5,200 people. So many more people are watching us than we know of, and as Brendan can testify, they take views away. We have seen that because we took a screenshot of the Michael Aquino interview because it had 666 views. Then the next time Brendan and I looked at it, it had like 650.
It gone down by 10.
Yeah, it was taken down by 10 to 656 views. And then it finally, went up again later. But they're continually, what would you call it when people are pruning a bush? They continually are pruning my views and my subscriptions. So everybody,
they've got the software, and I have a friend who, he'll have a video it'll slip through the algorithm, so to speak, and he'll have like 5,000 or 6,000 views in 48 hours, and every other video is throttled down to 100. So if you think they're not playing fair, they own the software. Yes. Nobody can go inspect their software. Who can go inspect what they're doing? You have a program running in the background, you turn on or off as you please. There's no way to inspect it.
Yeah, thank you. And it's so we're the fix is in, but we're doing our best to subsist while the fix is in. And I do remind everybody, because the fix is in, we're counting on all of you to spread the word. It's guerrilla information warfare, and we have all the odds against us at the present moment in history. But I've described earlier just how that can change. But we are definitely. So what else has been going on with the occult siege, Brendan, aside from the super spectacular stuff? I know that's been hitting people around you, as we say. It's not easy to watch if you really care about those people, but fortunately, most of the people that, our man there, Brendan, cares about are gone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's like, it's not that I'm callous. It's just that what can you really do? It's just like, it's not my karma that people are casting spells at me and I have to deflect them. And it's affecting people around me that are totally innocent in that sense. They don't know what's going on, but there's nothing I can do to really interfere or intervene. So it's unfortunate to see, like, for example, coworkers and stuff. Like, just bad things will happen to them or just coming into contact with me. But it's like, I know it's not myself. Like, I'm not doing anything against them. And it's, it just, sometimes that's how the world works. So you always got to be very cautious, who you're around and whatnot. So,
And a quick reminder for the listeners, I think is today the 6th already?
It is.
Yes.
It is.
So, please donate early this month so Douglas doesn't have to scramble. And consider Douglas, if you listen to Douglas regularly, he's part of your family and part of your world. And please support him for what he gives and does. And don't wait to the last minute when he's in a desperate struggle, because the anxiety that creates is not good for anybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just help out sooner than later, and that's what friends and neighbors and family do, right?
Absolutely.
And don't do it like Peter. We're gonna publish a book and save Douglas's finances.
Oh yeah, he was saying that. Yeah, anyhow, we'll always be going back to that for a while yet, in one way or another, simply out of necessity. But I do want people to know a little bit of some amusing side notes here. One of them is the fact that As I said, it was on Friday that I took all those blood tests after seeing my doctor, my general internal medicine practitioner. Thursday was Halloween when that incredibly horrific paranormal event took place. What I provided are a number of links that we don't need to put in the child sacrifice link yet, Aristides, but if you would be so kind as to do me a favor and just cut and paste along with the titles those other links and put them in one at a time into the chat, that would be most helpful. You have to do it one at a time, of course, or else they don't work. Otherwise, only the top one will work. But if you could do that, Aristides, I believe that provides people a bit of a kind of context to what I was describing on Thursday, which I received multiple questions about in email ever since. And so just to answer a few of them, or rather even bring up a fact that probably no one's asked about, I showed it to Brendan Zogit. All of the tests came back normal except for one, which came later in terms of a result than any of the other blood test results. And after replenishing myself with blood from the Blood Boys after they had gorged themselves on Halloween candy, my own blood sugar spiked to 131 as if I were a diabetic. So those,
yeah, that's high. That's really high.
God, yes. Taking blood from those sugar plum fairies left me like Roosevelt Gainey. It's like, I'll call it Roosevelt Gainey's revenge. That was just shocking. Shocking enough where I've sworn, because their blood is so rich, and now I know why it's so sweet. It's not just Halloween, of course.
They're freaking gorging on cupcakes and shit.
Yeah, it's not just Halloween, of course. I mean, my son's not going to deny them sugar, and that's basically crack to kids, and they all... Yeah, so I want people to know I've stopped drinking Coca-Cola. The people who are at the corner store who would normally be very dictatorial, they know me so well. They allowed me to bring back these 16-ounce cans of Coke. I had 10 of them in the fridge, and I just returned them all. They allowed me to exchange that for beer. Now, how's that for a deal? So,
yeah. Douglas, I always wondered how you got the Coca-Cola and drank them in lines anyway.
Oh,
right.
Well, that's separate. That at least. No, got it. No, that the booger sugar.
Cutting it with sugar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah.
You're getting scammed over there. Dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be funny. They're stealing all my Coke and they're replacing it with sugar.
Yeah.
That
would be actually funny.
Yeah, that is funny. So that's one of the more humorous aspects of what happened. But people were, of course, asking about why this and not that. I do want people to know when it comes to the estate security, this was another thing that Peter Moon said privately to me once in a conversation that I found very bizarre. And this was before he really began his meltdown. And that was Peter Moon when I had told him about originally I met Sugar Daddy, the man who would become my son's husband, on security contract. I had actually been a private security enforcement agent for him, and he took me on as a consultant in that field for a period of time. And so when I said I'm still working as security consultant for him, among my other responsibilities of tutoring the Blood Boys in exchange for my blood, the food that I take from these young lads, and he was, Peter Moon said, "You couldn't be working security for him anymore." And I was like, why not? And it didn't even make any sense. Why would he think that? Is it because he felt I was older and not physically capable? Because look at that son of a bitch. He kept promoting himself as, I'm still fit. I'm still doing football. I'm still, so is he saying that at an older age?
Even when he was in bed rotting away, he was like, I've returned to football.
Man. You saw that in the email. Yeah, sometimes I still do football. That's just when he... Yeah.
That's the point where I almost felt bad. I was like, man, he's really lost. That's.
But Douglas, how could you do security? You don't really have any background in that with your previous jobs.
Right. Yes. Well, that's almost what he was insinuating. Like you've never been a cop before.
I'll never forget that show. That was bizarre.
Because he had heard it so many times before. So for people who don't know, Aaron's referring to the fact that Peter had heard this any number of times, and yet came out suddenly as if he had never heard it before. And it's hard to tell whether it was something he was doing on behalf of the enemy because he had at that point so openly flipped, or whether he truly had lost his mind.
Yeah, I think it's the latter.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Because like you said, it started with that incident with the my mother and the Emerald Llama, where he listened to the whole thing, and then just days later, Aristides had to go find it for him because he couldn't remember it at all.
Yeah. Oh, but by the way, Aristides, hello, sir. How are you?
Yes.
I'm sorry I didn't say hello earlier.
Yes, Aristides. Hopefully you're there.
Hello.
Yes.
But you know what I was thinking about? It's been a bit, but you did there was a week or two where you had some fantastic shows, and it was fascinating to hear about Rat Girl, and then what was it, Fanatophagi?
Oh, Thanatophage, the eating of the dead by Michael Aquino and others with that talent. Continue.
Yeah. I have to go back to that, but I believe Peter was fairly interested in that as well.
That's interesting because I only spoke about it after he would leave. I never spoke about that in front of him. That's it. I'm sure he was. Maybe he heard of it. Did he ever mention that to you?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But I remember I was really, I've been pretty busy.
You told us about the salad. You told us about
he loved the salad. He loved the salad. Yes, you remember that, right, Aaron?
Yes. But he was pointing out, he had sent me a show because I hadn't listened for a bit.
Right.
And he sent me a show, and I forget what he was pointing out, but he had time-stamped it for me at some point. But it was a show that I otherwise would not have listened to, and I think it contained subject matter about Rat Girl. But then the next night, you had gone into the Fanatophage. But then, who was the lady who was sleeping through that? It was actually very dramatic, as her sleeping snoring was adding to the gravity of the story. I don't remember.
Oh, that's right. That was Brooke. Brooke Gibson.
Was it Brooke?
I think so, right? Aristides? Do you remember that, Brendan?
What was it? Was it Michelle?
Michelle Carmela Saldana?
That rings a bell.
Yeah, it was Michelle Carmela Saldana because I usually here's the only reason she doesn't come to my mind as being the first suspect in that is because Michelle Carmela Saldana is first off.
It might have been Michelle.
It might have been, but
I think so.
She's got an endless supply of ephedrine, and it's like when she gets on the show, it's like there's nothing else that can be done. She just jacks the show, and all she does is talk. So maybe if she was snoring, it'd be hard for me to imagine her getting on the show and falling asleep.
No, she did. Remember, that was the time she was saying that they cut her off of the ephedrine.
Oh,
remember?
No wonder. Holy shit!
Am I misremembering this?
I don't know. I try to block her from.
It was dramatic.
Trying to take her off.
Yeah, I try to block her from my mind. It's like, but it was animalistic sounding, wasn't it? That was the.
It was very. Yeah. And
it was her for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
It was odd, but yeah. So there's been so many good stories.
Well, he managed to put Rat Girl in the book. And most tellingly, was about when I had written, as both Aristides and Brendan have read my essay I wrote on August Derleth stealing all of H.P. Lovecraft's work, and I went into tremendous detail about the legal processes of how this happened after his death. And Peter Moon only put a brief dismissal of it in the book, just this pithy summary of it, without putting in any of the legal details. He refused to put in the legal details, obviously because he related to August Derleth and had planned the same for myself.
Obviously, because with the prevalence of Lovecraft's material out there and the fanfare and the cult following, the details that you provide could be very helpful to somebody.
Yes.
I mean, extremely so, right?
Thank you.
Once you realize there's not a single story currently published that is intact.
Thank you.
Then you come to realize how important it is to publish the truth of how that was hijacked.
Thank you.
And he tried he tried to catch you on details on that too. I remember he was like, "Wait a minute, what are the dates on this?" I remember when you were going through August Derleth, he was more critical than usual for back then.
Oh, do you remember how he said?
Yes,
well,
I remember. It was very frustrating.
Yeah, he said, "Well, August Derleth was dead by the time you said this happened. So, are you talking to a ghost? Remember this?" And
I do. I do.
And I said, "No, you understand that when I was dealing with August Derleth, quote unquote, I was dealing with Arkham House." And Aquino just kept calling it the Derleth family. I had no idea the fucker had died. And so I'm just dealing with Arkham House and the representatives thinking I'm dealing with August Derleth. It was only till later when I got more and more involved with the whole process of what Aquino was doing did I catch on to what was happening. So instead of saying Arkham House, I'm talking about Derleth because it was his daughter, theoretically, who I was dealing with. But it turned out I wasn't dealing with his daughter. I was dealing with a man whose his name is exposed in that essay. You know what? I'll have to send you a copy of that essay because and then we'll gradually put that into the book because our dear Aristides has now reformatted, as you know, the book, and Brendan's going to reformat it. Brendan, any guesses to how long? Maybe a week or so before you can format into a format I can work with more editably.
Oh, I'm still trying to get the computer situation fixed.
Okay.
But I could potentially do that soon. We'll give it less than a week.
Okay.
And I'll send it to you in an edit to where you can use it if you.
And if you could help him, Aristides, please, by all means. We'll let you guys talk about that privately, of course. Or,
we'll deal with it.
Right.
But I remember I've always been fascinated with the mentalism aspect of things.
Yes.
And the magicians that go into mentalism, because it's really just a very detailed study of the human psyche.
Yes.
And I knew about Houdini, and you mentioned Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and the tragedy there.
Yes.
And the mentalists currently, they really revere Houdini. And it's just a tragic story.
Oh, it's awful. And so I'll send you that essay shortly after the show is over. And so just look for that in your email. The other thing, go on.
Before I forget, because I will forget, I apologize.
No
I didn't mean to cut you off.
But no worries.
I had messaged you because I couldn't remember Mae Brussels' name for some reason. I had a mental block the other night.
No worries.
And you had brought her back to my mind, but I was trying to remember why Peter was obsessed with Mae Brussels. And he was actually 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. He was listening to her audio cassettes on YouTube.
Go on.
So do you remember why he was obsessed with Mae Brussels, or does this all trail back to the cult fanfare he's had with Michael Aquino? I'm trying to figure that part out.
Well, it all goes back to that, and here's where Peter's true Edomite nature exposes itself. The way Peter Moon betrayed himself was he constantly said that, when I wrote the sign in the seventh seal, in which he blatantly lies and holds to the lie that Hess truly defected to England and that Hess was in Spandau, that Hess was in Spandau prison, which, George Edward Knight's relation, I believe it was his uncle, and George Knight would correct me if I was wrong on that. His grandfather. Okay, stood guard over prisoner number 7. Hess was prisoner number 7 at Spandau. And George Edward Knight's grandfather swore up and down that was not Rudolf Hess. And but whenever George Edward Knight would bring that up, Peter Moon would just shut him down, as he would, of course. But go on.
He conflated and supported his view of this with Amadou Crowley's story about a magical working. So basically, I see a lot of connecting of dots that were not connectable.
And the interesting thing about the Mae Brussels story is that is the explanation of how basically the prototype of how Q got the Vox Arca to work.
Yes.
Is that right, Douglas?
That's correct.
That he had to prove the point was proven with the parts of the
proof
plane.
of concept. It was a proof of concept.
It was a proof of concept. Later on, it led to. So that was his way of confirming that the Vox Arca was usable in his mind. He had to does that make sense? he had to
Yes.
qualify it scientifically to where he was like, this is a real item, you know, or something.
Well,
That's my conjecture.
He was very obsessed with her detailed work.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it was-
Aaron, you're talking about Peter Moon as well as Michael Aquino, correct?
Yes, no, Peter Moon was
Yeah.
detailed archiving in his own notes from the YouTube videos that were uploaded from the cassette tapes, because she had a mailing list that she would sell cassette tapes.
That's correct.
And so, yeah, so he was re-listening to those via YouTube
Yes.
and taking notes, and I had never heard of Mae Brussels. So
Okay, so
it was,
let me articulate that. So this is what's important. This is why I brought up the sign in the seventh seal, but I went into the tangent about Rudolf Hess because Aaron had sent me some videos of Rudolf Hess. But such being said, this is just to kind of cement that. What Peter Moon kept insisting was that at the end of the sign in the seventh seal, it was a lead up to a sequel in which he would have pursued it to the Presidio military base and Michael Aquino. He had always said that on record and on air, on bandwidth. And the lie betrays itself because he said, but that's ultimately how I met Douglas. And he would say that the sign in the seventh seal led him to Douglas Dietrich. Plus, he had always stated there was a specific email that a friend of his had not sent that was sent to him that had, Douglas Dietrich, and then that he reached out to me for that, which we often just assumed was the Dietrich art elect, but more likely was his handlers. That simply was his handlers of the Adamite cult. And really, when he contacted myself, like I said, I held him at arm's length for 10 years. I wanted desperately to avoid ever having to work with him. I knew what would ultimately happen, and ultimately it's exactly what did happen. But the whole point was that the way it truly betrays his Adamite nature is that he said that Mae Brussels was, of course, someone who died quite, and this, of course, is true, because she began to expose Michael Aquino. For those of you who do not know, Mae Madden Brussels basically started off with investigating the Kennedy assassination. And then and that was her original trip, was that some relation of hers was involved with the Warren report.
Like everyone starts with that.
Yeah, everybody starts. Yeah, and it's like, well, in her day,
not to discount it.
Oh yeah, but in her day it was new. In all fairness, and in her day it was new, and nobody was pursuing it. You know, originally it was everybody was just going along with the program and just saying, you know, a conspiracy of one. But then what happened was that she began to branch out into the Nazis really took over America. She began to branch off into paperclip. And this is where all of the true synchronicities show up, and where we basically begin the horrible dysfunction of my leaks, my hemorrhaging information about Project Paperclip. Everybody took it and warped it and woofed it into something beyond all recognition, including Mae Madden Brussels, because she's Jewish. She was Jewish. She was heiress to the I. Magnian fortune, which had the department store in San Francisco. And so because she was Jewish, she said, oh, the reason Kennedy was assassinated and the assassins got away with it is because the Nazis run America. And so this is the irony, is that she was being attacked with the same technology that was being used to attack Martin Bormann's son, Frank Bormann, the United States astronaut who ran the airplane company that I had to contact, Eastern Airlines. And so when I reached out to both these people, we're talking about Nazis' son, and we're talking about Mae Madden Brussels, who's a Jewess. And I reached out to them for the same reason. Michael Aquino was attacking both of them. And so you've got Mae Madden Brussels. When she did die, it was because she started to expose Michael Aquino. She began to say, she began to finally get into the human human child sex trafficking trip that, you know, they all wind up on. And she was like the grandmother of it all. And so she began to say there's a huge human child sex trafficking ring running out of the Presidio military base that's headed by Michael Aquino. And that's when he said, this bitch has got to fucking die. And so that's when basically she was hit by a car, or rather her Mae's daughter was, in December of 1970, basically May's daughter Bonnie was killed at the age of 15 in a so-called automotive accident, but it was an automotive assassination. The driver of the other car was a soldier in full uniform stationed at the United States Army fort at Fort Ord. He went AWOL, absent without leave, which is supposed to be an executionable offense, 2 weeks after the crash, returned to his home, and yet the authorities said, he's cool, no probs.
Yeah.
And Barbara Brussel, who was driving in that accident, she, ultimately survived, but the U.S. military intelligence complex, it was at that time they were experimenting with satellite holography. And then basically you had Mae Brussel keeping parts of that car in her home, and you had the cannibalized remains of the flight that was taken out by Michael Aquino using a bomb, I think it was Flight 411 in the Everglades in 1972, Flight 401. It was Flight 401. And that crashed in 1972, and all of its parts were salvaged and cannibalized into the rest of Eastern Airlines fleet. And Martin Bormann was plagued by all these ghost sightings, and all of this was exacerbated by holographic technology, including Mae Brussel seeing her daughter again and again, telling her, kill yourself and join me in heaven, Mommy. I'm all alone in heaven. I can't really go to heaven until you kill yourself and take me by the hand through heaven's gates. And so she was about to kill herself when I called her to tell her what was going down. And then eventually she got fried anyway with radiation, which Peter Moon knew exactly how she died. Peter Moon said...
Well, yeah, it was DMSO on the steering wheel, right? With a cancer agent?
It might not. That's not what Peter said, though it wouldn't surprise me if that were also the case.
That's what he told me.
Interesting, because he would say on bandwidth, all he would say is, yeah, they set up the van right across and just kept beaming her with the van right across from her home.
He never said that to me. He said they used DMSO with a quick-acting cancer. Now, another thing that I had brought up, and at the time I wasn't in as much detailed correspondence with yourself, so naturally now I would just send it to you, but it was a while back. I started watching an older show. It was Justified. It was an HBO show. And it was at a time where you were going heavily into exposing the Edomites.
Right.
And I just kind of got confused. I'm like, who are these Edomites? Why do I not know a lot more about them? And I was just trying to grasp it all. And in the show Justified, the antagonist they paint him as a white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
And in one of the dialogues, he explains to the hero of the show, no, we're not bad. We know who the enemy is. The enemy is the Edomites. And then he lists the scriptures where they're mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So all of a sudden it's disinformation because they're giving you something real, but conflating it with white supremacy.
Right.
And I filmed, it was like maybe a 30-second clip it. I filmed it and sent it to Peter, and he completely ignored it, brushed over it, never mentioned it. I assumed he would show it to you to kind of verify, like,
never,
hey,
of course not.
This is out there. Yeah. So it's funny, like, now that I look back, it's an HBO show referencing the things you were talking about.
If you could send me that clip,
I'll do my best to find it again. I know I can. I just have to take the time to do it. But yeah, I can do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, please. And understand there's several factors going on here that I'll explain in just a moment. So thank you for that tangent. That's important. By the way, Brendan, if you could go mute for a few minutes, it's the background noise of your movements. Thank you.
Are you smashing all the light bulbs?
No, he's at work. It's awful.
I know. I'm just teasing him.
Yeah, So when it comes to the reason that this exposes Peter, when it came from the sign of the seventh seal, his claim that he was going to do the Presidio after that, which he said multiple times on record, on bandwidth, and then he basically gets fascinated by May, Magdalene Brussels years before he meets myself. As Aaron Tice is saying, he's reviewing her work obsessively because it all leads to Michael Aquino. And then when he starts working with me, this is actually where we need Brendan to come off of the mute. So sorry about that, Brendan. Feel free to come off the mute. You can back me up here. That's when Peter Moon was basically saying, oh, I can't do the book about the Presidio because I'm having nightmares. Because it's see, Aristides knows. Yeah, he says I'm having nightmares.
Yes.
Yeah. So after.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, I tried to write the book about Q, and then I'm, plagued by nightmares and other issues."
Oh, basically says it's bringing me down, man.
Yeah, it's bringing him down.
He says bringing me down. It's like really, it's bad, negative, and it's putting me in a negative space, and it's depressing.
Yeah, that's what he said. Thank you.
Yeah, he says depressing, and this is after years of researching. Mayman in Brussels saying that.
Apparently, the CHO is like really happy for him. It's a happy subject.
Yeah. The CHO is a happy subject for him, though.
Right.
That's as sweet as chocolate.
Little imps that attack you while you're sleeping. Yeah, that's fine. He can sleep through that.
They don't bother him because he's one of them. But okay, so just so people understand where the white supremacy comes in. So he found it. Aaron found it. Holy shit. So there we go. So just so people understand this is where things need to be. So you have to give me a few minutes to get it together here in terms of my mind. What I do remember about all the years I was working with a Presidio military base, and we had this enormous problem, as you can imagine, with white supremacy infiltrating the military. And so everybody was told that they had to basically, start minding their P's and Q's and stop basically flying up Confederate flags and throwing on bed sheets and all the rest of this. So when all of that was going down, in order to maintain PR for the U.S. Army, I was assigned to do research for the spin doctors, U.S. Army Public Relations, and basically try and investigate with some background documentation, collate documents, etc., about this infiltration of the U.S. military, the Army in particular, by all of the white supremacist movements that really have a tremendous influence in the U.S. military. And at the time, of course, I became very familiar with many of their ideologies or a lot of what their ideology was about. And so I became acquainted with their conceptualization of their cosmology, exactly what it was that they were believing in, what they believed they were fighting against. And so it is something that, how would I express this? It comes down to a concept of what's called the Phineas priesthood. And I may not be pronouncing that correctly because it's a very old term. And it is something that is just probably in a different dialect when it was originally conceptualized. So another term for it would be Phinehas, or, Phineas, without the H pronounced. But basically, in terms of Phineas, this is something that's biblical. And what happens is the tribes were miscegenating. And it's when these tribes were miscegenating that the order came essentially from God himself, that Phineas, who's this biblical figure who appears in the Hebrew Bible in Numbers 25, I think. It was chapter 25, verses 7 through 13. That's how I can remember it. 7 through 13, the lucky number to the unlucky number. So it was the book of Numbers, chapter 25, verses 7 to 13. And he was the grandson of Aaron, the high priest.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, who our friend Tice is named after, the son of Eleazar, another high priest. And Phineas is known for his zeal for God and his actions to stop a plague that was about to strike the Israelites. So when the Israelites had conquered the Moabs, which I think is also the name for the heads on Easter Island, which they're called Moabs. And so there has been the claim that I've never found any reason to argue with, that Easter Island, which if you ever look at Easter Island is as far away from anywhere else on Earth as you can fucking imagine. It is, of course, a island that's out as close to R'lyeh as you can get. It is probably the closest land to the sunken city of R'lyeh you'll ever find. And it's occupied by Chile. Chile, of course, if people aren't aware of it, Chile is basically the last true Prussian culture on Earth. They're the Prussians of Latin America. I'm going to share screen now and just show this to cursors moving, so hopefully all of you can see this. Going to take you over to YouTube. This is a Chilean military parade today. Like, I'm talking about, like, literally happened. This is 4 years ago, but every year this happens. So if we could just skip, every year this is the military parade in Chile. Looks like this. You'd swear you were in Nazi Germany. The Chilean military wears Nazi uniforms. This is where Colonia Dividad, the Nazi cult, was in Chile. And that's because the Chileans uphold the Prussian tradition. They wear Nazi uniforms. They abide by Nazi regalia, and they occupy. Now notice that. You notice what's behind them there? This is a United Nations.
Yeah, the United Nations tank.
It's a United Nations tank. So when they send troops to support peacekeeping operations in the United Nations, they send troops like this. And the United Nations can't do anything to bitch about it. The Jews do, but who gives a shit about them? The United Nations desperately needs troops that know how to keep the peace, and these are the few troops that have ever done anything to truly keep the peace. And
well, if you look at some of the early, even in the Civil War, some of the Southern local commanders they had Prussian swords.
Yes. And if you take a look at the armor behind them, again, the United Nations armor, again, just with that in the background, understand these are the people that occupy.
The whole military marching tradition is that.
Yes, goose stepping. Yes, yeah. Goose stepping.
Well, it's originally like a German,
Yes. Yeah, Germanic. And
Germanic, yeah.
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon, the Brits brought it back, yeah.
Yes. And so the point that I'm making is these are the people that occupy Easter Island. Now, everybody knows about Easter Island because of the fucking Moabs. They know about the big heads on Easter Island. Nobody ever talks about the fact that it's occupied by a Nazi government. You see, everybody goes to Easter Island, and you can look up any documentary on Easter Island, and they'll talk to the cows come home about, here we are, here's the Moabs, they're a big mystery. Nobody knows how they built these things, and all this other shit. And yet, they're all under the watchful eye of occupation troops that are dressed in Nazi uniform. And nobody dares to bring that up. That shows you the power of the Chilean government and the importance that it holds strategically in the world. But the whole point is that Easter Island has the heads of the people. That's what Moabs were supposed to look like. And they're the likenesses of the Moab tribe. So bear that in mind when you think about the Israelis were interbreeding with the Moabs. And you suddenly enter an entirely different situation. You begin to understand that God did not approve of this biblically. He wanted this to be put to an end. And when they started producing half-breed children with big fucking angular heads that all look like H.P. Lovecraft, then basically somebody had to take an act. And so Phinehas, the son of Aaron, whenever he saw an Israelite man sleeping with a Moabite woman, he would kill them both. And this action ended the plague and earned God's favor. And God established a covenant of perpetual priesthood. Understand that, priesthood in perpetuity, with Phinehas and his descendants. And Phinehas was later appointed as the third high priest in Israel's history. Now, remember, this was before the sundering, before the tribes were scattered to the four corners of the earth, and basically all of the 10 major tribes went to Japan. So this was back when the Israelites were a very different race, and not the Semitic posers who inhabit or occupy Palestine today. The true Israelites are the Israelites of the pure race. They were people who did not want their race degraded or downbred. And when they did begin to breed with these monstrous tribes, the tribes who then eventually fled all the way to the other end of the earth, away from all land on earth, to Easter Island, and built idols of themselves, the Moabs, the Moabites, the one man who took the action and killed everyone, including all their children who were half-bred, Phinehas, his priesthood in perpetuity meant that you carry on in his name, and that if you kill two people interbreeding, you enter the Phinehas priesthood. You become a Phinehas priest. You are accepted into this line of Phinehas priesthood. This is the ideology of many of the so-called white supremacist movements. This the ideology of the Ku Klux Klan. So if you ever took a look at Klan ideology, it is based on Anglo-Israelitism, meaning that they feel that the Anglian peoples were the true Israelites, and that the two tribes that escaped, other than the 10 tribes that fled to Japan, the other two went to the British Isles. And that these other two tribes were ultimately the descendants of, preserved through Masonry, or Scottish Rites Masonry, which is different from the mainline branch of Masonry. They were preserved through this organization that is now represented by the Ku Klux Klan. And they feel that their mission is, if someone enters into the Phinehas priesthood, it's through the annihilation of people who are downbreeding their Anglian race. That way they are preserving the true Israelites. So all of this is academically what's been suppressed, and this is why when that quote-unquote villain in that scene is saying our enemies are the Edomites, what he is referring to are, of course, the Edomic tribe, and the Edomic tribe is what, of course, is out to destroy the true Israelites, the Anglians, and the Japanese, and he is someone who is expressing that, but they're trying to make it look as negative as possible. It's not that he is misrepresenting their cosmology. Rather, they are putting that in a context where you're supposed to hear it and then decry it and say, well, that's evil. And therefore, they're trying to recruit you to the Edomite cause by presenting him as the enemy and the bad guy. Does that make sense? Because that's...
Absolutely.
There.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's mind-blowing. So now... Yeah. Once again, Douglas, I have to reevaluate my entire worldview, so thank you for that.
Thank you for hearing me out. And again,
no, that's phenomenal. That's nobody talks about that.
No, you're not allowed to. And so the Bible does specifically forbid racial interbreeding. It that is actually biblical, and in no way, shape, or form do I feel that I'm compromised by that, but it's something to express that this is why the Ku Klux Klan in particular and these various white supremacist movements that are affiliated or offshoots there.
We're talking like Torah. That's like Torah stuff.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. But again...
It's very clear. It's very clear in there.
Thank you. But it's...
Well, this is the early America battle. This is the Baptists versus the Pentecostals versus the Jews and the Catholics. This was the early battle of the religions and what they felt were the bloodlines, but it was fought without the media. So you've got people traveling from town to town teaching. You know, the Baptists were against the Pentecostal movement. They felt it was unholy.
Yes.
And so I think I went into that a couple of years ago on your show. But
well, I'm curious as to... So the Srpski
But-
Church is derivative of which of these original movements?
So William Branham was part of the Elijah prophecy scam. So a lot of people would say they're the second coming of Elijah, which was Jim Jones's trip.
Interesting.
And they basically would quote the last book in the Old Testament, Malachi 4, saying, you know, in the great and terrible day of the Lord, I'll send my prophet Elijah. And if you have people in a state of ecstasy and emotion for all those years, you tend to take that role. It's an old scam.
By the way, the term would be dreadful anticipation. Continue, please.
Yes, yeah. So he took up that particular grift. I'll call it a grift because it's a learned thing.
Yeah.
And that was, oh man, that goes back to Charles Dewey. That goes back to the town that was started outside Chicago by the same, it was late 1800s. He was the richest man in the West. He was starting a new Zion. He had his own bank. I forget his name now. I have it in my notes. I took a deep dive on this, but that was an entire movement. And it was definitely, I don't want to say the white Baptist, but it was, the Baptist churches back then were mostly white, and glossolalia wasn't. The glossolalia was in white churches as well, and Jim Jones was ostracized because he wanted mixed congregations.
Right.
And William Branham gave Jim Jones his start. And
holy shit! Don't forget to tell people where Jim Jones wound up in San Francisco. Go on.
Yeah, yeah. So he separated from Jim Jones because Jim Jones wanted an integrated audience, and the old school Baptists did not. And it was just an incredible scene. I'll have to brush up on my notes, and we can go through it again sometime. But it ties in with the history you just detailed. In a very detailed way. That's amazing.
Thank you. It's when my possession steps in, really, and I go into an almost trance-like state. Again, Phinehas was the grandson of Aaron, the son of Eleazar, both high priests, and and he was carrying on this order of. Don't just kill one or the other when you catch them miscegenating, as they would feel it was a downbreeding or interbreeding. You kill them both. And this is something that, this is why you see the Klan attack white people. This is something that most people never understood. Why does the Klan attack white people? Because usually when they catch, say for instance, couples that are mixed race heritage, that would be the primary target. And so, or they're mixed race, not heritage necessarily, but are mixing races. The mixed race couples would be their primary objective to eradicate in their minds if they feel there's an Anglian who's miscegenating with any other race that they feel would not be of the Anglian line. So again, this goes back to before the sundering of the tribes. Once they were sundered and they scattered, 10 went to Japan, 2 went to England, and then that was the birth of Anglo-Israelitism. And then you had the concept of basically Palestine being essentially overrun by the Edomites, and that was during the time of Herod. And Herod, of course, is the man who would have killed your God. If you're a Christian, this is the man who did his best to kill your God, and he is the hero of modern imposter Israel. And because without Herod, there would be almost nothing of archaeological consequence for tourists to visit in Israel. Of course, now that tourism is impacted by the genocide, and Trump is going to probably do his best to help them. You might remember I had brought this up with Peter Moon, how Trump's son, or was it Kushner? It was Kirshner, his son-in-law, who's actually a woman, as I pointed out. You might remember how fascinated and blown away Peter was by that. He loved that. He orgasmed.
Yeah, first of all, I did not know that about Jared Kushner until you brought it forth. But yeah, he was very fascinated by that. And at the same time, you had brought up the Americans who are like raising the red calf.
Yes.
Or the hybridized red calf.
Yes.
Yeah, it's such a crazy story. Like, you could write this fictionally and people would believe it because it's just too strange for words.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. And at the time, Peter was, not displaying any Zionist sympathies whatsoever. And he was fascinated by...
None whatsoever.
Thank
a decade.
you.
And none whatsoever. There was never a conversation ever about it.
Thank you. Thank you. With Jared Kushner, of course, he was more fascinated by the lurid transgenderism than he was by Kushner being a supporter of the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. But nevertheless, when I brought up the fact that Kushner just blatantly said, just kill them all and we'll develop it into casinos and hotels and resorts as prime real estate, or just exterminate the vermin, and just blatantly said it. This is what Trump is going to be abiding by now, and these are the Edomites. These are under Herod, who was an Edomite.
Which we actually proved that they have, or we revealed that they have the NEOM free trade agreement and all that stuff.
Oh yes, Aaron. Were you ever exposed to that, Aaron? What we said about that?
Possibly, but it's not coming to mind. But I'd love to hear it. But real quick, was the sundering the Tower of Babel disbursement or no?
No. The sundering was when the Assyrians, are what they would call the Babylonians, basically scattered.
Okay. Yes, I know that story. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, when the Chaldeans came in and scattered Israel the first time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, another pronunciation would be Chaldeans, but it's either way. Here we are. So let me show this to you with a screen share, and this is all right. Start sharing. So if you can see the cursor moving, here we are. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu unveils regional plan to build a massive free trade zone with rail service to Neom. Now, this, of course, I could cut and paste and send you as an essay as well. But they produced these AI-generated renderings. This is courtesy of the Israeli PMO, which is like what, propaganda ministry office?
I
Prime
did
Minister's
hear you
office.
guys talking about this. I remember this.
Yeah, this is the Israel's Prime Minister's office. It's not, so this is not like propaganda. This is the Israeli Prime Minister's office. AI-generated rendering show skyscrapers, solar fields, water desalination plants, so they'll be drinking desalted seawater, a new high-speed rail corridor, and oil rigs off of Gaza's shoreline, because there is oil off Gaza. And then there we are. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office recently released a PowerPoint that gives a glimpse into what the Likud party has in mind for Gaza's future and the Levant region at large. On May 3rd, Netanyahu unveiled Gaza 2035, a three-step master plan to build what he calls, you know what they would call this if they were Nazis? Conspiracy to genocide. What he calls the Gaza Arish Sderot Free Trade Zone. Plan first reported by the Jerusalem Post, mind you, and later by Al Jazeera. Jerusalem Post first. And it would encompass 141 square miles that make up the Gaza Strip, where more than 34,500 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces in the past several months, and where experts say that famine is underway, amongst other horrors. The zone would also include El Arish port to Gaza South. Anyhow, so then we go on to this lovely map here. Gaza Arish Sderot Free Trade Zone. And map of Netanyahu's proposed Gaza Arish. Yeah, courtesy of the Prime Minister's office, mind you, Israel PMO. And there's Arish, El Arish port, Gaza Marine. These would be oil refineries and rigs. Notice the little umbrellas for the tourists, and, on top of all the skeleton piles bleaching in the sun, and then some industry and shit, and then the rail that goes to Neom, which is the big line city that the Saudi tyrant, Mohammed bin Salman, is building, connecting Gaza to Neom. And so Neom is this development here in the Arab Peninsula, and they're going to connect it directly to the Saudi tyranny. And there we are, a 132-mile railway between Gaza and Neom. And once you've got this down, and this lovely picture here of, here we are, a new electric vehicle manufacturing city. They know they're going to run out of oil. In northern Gaza, courtesy of the Israeli PMO, with everybody dressed like fucking Saudis. it's like, where are they importing the Arabs or the Saudis? They're expecting the Saudis to open up the industries in the land that's cleared by the Israelis, by their own picturing, by their own illustrative PowerPoint. So Gaza's waterfront could be very valuable. Yeah, that's it. That's Jared Kushner talking. So then we go over here and let's look up NEOM. And I can show you, okay, NEOM, because it's just so exciting. Mom talk. Saudi Arabia is trying to, here we are. They're trying to build the largest linear city ever. And here we are. I mean, look at that baby. I mean, it's supposed to be mirrored in the desert. I mean, imagine standing within just a few feet, you'd fry like an ant under a magnifying glass. The line in NEOM. And what is it? It's like all these people living in an open air atrium where they face each other like a massive prison. This is where they plan on displacing all of the Palestinians that survive, if any, along with everybody else that's cleared under the Greater Israel Plan. And setting up all this good and groovy shit. The Beach Club. Yeah, of course. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find here NEOM. What's the NEOM thing? Let's see, what else is there? Aside from NEOM, it's the... what is it that the Israelis and the Arabs want to do with the linear city, with the... let me think for a moment here. But they're... Oh, anyhow, go on with your thoughts so far. Any thoughts on this so far? Oh, Greater Israel!
No, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, here we are. So, going to share screen again. And here we are, Greater Israel. Okay. What does the finance minister... Greater Israel map. There we are. What does finance minister Bezalel Smotrich think he can bring about the Greater Israel dream? And there's the map of Greater Israel from river to river, from all of eastern Egypt and to the Euphrates or the Tigris. I can't remember which. At any rate, they've got it all under Israeli blue, and that means NEOM, the big linear city, would be under Israeli jurisdiction. So the Greater Israel map, and it's this is not something I'm making up, and this isn't Judeophobia. This is like literally what they say they want. And of course, there's here we are, Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich speaking in Paris. There is no such thing as a Palestinian. See, we couldn't kill them because they never existed. Therefore, there's no genocide. I mean, they don't believe it when we Nazis say that, but it's like when Jews say it, it's all right. She's a former Jerusalem elementary and middle school principal, granddaughter of European Jews who arrived in the U.S. before the Holocaust, so she was writing about this conspiracy. And, to her credit, she does not approve. So there we have that. So there you go. The idea is to, right now, Trump's going to back all this up. If Trump backs this up, Israel becomes an expansionist aggressor. Well, it already is, but you get my point. Orders of magnitude beyond what it is now. And they're going to then unite with the mad dreams of Mohammed bin Salman to create this giant linear concentration camp that's mirrored so no one can get near it. That's the whole point of the mirroring. Why would you mirror an entire linear city in the desert when the sun reflection would fry anything alive that comes within miles, other than to prevent anyone from getting near it? And therefore, they can't rescue the people trapped inside.
Yeah, you answered the question. The only way in is by the train or the rail line.
Thank you.
You can't walk up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, and remember...
Yeah,
go on. I was going to make a joke about the Nazi rail lines. The Nazi rail lines.
Yeah.
Last train to
Leipzig.
They took it. They took that model, of course.
Yeah, it's a strange dichotomy because as Zionist as Trump's ideologies are, he also more openly supported Taiwan at the end of his regime, the last time. And I was concerned when Biden came in that he would not support Taiwan, but he seemed to understand that he had no choice. So it was.
Well,
it's interesting.
Trump changed his mind on that. Trump says he'll sell out Taiwan in a heartbeat. So that's the Trump is trying to bargain Taiwan away. Of course, it's not his choice, but let me see, Trump, Taiwan.
Yeah, and it seems like he's all in to go against China, which is they have to keep Taiwan thriving, otherwise that wouldn't work.
Yeah, so here we are.
So it's just part of the deal.
See, here we are. Trump invites China to invade Taiwan if he returns to office. So there we are. It's
wow. Talk about a turnaround, huh?
Yes. See what he says.
Like, would you? I mean, I wouldn't believe anything he says, but
yeah. And so Trump, here he is. He fleshed out his reasons for refusing to defend Taiwan using his familiar gangster logic. Taiwan took our chip business from us. I mean, how stupid are we? Well, you were too stupid to have a chip business in the first place, motherfucker. They took all our chip business, like we had one. Like we had one. They're immensely wealthy. I don't think we're any different from an insurance policy. Why are we doing this? Yeah, so he just wants, it's not that the invasion would succeed, but he's all for it if it does. So, Trump is not. I told Peter Moon that because Peter Moon kept saying, Peter Moon, of course, this is his last happy moments in life is seeing Trump get elected because he loved Trump. And like I said, go.
I sent you that article about resurrecting the Kodak town for pharmaceutical production. You saw, I think it was 765 million. He tried to earmark for that. Yeah, like I mean, it was a real thing. Very few people knew about it, but I lived near there at the time, so it was like a big deal. Yeah, that was a huge thing out of nowhere. How many years has Kodak been closed at that point? And he's like, we're going to resurrect it. They're going to make pharmaceuticals. Like, that's a huge, like, where does that even come from? But on that note, I do have to retire for the evening. As always, I could talk to you all forever, but I do have to sleep.
Understood. Well, we love you dearly. Most blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. And most certainly I look forward to more of the introduction that you're writing. It's wonderful so far.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes.
Yeah, glad you like it.
Yeah, no, it's great.
And everyone, please donate early this month and make it a nice, smooth end of month.
Transition.
It'll be better that it's better for everybody, and then there's no stress, and there's more good stories and history. This was a great history lesson, so thank you for that, Douglas. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and also. Let's just say this. Do listen to what we speak about afterwards, of course, because we'll return to the subject of what happened on Halloween, etc., and the occult siege that's going down. But I'm glad you're weathering the storm, and you have a blessed night.
Okay. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
All right. That's Aaron Tice.
Good night.
Yes, lovely Heather Holman.
Good evening.
Yes, and any thoughts to share, Heather, by all means. Jump on the bandwagon.
Oh, no, I'm just listening. Actually, I think that it's wonderful how, because I did have the idea that I wanted some way for you to get your book out, and I just think it's wonderful how, everyone has stepped up to assist you in that, and I think it's going to be the best book ever.
Honey, you're an angel, and honestly, you're absolutely right. I couldn't exist and get anything done without men like Aristides, Brendan Zogid, Aaron Tice. These are the three musketeers. Or Brendan's the youngest among us. He would be the D'Artagnan figure. And certainly Aristides and Aaron, we're the three musketeers, the older gentlemen, and we're going to make this happen. And it's only through these men that we can make it happen. And Heather, I'm just so glad to have you here with us because of all people, you've been around forever. You've understood all of this. You've been around since the beginning, since I became a public informant. When was the first time you heard of me?
A Red Ice Radio interview, which was in, I think, 2012.
Wow. Yeah. That was right after the death of my mother. And Henrik Palmgren, who became a shameless white supremacist. And in the most negative sense, without any cosmological reference for his identity, he was just an idiot working with Aquino, and at the same time with Richard Dolan, a pronouncedly Jewish individual.
But for some reason, that that episode, or maybe it was just part 2, for some reason that comes up in the Internet Archives now, and so that's like something that's permanent. You know, it's not going to be tampered with or taken away.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
Because mostly it used to be part 1 was out there, so somehow part 2 has come out there.
Yeah, it's a great interview.
Well, thank you for that. You're always very kind and gracious. In this case, you're being generous because, unfortunately, it was a 3-hour interview that he butchered down into 2 hours, which is unforgivable. And, of course, his intent was to make me look like an idiot because he was always working on the Edomite side. So there's a true infiltrator. This is the other thing to bring up about Peter Moon. What makes him so insane is, aside from, I won't expose Michael Aquino's operations at the Presidio because it's getting me down, is that when it talk about a posier, just like the modern or postmodern Israelis, these posiers attempting to claim that they're the heirs to the true Israel, which had exmigrated to Japan and England. These individuals are all like living on a lie, and Peter Moon's lie was, well, I'm really a Moor. I'm really a pure Moor, a pure black man under this white skin. And his heart's black, all right.
How does that happen?
Yeah, well, let's just put it this way. That idiot is living in he's psychotic. He's truly schizophrenic. He's truly schizophrenic. That's like a Jewish person says, I'm an Aryan Nazi. That's, you'd have to be.
Right, which also has been claimed.
There are, by the way, that's true. That's true. I can't think of the personal examples, but I've met them. I've met a few, talked to a few. They're out there. So where did you meet them? Do you get any examples you can give us?
High school or something.
Wow. And like,
yeah, I just remember there was a Jewish kid in high school that was a skinhead, and I thought it was kind of weird.
And did you bring this to his attention?
No, I didn't ever talk about racist things, or I didn't even go towards that. I just remember that when I was in 4th grade, they wanted me to play Mary in the Christmas play at school in 4th grade. But the person that they picked to be Joseph was like this Ethiopian student that had come from Ethiopia, and he was really dark complected. And I freaked out, and I backed out. I'm like, I can't be Mary. And I kept, and it was a big deal. And then I felt bad because I was being racist, and then I ended up still not doing it.
Oh my God, that's so funny. That is so funny. I love it.
So I'm really just kind of secluded in that. I'm not a racist whatsoever. I think that all people are the same people.
Well, actually, let's put it this way. Race is quite real, and I brought this up before. It's medically a thing. It is real.
I know there are 5 different kinds of people.
Well, to say the least, but go on.
Yeah, with 5 different kinds of people that I think, or just there's so many different kinds of people, but we are all the same in the fact that we're all human.
Right. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And by the way, I think it's perfectly fine that people have I mean, it's not in the Constitution that anybody has to like anybody else. So when you didn't want to play Mary with this guy, Joseph. I'm proud of you that you stood your ground. I'm proud of you that you stood your ground.
Well, yeah, being that I went to a Christian school, and everything, so I was really felt judged.
But did you feel that was sacrilegious?
No,
his portrayal. I mean, his portrayal using this particular individual.
I don't know why they picked him for that. I mean, maybe it's because they thought. I don't know. But I thought it was strange. I just thought it was strange. I never pictured. I mean, maybe Jesus's parents were mixed, or maybe Jesus was mixed, or something like that.
Well,
I don't know.
I've always personally felt that Jesus pretty much looked like whoever he was speaking to, they would interpret him as being of their race. And that was pretty much why he was universally popular. Pretty much blacks would think, well, this is a black guy. And Asians would think, well, this was an Asian guy. And it's not necessarily that he would necessarily look black or look Asian per se, but his mannerisms would be such that he would not jar their sensibilities. He would not jar their sensibilities.
Right. That was probably the God in him.
I would think. That's my idea.
Yeah.
Now, if Troy Bellamy were with us, and many blacks do believe in this, that Mother Mary, or his mother, meaning, and also his father, were black, that he was black, and he may have been very swarthy, at least dark. The Mediterranean is full of dark people.
Right.
So, but all I can say is that he's kind of like whatever you want him to be. That's kind of like the whole point. That's the whole point.
Yeah, they picked the right person.
Yeah, and of course, if somebody came around these days and acted like that, people would say he was the Antichrist. But when it comes to Donald Trump, you remember I went into that trans-like state when Victoria was on with us and started talking about Trump as the Antichrist. Well, we're under the reign of the Antichrist now, and it's going to lead ultimately to the next World War. And so we'll need to prepare ourselves for that. In the meantime, we're going through our own personal siege. The good news is, and Brendan, you can join me in this. The good news is obviously they've pretty much run out of options, and they're just throwing everything at us. They have no more handlers to send. I mean, the closest that they've got to handlers to dispatch to us now is Ian West. Who's never to be underestimated. Who's never to be underestimated.
So what do you predict is going to happen?
Worldwide, or just the occult siege that we're going through right now?
Both.
Well, let's start by catching people up on the occult siege. Of course, I need people to join me in on this. Aristides, Brendan Zogate, if both of you would jump on, begin to speak. I could probably take a short break, go to the restroom. I can't grab Coca-Cola anymore, but I could do some lines. And so...
All right.
Yeah, there we are. And so Aristides and dear Brendan, let's have you join us because you're the mouth. He's the man with the mouth. And there he is.
Yes.
All right, you're the man. So do me a favor, hold a conversation with Aristides and Heather. Heather, don't go mute. Yeah, and...
I can do that so there's no
what's
background noise.
Oh, I'm just trying to burn bandwidth while I take a short break. Then when I come back, we'll talk about the occult siege again. And we'll start sticking things into the chat room.
Okay.
Links. Yes. And so let me leave you three alone for several minutes. I'll be back in about, 6-7-ish minutes, more like 7 to 10 minutes. And you guys have got this. And okay, yes. I'll go mute. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Aristides. So I was looking through the catalog of the MacBooks.
Yeah.
And there's this whole argument where people say, oh, if you're gonna buy a used one, then you should just top the extra money for the M1 chip, which is the Apple Silicon.
Yeah.
Because it just is better in general.
Right.
But the price difference is considerable. But then also it'll last longer. So there's a lot of things. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I kind of agree with the philosophy of don't get something new that's new to you that's too old, because
yes.
And with those, I mean, eventually at some point it won't support any OS updates or anything. You get kind of dead-ended in that.
Yeah, that is true.
When did the M1 start?
I think 2021. So 2020, late model 2020 to 2021 started. Yeah, and then they're already at M4. It's about to come out soon.
No shit.
Yeah,
I think that's a good goal. I think that's a good goal.
So that's probably, I should just aim for that. Even if it's extra
Yeah.
money, I just kind of got to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Because people, they're saying, oh yeah, like the Intel chips are not even, they don't hold a candle to the new chip, which I get
Right.
it. But I always had the philosophy that memory was more important than processing power. But then again, I don't want to short myself in case I use some kind of other software.
There's memory processing, and then there's a whole lot of the architecture in between too, you know.
Yeah, so
that matters.
The Apple Silicon has unified memory, so they're all like in one. They're all together in it essentially. So there's no, you know, it just is streamlined somehow to where you actually get faster ratings.
Yeah.
Faster rated processing with the same amount of memory as other things.
Right.
You know? So
yeah, it's not always equal. So yeah, all right. I'll start looking around in that regard.
Yeah. So
I can find or.
Well, I'm just asking your what are your thoughts?
No, I'm just kind of taking it. Want to take stock of what's out there. And
yeah. I've been looking, but some of these companies are very funny.
Yeah.
The recycler companies or the refurbishers, you know, they kind of just
they're
obnoxious.
And sometimes I'm kind of an eBay junkie. You know, I'll be looking for that one thing where it's got like something not wrong with it, but something where it just knocks the price down that makes it undesirable to some people. Where I'm like, I can work with that, you know. I've been looking for that as well, like chips, or like a little chip. Or they list it weird or something where, you know, it's hard to search for and nobody bids on it.
Oh yeah, that's a factor. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll have a look around.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, we gotta get Doug's thing going.
Yeah, that thing. Like, what kind of ratings did that thing have? I forgot. It was a 16. Right?
What kind of what?
Like it's stats, it's specs.
I mean, what kind of numbers?
It was like a 16 gig something.
No, I think it's 32 gig.
Oh wow.
What the hell was the processor? It wasn't an Intel.
Probably had an AMD. It most likely.
Yeah.
Horizon.
If anything, which they're doing well these days. Intel, a lot of the latest generation Intels supposedly are having issues.
Yeah, like Intel stock has gone down to the point where it's almost. Yeah. I mean, it's good to buy it before they release the new stuff if you want to like make a little cash or something. But it's just, you know.
Yeah, I don't buy stocks.
Oh, you're not a stock person?
No.
Oh wow.
Well,
I did good on.
That weird, like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just thought it was ubiquitous. Like, I don't know. Because some people swear by it. They say, "Oh, you will never get rich without stocks." You know.
I mean, and you can just once you step into that world, it's like a never-ending cycle of like obsessing about, you know, finding and following it. And, you get these guys, whether it's stocks or Bitcoin, or they can become complete like market heads. That's like all day.
Oh yeah, I got sick of it and I just left everything. But it's gone up because I invested in some gold.
Yeah.
Some gold miners, and like it's gone up like 400%.
Oh no, I mean certain targeted things,
But I only put in like a little bit. If I were to put in more, then it's like, of course, that's how it
gold miners, and actually even more so, you should maybe think about the silver miners, because it's going to be bigger. That gets consumed. That's got farther to go up.
Yeah.
They are. A lot of, Russia just added it to its basket, its currency backing basket, and also, and even if you don't like them, that's significant for the market.
Well, metals are definitely going to that thing.
Yeah,
be
they were up.
Thing. Yeah.
They were quite up recently, but with this election, I think a lot of financial people, breathe a sigh of relief, and metals go up.
Oh yeah, they're all gonna assume that they got it made until he
for now,
starts cracking down. Yeah,
it's there. Yeah, temporarily it went back down, but that's just, you get these little ups and downs, but when you pull back out,
I
it's a
think
long
I
time.
think we got 4 years of some good economics, and then they're just gonna reset the whole system. I mean, that's no doubt they'll have to get there.
If it even gets that far.
Yeah. We won't. Yeah,
I mean,
it won't be
they're
recognizable.
Like, yeah. I mean, they've got fiat currency on life support,
Oh yeah, it's totally
So-
non-existent. It's a joke at this point.
And it's going to look the greatest right before,
Yeah.
right before the end. Because,
Oh yeah, right
no,
now it
all
looks
the-
great. Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
great.
all the boomers are going to be like, oh, my stocks are so high. Look at that. That's because it's taking way more dollars to even define the value of it. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep looking at that number before it goes.
Yeah, it's
poof.
just a number on a screen. It can go down and up.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fund went up 5% this year. Well, it's like, yeah, inflation went up 10%.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not keeping up with.
Yeah.
That's why those, those like Dave Ramsey type people, where they're
I
like, just
guess,
leave
yeah.
it in there for
Yeah.
you'll get
Oh,
10% per year. It's like, dude, that's
Yeah.
not how it works. Like he
Right.
had millions back in the day. That's why he's went up 10%.
Yeah, it works then. I mean,
Yeah.
don't give us the advice that worked 30 years ago.
Yeah. No, this is the guy that tells people, oh, work 90 hours a week and stop drinking Starbucks.
Yeah, just work hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, look, I'm doing it. It doesn't do anything. It didn't do anything. And then people like my uncle are like, you just don't apply yourself. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like, what else am I supposed to do? Exactly.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, all the people that really are rich took advantage of somebody that worked and applied themselves. So.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. That's their modus operandi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's like a detriment to not be a scam artist. It's like I don't want to scam people, but that's the only way to make money these days.
Right. Yeah. Sounds. Yeah.
So we're just shit out of luck. It's like, and it's always the people that are always like destitute are like, I just want to have an honest living. I just want to work honestly, and those are the people that get slayed. It's awful.
Yeah, turn off my earbuds there. All right.
No worries. But yeah, so then basically the best bet is for me to probably just get an updated processor as far as the computer goes, and just go from there.
I think that's a good idea. It's kind of approach I took for Douglas. Is like, why get something remanufactured that's actually 5-year-old,
Right.
technology.
Well, also they have this like special going on for the M2 MacBook Air. It has 16 gigs of RAM and it's like under $1,000. And then if I trade in like my old units, they'll give me some cash back on it. And then they have like a special where you can pay monthly. So it's like I might even do that just to get like a brand new one.
Ooh. Okay.
Like, does that sound advantageous?
Yeah.
Because I wanted a MacBook Pro, but those are like, I mean, an arm and a leg brand new. They're like multiple thousands, which I don't have. Even if I were to like, what's it called? Like, finance it or some stupid shit like that. It's like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. MacBook Pro.
So it's either
what makes it a Pro as opposed to what's less than that? The Air.
Well, it used to be. So it's not so much these days. So you have a good point there. The old way it was like in 2015 is the Pro would have all the performance parts, and then the Air would be just a portable laptop.
Right.
But now it's like they're almost comparable because they sell like the smaller Pros, like the 13-inch ones.
Yeah.
And those are pretty much the same as an Air. You just get like a couple more plugs on the side, like a couple more connectors, or nowadays it might even be the same connectors, so it's even more irrelevant. But it's really just the size difference because now everything's so small they can kind of just fit it all in.
Yeah.
I think just the processor is smaller on the Air.
Yeah. It's probably, or it's who knows, could be probably better processor. But it's like, it depends. You don't always need processor power. huge. And in fact, a lot of the bigger processors, they not only do they use a lot of battery, but like
Yeah.
the more you pack into a small space, the more it's likely to just like cook itself.
Yeah, they overheat. That's right. Yeah, so
Maybe
they were having that
Macs.
issue on the 2019 Macs
Uh,
and 2018 MacBook Pros. They were like, people are saying that they just cooked themselves.
yeah.
And they were having recalls. So yeah, it's a big factor. So maybe I should just go for the Air that has the updated processor and just call it a day, and then just go from there.
Yeah. You mean, well, like new, or you mean anything that...
Yeah, like a
that-
brand new one. Like that, they had the deal for the brand new one where I could theoretically trade in my other ones and get it
Right.
cheaper or whatever.
Right. Because, I mean, I think you're looking at what? They kind of price, so the thing with Apple is very consistently priced. And
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not like-
they try and offload the older ones, so it's like under a G. For
yeah, it's like they're all kind of aimed for like 1,000, and then
Yeah.
they'll give you 100 off.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll get a little bit off there, and then if you do their special, it's like there's no financing charge. It's just they just charge you through the Apple Card. So it's like it helps. I mean, it's helpful for someone like me. But it's like, do I really want to do? You know, my initial thought was just spend $300-400 one time instead of these multiple payments. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's not really advantageous. I think,
No.
like you're saying.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Might be worth it.
Yeah.
3 Max and 3.
Yeah, so that's the thing. And then, but the only thing I know it's like at this point you can't avoid it, but all the new Mac chips are all like Apple Intelligence, like they're gonna swoop all your info. But it's like you can't even get around that anymore. It's like
Right.
anything you post or you use like the
Right.
cloud, they'll just take your info anyways. You
People,
basically have no choice.
people get so worried, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, unless you're really planning something illegal, like, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
like,
And like I could see artists like where it steals their work. Like that would be
Yeah, but-
annoying.
yeah, what? Apple's gonna steal their, you know.
Yeah, they were like the cloud already takes all your stuff anyways if you use
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there's nothing you could do about that.
You're never escaping. Just
No. No, in that sense, no, you can't get out of that. So maybe I should just not worry about that part.
Huh.
And like most of it is just freaking shtick anyways. Like the iPhone 16 was supposed to have Apple Intelligence, but the ones they've shipped so far have nothing. Like they haven't even finished the software yet. So it's like, you know, it's all just talk at this point. Like nothing's really like solidified. So and yeah, so that's it.
okay.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on that? Because Doug hasn't came back yet, so we're
No.
just kind of boring people to
Yeah,
death.
no, that's all right. Hey, we kind of need these breaks sometimes. Some of the topics are
Yeah.
real
Yeah.
heavy.
Heavy topics. Yeah. True.
Yeah. So, it's like where's Real Tech Geek? He would always come in and switch
Give
gears.
us some real tech. Yeah.
Yeah, switch gears like that.
Oh, switch gear. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, like
Is
you're
that what they
talking
call
about,
it?
yeah, right. Yeah, ritual, SRA, and it's like, well, it's like, and now for our stock picks with,
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. So there you go. Well, yeah. Like you said, you can't just be constantly talking about that. So, yeah. That's why Doug is so crazy and burnt.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, well,
Yes.
where would you go to get that brand new thing? Like, I mean, you pretty much have to go.
Well, it would just be through like the Apple store. They would just send it to me,
right.
or I just go pick it up. But
Right.
but I'm just worried about paying more for something.
Yeah, right. But like, I tell you, sometimes it's worth it. Like, by the time you spend all this energy shopping around and,
True.
and
Yeah,
all
true.
that, you could just gone for it. I kind of did the same thing. I was like,
Yeah.
looking at some like solid state drives, and I was like, oh, let me do my thing, get on eBay, and I'm like, okay, this is what the price looks like, and
Yes.
and then I realized, and then I finally ended up like looking right at look at the Western Digital stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then I realized like Western Digital, their price was about the same as everything.
It's the same price. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. And then I was like on the site, and they popped up a thing. They're like, well, right now, like this one,
Yeah.
we're offering a discount. So I was like, well, yeah, why did I waste all that time?
Yeah. So by the time you get it, it's like it's already lower than the other one, anyways.
right,
or
yeah,
close to
it's
it.
not more.
Yeah, close to it. And yeah, that's what ends up happening with that. And it's also the what was I going to say? Something about that. Yeah, the apparently the SSD cards or just any solid state drive in general. Apparently they can wear out, which I thought they didn't, but apparently they lose speed over time the more you write. As you write, write and rewrite them.
Yeah. I think
They get slower or something.
They can have a degree of that.
Yeah, it's not as bad as the original ones, but
No.
like
Hopefully
the
they
HDDs.
No, and both kinds I think should have a management where like it detects like, oh, here's a bad
Yes.
sector, and it isolates it and
Yes.
doesn't use it anymore. But
Yeah,
no,
so
right.
you do, and that's probably why they lose also over time a little bit of storage,
Yeah.
like you're saying. Yeah.
So yeah, another good reason to get new.
Yeah, especially with SSDs. Yeah, you might as well just buy a new one
Right.
because the prices have come down a lot. I've noticed. Like I got I think a 2 terabyte one from Critical. Is that what it's called? Critical or Crucial?
Okay. Yeah.
From Crucial for like it was like on sale for like $70,
Yeah.
and 2 terabytes used to cost like hundreds of dollars.
Oh yeah.
So I was impressed by that.
Yeah.
It was like an external drive though. It wasn't
Okay.
wasn't a. Yeah. But that was good. That was a good price, I thought.
Okay,
similar-
I'm back.
Okay.
Yes. Greetings, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah, we bored your audience to death with computer talk, but it's okay. I got some information that I needed.
Excellent. That's what counts right now. I want everyone to understand how important it is, of course, and that we get the computer to our man Brendan, so he can help with the latest project, which is reformatting the manuscript in a manner that I can edit most conveniently, the format that I'm most comfortable with. So it looks like we held good numbers. And what happened to Heather?
She said she had to go.
She did?
I think so. Didn't she say something?
Go on.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, honey, why weren't you talking?
What?
Honey, why weren't you talking?
The boys were talking about computers.
Okay, now my speaker's not working. Hold on.
Uh-huh. That's cute.
So that's what we did. How are you surviving without Coca-Cola?
This is the first. It was when I spoke to Brendan Zoget and showed him that latest blood results come in, which for some reason took them longer than any of the other stuff that they had tabulated. That Brendan just hit it immediately. It's something that, to me, it was like just breathing. I never thought about just how bad Coca-Cola was, conceivably. And so it's when he said stop drinking Coke, then yeah, it hit me. Yes, that's right. I have to stop drinking Coke. Why didn't I think of it before? And obviously, there's more to it than that. I have these spikes after feeding, but this is the most severe it's ever been. This, shall we say, officially, quote unquote, or I don't know what term to use, it clinically renders me technically a diabetic. And so at the 131 or the 6.2.
It would be hyperglycemic.
Thank you.
It wouldn't be diabetic means you have like no control over it.
Thank you.
You'd be like pissing sugar.
Ooh. And they do that, right? This is what they do, right? This is what happens.
Yeah, that's how they discovered it. That's actually how they discovered it.
Oh, so sad. So sad. And but at any rate, I certainly don't ever want to get there. And so when he said stop drinking Coke, I took that to heart. And because my father, when he decided I'm going to stop drinking, he stopped drinking, my legal father. And so in terms of
Well, your biosire was never, as far as I know, wasn't ever addicted to anything.
Yeah,
Liquid,
that's
liquid,
sarcastic,
liquid.
right? That's sarcastic.
Liquid, nothing liquid.
Yeah. It's yes, there we are. Yeah. Though that may have changed later. Remember, he entered Vampire Estate. So
True.
Actually, to tell you the truth, when people who knew Hitler when he was younger, he ate copious amounts of sugar. He loved his sweets. So that was the precursor to the
So
meth.
you are related to him.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a sweet tooth. I've always felt the Coke took care of that. See, I said I'll sugarize and caffeinate just through the Coke, and so I usually have looked on sweets without any desire whatsoever. We'll see if that changes. But
Well, when they're shaped like little children. Is that the case?
Dude, they do that with gummies anyway. They practically look like little children.
Like Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, as far as I'm fucking concerned, it looks like, at any rate, people can look this up. The legend in China and Japan of these trees that yield fruit that looks like infants. You can look that up. Infant fruit trees. Chinese and Japanese legend, where they were supposed to be this really delectable fruit that looked like little infants, and God knows what the roots, to use a pun, of that legend are. I don't ever want to know. Now tell me, what is your impression of the Nazca child sacrifices? Tell us what your impression of this.
I mean, they analyzed it anthropologically in that article. It's just that they had basically all these like misfortunes kept happening, right? Mm-hmm. So like there were famines, there were like invaders from the east or the west, from the east, mm-hmm. and then also like different issues they were having with their like internal issues like strife. Mm-hmm. So they basically, things got so bad that they just tried everything. That was like one of their, they're trying to appease the gods, and like it said in the article, they were trying to re-energize the agriculture in the fields. So they thought that was going to, if you spill enough blood, then the gods will be appeased, or whatever beings will be appeased, and they'll have prosperous times, which right after that, the Spanish came and wiped them out. So,
oh, Jesus fucking
obviously
Christ.
That wasn't a good move, but
God damn.
Such is the fall of a civilization. Basically where we're at.
Well, I mean, with the rate of the industrial scale at what we're doing to children, we ought to have an alien invasion by now.
Oh yeah, well it is an alien invasion, from other planes. Yeah. That's
true. Trump would argue it's south of the border and shit, and he'd say, anchor babies, man, they're all coming. So that brings us back to now. Remind me to get back to this, because what I want our listeners to know is that with our latest episode before tonight's, we talked a little bit privately on the Skype after we ended transmission, and we went a little bit into the 14th Amendment. So I think it's going to be inescapable that we go back to that tonight. And should I start off with that, at least a little bit, before going into the occult siege elements of what happened on Halloween again? Because I got so many questions about it. And again, I really miss Brooke being here. I'd like to show her what was going on with that, but maybe you can share with people what Brooke said to you. And everybody pray for Brooke, because listen to what Brendan has to say, and tell them about what she sent to you. It gives us a feeling that she's, under a very heavy occult siege. So yes, Brendan, please share what
she said that she attempted, just like the other situation, is she attempted to use the wards, but was stopped 8 different times. Yeah. Through different means, just people stopping her, the other being, the meth head Larry stopping her. Yeah. So there's like I said, what's built into the spell is this.
You mean the occult siege spells against us?
The spells. Yeah. What's built into the occult siege is this doubt where you it makes you question, oh, should I even do this? Or it somehow circumvents your ability to break the spell. Yes. Which is a very advanced technique. This isn't like basic backyard, Wicca, where you're like lighting a candle. This is like, these are intense formulaic like sigils. You have to like draw like real sigils for this kind of stuff to work, and work with entities. So this isn't just, this is like the coding equivalent of like making software. This is not, you know, it's not basic computing.
Thank you.
With what they're, yeah. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
There's like code within, there's like code within code.
Yeah.
With these spells.
No, it's really alarming, and it's disturbing, and it's really
there's
sad.
like a firewall. There's like a firewall built in where the person affected can't defend themselves.
Thank you. Or yeah, they sabotage their self-defense. The person, they actively sabotage or passively, actively or passively sabotage their own self-defense. Yes, yes, this is profoundly advanced. It's Peter Levinda, Don Webb shit, and so we'll call Peter the other Peter file, Peter Levinda, and so no, it's hardcore and it's awful. So if she were here, I would do my best to explain how, when this is what we know about Peter Moon. We know that he got these black books, and at least one particular black grimoire that was the real thing. Very old, very genuine, antique, and basically a piece of artilica. And with this piece of artilica, he began to launch a series of attacks, and in his insanity, his mania, his hatred for Brooke Gibson was so intensive, so insane, so monumental, that for all intents and purposes, he was willing to sacrifice his soul to destroy Brooke Gibson, a rather innocuous individual who is not really a part of my life in any pronounced way at all. And this poor dear is someone who he felt that if he could just kill her, he would have my romance, that he would attain my love. And he certainly expressed that before, expressed dreams that he had, that he went to Dr. Anderson, where he took the time machine, and he and Dr. Anderson killed Brooke Gibson. And then that way the glamour he felt she had over me was lifted, and that with her spell broken, I would run into his open arms. And this was his sick, psychotic fantasy. And when he was granted through Maria D'Andrea, who, let's just put it this way, incontestably, indisputably, incontrovertibly is a witch who is affiliated with the witch who attacked the estate manse that was converted for the Halloween celebrations on Halloween. I'm certain that that witch was affiliated with Maria D'Andrea. And Maria D'Andrea was a witch who Peter Moon casually, help me out here, Aristides, you're off mute, help me out here. When Aristides was with us on the same call Brendan Zogit was on, it was after Brendan Zogit left. Peter Moon just casually brought up, as if he was talking about hair coloring at a salon, he said, Maria D'Andrea made a pact with a demon, and that's how she got her powers, right, Aristides? Yes.
And I didn't leave. I was dropped from the call right before he said that.
Interesting.
So whatever forces he was speaking about didn't want me to hear that.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
And then when I came back on, he wouldn't repeat it.
He would not. And when you were knocked off was the moment he felt comfortable. He knew you were knocked off, and that's why he felt comfortable enough to say what he did to Aristides and myself. Right, Aristides?
That's accurate from what I recall.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yes, it was very bizarre and very telling. Very telling. But the point is that this Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, they went straight towards South Carolina. This is where Brendan, please get off mute and tell people about how unusual that was. Your friend talking to you about that. So tell them about that kind of invisible Mason-Dixon line. That just go into it. The hurricanes.
Oh yeah. So I was speaking to a friend in the Appalachians who was affected by this hurricane severely. And he was, before it came through, he said, oh, well, I don't have anything to worry about because nothing ever passes Georgia into the Appalachians. It's never happened. None of those big storms, they manifest as like rainfall and like heavy storms, but no hurricanes ever breached that zone, that northern line, especially coming inland instead of coming out of the ocean. It came through thousands of miles of actual land. He said that's never happened in the history of hurricanes and hurricane seasons. And it did. It breached that line and then dumped a bunch of rain, like right in the region of northern South Carolina in the Appalachians, and then eventually terminated near Montauk. Like it went north and then into those states, and that's where the storm terminated. But yeah, so it was something that was completely not natural in that sense.
It terminated at its source, where it was summoned from, at Montauk Point. Yes. Yeah. And for those of you who think we're giving Peter Moon too much credit here after we've spent so much time talking about his flaws, understand
and the epicenter was definitely Asheville, because that whole town got wiped.
Yes.
And then all the different things in the hills there.
Thank you.
And also it did hit, South Carolina, where Brooke is.
Yes. Yes. And it like, bizarrely, that's all South Carolina, that whole Asheville. And
Asheville's north.
Yeah. Yes.
They're all in region.
Thank you. But the quartz and the Blue Ridge Mountains, the quartz mines in the Blue Ridge Mountains, that's South Carolina. That's South, definitely.
Something like that.
Yeah, and that's what fucked up the supply chain for the microchip manufacturing in Taiwan, which then, of course, doofus, what's his name? Trump says the Taiwanese stole from us, like like Americans were building it first. What a clown. Okay, here we are. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's funny because the Intel people have to bring the Indians over here to build them, so it's like,
thank you.
Explain that.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, our man Aristides shared a link. North Carolina elects first Jewish attorney general?
Governor.
What? Governor. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, great. North Carolina elects first Jewish governor. Oh, man. Look at this. North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein became the state's first Jewish governor Tuesday by beating Republican Mark Robinson, who once described himself as a black Nazi. So there you go. And now the Jews have...
that was part of the reason why, because that guy was like an idiot and like a molester.
Oh, Jesus.
They dug him up on like the old posts.
Oh, God.
And he was like talking about like sniffing feet and shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, like they literally found posts of him from like 2009 on these like websites.
Good
and then they
God.
linked him through his speech pattern.
Uh-huh. Oh my God.
Because he was using the same phraseology. It was just they were so absurd that like he was the only person that would talk like that. And they literally proved it was him.
Jesus
Through that.
Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, good thing I'm always open about my own flaws and faults and perversions. Jesus, holy shit.
But you wouldn't say the shit he said on like over text message. Like it was just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, he's older, right? These old people, they're too stupid. They don't get it. They have no sense of the implications or repercussions, the collateral of what they're doing. They think
especially back then, he probably didn't think that they could dig it up from that far back or something.
Yeah, back in those days, people were just using this as a toy, the electronic medium, the Ethernet.
Yeah.
It was just a toy. And they were all just...
Mistake.
Yeah, no shit. They were all just having fun, calling each other names and, insulting different races. But now... Yes, there you go. Probably a blessed thing I couldn't get on the internet when I was younger. Holy shit. God knows what crap, what kind of a slime trail I would have left. Hey, well, Brendan seen it. Brendan seen it.
It's fucked up.
Yes. At any rate, so
shocking.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, of course. Oh yes, Amor Fadi's bringing up Sandy Gallen. Whatever happened to Sandy Gallen? I remember you, Douglas, saying she was also exposing Michael Aquino. Was Sandy Gallen also murdered, or did she continue exposing Michael Aquino? She knew when to shut down. Basically,
yeah, they shut her up.
Yeah, she knew when to shut down. It was just she knew she couldn't beat the system at that point. She was on her way up. She was skyrocketing. She could have quit the police department and made occult consultation her career as a private occult investigator and consultant for occult defense, investigation of occult crimes. But when they sent the 1st Earth Battalion after her, that was like the first mission of the 1st Earth Battalion was take out Sandy Gallen. and they character assassinated her, rendered her, they obviated her is the term for it. They obviated her by making a cult crime no longer a crime. And therefore, her specialty was therefore rendered obsolete. It's like a Grand Inquisitor for the church, and then they say, stop the Inquisition. You get what I'm saying? It's like the Grand Witch Hunter without when they call off the witch hunts. But obviously, there are witches. I encountered one and killed one on Halloween. So there we have that. Now think of what I've just said. And how
could you kill an old lady, Douglas? Fuck you. Man.
Yes. Oh, yes. They
You should have just let her vomit all over you.
Yeah, believe me. Any average recipient of that toxic attack would have done the same were it in their power. Yes, that's God damn. What a miserable experience. I mean,
it's almost absurd if people are like, "Oh, how could you kill her?" It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean?
Thank you. I mean, not only that, but she's threatening all these kids, and then lying about it.
Killing all your friends.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Or lambs, or
sheep. Starving you out.
Yeah. My lambs, my sheep, whose blood is too rich for my good. But yes, this is where my mother would look at me with profound distaste, like disappointment, even disgust, like because I'm not a hunter. See, she was a hunter, and she would never.
You're a lazy fucking vampire.
Yeah. Yes, I know. My mother would never. My mother would. Yeah, I know. Yes. My mother
just like lay around in a bed and just people feed you. What? Hedonistic. Hedonism.
Yes.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, talk about.
I'm pissed for her.
Yeah. Yes. No surprise then. The diabetic vampire. Sedentary lifestyle. My mother would never have gotten a sugar spike. I mean, she was busy out there feeding on serial killers and serial rapists and shit. So, yeah, she would never have gotten a sugar spike because of a bunch of kids gorging on candies before she took it. No, it's almost obscene. I should be ashamed of myself.
It's like the boomer vampire verse like that. You just lounge around and eat candy all day. Back in my day, we had to walk uphill in the snow.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Indeed. And I'm sorry, Mom. But at any rate, so what we have is obviously the first question to answer is about security. So people were asking me different questions, and here's concerning the estates, without giving anything in particular away. And again, for those of you who did not hear the last episode, review it. Last episode before tonight's, and understand what I said about the fact that when it comes to the estates, we couldn't show any photographs. We did produce a link. Oh yeah, let me dig that link up again. And that way we have that to show people as well. That's an important thing. How could I forget that? But while I'm doing that, let's see if we can, where would I look for that? For that link. Spiders. You found it last time, right? They're not spiders, by the way. Just for people to know.
Yeah, I could send it to you. I just don't want to look at it again. Let's see.
What, that satellite thing?
Yeah. You've got the link, right?
I will find it. I'll find it.
Please do. Yeah, put that in first, because last time we didn't put that in until after we had discussed it. So we're going to put that in the chat room first. And that way people can look at what I had to contend with. And then we'll put in these various other links afterwards. So people were asking, of course, about these creatures. We're going to put in a series of links to put that in context. But I do want people to understand that, first off, the horrifying thing about tumbleweeds, in case you don't know it, is that they're dead. People react to them while driving as if they're animals. They look like they're alive. And they look like they're living plants. So even though they're botanical in nature and look like plants in motion, people respond to them psychologically as if they're children or a mother duck leading her fledglings, or like rolling babies, or like botanical Bambis or something, just like animals. They look at them as families of animals going across the road, and they will cause accidents, braking, so that they do not run through them or over them. Well, when you see these fuckers, you run right through them. You just run through them. No matter if they're barricading the fucking road, you run right through them, because they'll just explode. They'll just burst like dandelions. But thank you. Aristides found it. God bless him. So yes, by all means. Oh, if you could put that in the chat room, for our listeners.
In both. It's in both.
Oh, it's in both. Thank you. Excellent. And by the way, let me put the ha here over the North Carolina. Jesus Christ, that's so awful about his predecessor. That's it's kind of like that time I had a cab driver who was Irish, and we were talking about race issues in Ireland, and he said, yeah, there's one town in Ireland's got a black mayor. And then we both simultaneously said, last mayor must have been bad.
Yes.
But when it comes to these things, they understand that barbed wire is alive as a plant, and when it dies and severs from
barbed wire? Hold on.
Yeah, barbed wire. I'm sorry, tumbleweed.
Okay. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. Well, tumbleweed.
Someone hasn't told me how to grow that stuff.
Yeah. Tumbleweed is barbed wire. It's just organic. It's So let me do a screen share here. Let me see if I can screen share. And this is what I did.
So were these things like servitors, or what were they?
Servitor is a good word. It's a good word, and it'll do for now. So both of you gentlemen, as well as Heather, if you can see the cursor moving, I'm going to take you to the Aristides messages. So what I would ask of Aristides now, Aristides, if you would be so kind, when you put these links in, if you could just cut and paste like the entire title with them, that would make them. Is that possible?
Okay.
Yeah, and so you could just put them in the same row, same order that they're in now, with Cryptid Connection first, then Wind Witch Cactus Craft, and then Russian Razor Weed, and then Wireweed Invasion, and then the relentless roll of the botanical barb zombies. Yeah.
Well, you just put the link, but you're saying. Okay, yeah, the preview won't come up. I'll see if I can cut and paste something.
Oh! If you just cut and paste them with the, I see what you're saying, but
yeah, no, it's self-previewed, but we don't have that on the YouTube chat.
Oh no, don't worry about that. But I just said cut and paste
it
with the title included.
Yeah,
that way, the titles are important. They're not the actual official titles. They're like my own title for each of these videos. But they're important because they give people the perspective of what I'm trying to say. Just so people know, we're going to be talking tumbleweed for a few minutes here, and I could go on for hours, because the one thing you'll notice about these videos is they'll say things like, "We know these come from Russia," but yeah, and they even know the year that the U.S. Department of Agriculture identified when they came from Russia, and yet no one ever says anything beyond that. They never say, like, they'll say stupid things like, oh, we know that they came inserted in a flaxseed box, that they basically came with a shipment of flaxseed from across the Atlantic, because all the European trade with Russia was across the Atlantic at that time. It wasn't across the Pacific. So then they'd say, we know it came from Russia. They know that the Department of Agriculture has been spending millions of dollars a year to fight tumbleweed ever since. And then they'll say something like, oh, we don't know how or why. And yet they'll point out the fact that the only place that tumbleweed is not in the United States or Canada is Alaska. And that's because Alaska, of course, was Russian territory at the time. And the Russians did not want the Americans moving up into Russian territory. And the Russian territory is immune to tumbleweed. But that begs the question. Look at how far up north Alaska is. It's far up in the northerly latitudes. But all of Russia is up in the northerly latitudes. So when they tell you about tumbleweed being Eurasian, and they'll point out that it's more connected to the history of Genghis Khan than to cowboys, yet how is it the Russians are not impacted by tumbleweed? That's because their entire ecosystem wherein Russians live is above the Mongolian plains. It's above the level where tumbleweed can exist. So tumbleweed is all over Mongolia, but it's not in Russia. And tumbleweed was biohacked by the Russians through a breeding program to make it even more invasive, more weaponized. Otherwise, the Mongols would have used it. And the Russians used it instead and deployed it in America. And I saw all the documents pertaining to all of this. So I know what I'm talking about. And when the tumbleweed grows, it's basically like a kind of thistle sprout. And then when it dies is when it begins to reproduce. This is asexual reproduction. This is not like a normal plant. Just so people understand, a normal plant is sexual. It reproduces sexually. It requires other animals to carry its seed, because animals like birds will pick at cherries, giant sloths will eat avocados, and then they shit out the seed elsewhere, completely fertilized because it's gone through their intestinal tract. And when it comes to the sexual reproduction, that's what flowers are all about. The flower is the sex organ of the plant. The tumbleweed is a zombie plant. It does not reproduce sexually. It reproduces only through death. It has to die first. And when it dies, then if you take a look at the base of a tumbleweed, you can look at photographs of it. It looks like human bones. It looks like a series of human bones that have been broken off of their sockets, and that's exactly what's happened. You've got this bone-like structure of a tumbleweed that breaks off from the thistle plant after it's died, and then it begins to reproduce as a zombie. As a zombie, it blows and spreads seeds everywhere, like some hideous zombie virus. And so just imagine, if any of you just don't imagine what it's like, if you think it's like a dandelion, like a big fat fucking dandelion, it is like razor wire. It is like barbed wire. It will cut right through. The reason it's so dangerous is it cuts through the calves and hooves of horses and infects them later on. By infect, they don't turn into zombies. It causes infections like necrotic tissue and basically things that fester and sore, cuts, and the splinters get all into you. It's like imagine the barbs of a rose, but that's all the tumbleweed is, and it's extremely razor-like. It's razor wire on wheels, and it just keeps going. And imagine trying to use a rake or a pitchfork to try and clear that from your home. It's like, and it just keeps piling up. I mean, you'll see the examples in the films. I mean, it flies through the air, rips people's faces. It just like, if it gets into your eyes, it can literally blind you. It's just evil shit. So, and yet people respond to it like it's some kind of heritage site product or something, like oh, it's part of the old west because I see it in cowboy movies, let's swerve and avoid it, and no, just run right through it. But all that being said, the horror is already being described. The horror of the sea spiders, and why I included a video on that in these links, is because sea spiders are not spiders. Sea spiders have many more limbs, or can have many more limbs, than spiders. And these entities that we were dealing with are kind of like a combination of sea spiders and zombie barbed wire. There's no other description for them. I've encountered them twice so far in my life. Maybe other people have, but in my case, I most definitely have, and other people have photographed them via satellite, so obviously they're real. And when they're essentially, in both cases I was contending with them, they were either directed. In the case of the school bus, they attacked with the Blood Boys last year. And in the case of this Haunted Manse celebration on Halloween, they were literally possessed. No other word for it. And there, Brendan, if you could put that in the chat as well. Thank you. Tumbling tumbleweeds in Utah. Yes, please, by all means. Maybe people now will get an idea of just how terrifying a tumbleweed tsunami is.
Yeah, that was last year. Or this year, excuse me.
Thank you.
It's a Utah neighborhood that was completely overran, and like they can't even drive out of their driveway. That's someone's driveway, that photo.
Yes. Oh,
You can't see anything. It's just all tumbleweed.
Thank you. And imagine being surrounded by rolls of barbed wire, razor wire like that. That's what that is.
Yeah.
It's organic. It's organic razor wire. It's painful as hell. And not only that, they're all flammable as hell because they're dead. And so they're brittle and they're flammable, and they start wildfires. They start wildfires by sparks from carburetors. People try to start their cars, then the carburetor sparks, and before you know it, you've got a wildfire that started that takes out an entire town. It's they're a nightmare. And so when these things, they could obviously ambulate. They obviously were breaking through windows. They had covered the entire haunted manse, which, as I said, was a converted church that had been purchased and expanded by an eccentric millionaire. And it brings us to the security of the estate itself. So one of the things that we have no control over is people who do business with Sugar Daddy. If people are coming in for business with Sugar Daddy, the security cannot take their phones. But let me try and put this into a perspective for you about what security is like in certain wealthy estates and why it's so important to give your security as much leeway as possible. There was a guy I knew named aliã Budd who was a hell of a guy. I liked him immensely. A friend of mine. And he had yellow fever. He loved Asian chicks. And I don't want to dwell too much into that because, as I said before, there's a frustrated pedophilia there. But other than that, big muscle weightlifter too. Big guy, weightlifter. And but it must have been an obscene image just to imagine him, you know.
Is this the guy with where he had to sit in an ice tub?
That's right. That's the guy. That's the guy where... He said, yeah, that this little Okinawan chick, Chinese chick, and whatever it was, there was several. But mostly, yeah, he was just like, I can't, literally, he could not fit inside of her. And then I said, just without thought, I said, oh, well, there's a solution to that. Just go take an ice bath in a tub full of ice cubes, ice water, and then when you do get your erection up while you're trying to fuck her, your dick will be shrunk a lot smaller and you'll be able to fit in. And later on he came back, it worked, Douglas! I had the time of my life. Where did you ever learn that technique? And I was like, I never thought about it. Where did I learn that? And then I had racked my brain and I realized I heard it at the Presidio where all these guys were talking about how they were able to fit inside of children, especially smaller prepubescent children, and they would take the ice bath. Let's not overdwell on it, but you get the point. That was traumatic just to even realize that. But at any rate, yeah, aliã Budd. Again, he's not a pedo per se, but yeah, he had yellow fever, really into Asian chicks, and the whole point was with aliã Budd was that he once worked at a gated community. The time that I knew him, he was one of the only armed guards in the city of San Francisco. That was pre-9/11. After that, armed guards became ubiquitous. But before 9/11, he was one of the only armed guards in San Francisco. And at any rate, he was working at a gated community. There's nothing funny about this. I'm so sorry. He was working at the gate of a gated community. Where else, right? At the guard gate. And the horror of his story was he was taking his job seriously. Now imagine a bunch of rich, elite snobs living in a gated community. And then the security guard is like saying, hey, stop before you come in. He wouldn't let people in or out without searching their trunks. He said, you let me search the back seat of your car. You let me search your trunk. And people are going, oh, you fucking Nazi, and oh, what is this, a concentration camp, and this is, and so they went to the management, and then management said, you're not allowed to search in people's cars, and he says, you don't understand, they have tinted windows. All of these people have tinted windows. They could have someone who's a hostage in the back seat, someone who's holding them hostage, and they said, we don't give a shit. You're not to touch them anymore, no more. You just stand there and you salute when they walk in and out. And
so an actual security agent.
Yeah.
They hated on him.
Yeah. And then so he had to stand at the gate and just salute when they when they were driving in and out. And then what happened? Guess what? All black gang decided they were gonna visit, Moneytown. And so they took a family hostage and were lying in the back seat with their guns pointed at the heads of the family, took them home through that gate. He wasn't allowed to order them to lower their windows or search their trunks. So he just had to stand back and watch. Then, of course, once they were all taken home, the black gang got out and treated them all to gang rape and Drano cocktails and killed half the family. And by the time that one of them escaped to make a call and he was able to respond, basically it was too late for the rest of the family, wasn't it? So this is like why security has to be given as much leeway as possible. You just can't think that it's a violation of your rights. You need your fucking rights violated. Yeah, or you don't have security. It's one or the other. So do you want rights or you want security? And it's it's not philosophical here. It's just something that
it's the reality.
Thank you. That's the reality. But these rich people are too fucking stupid to know that. But obviously, because I was the advisor to Sugar Daddy, he's not that stupid. But nevertheless, the security's not allowed to mess with the businessmen who come in and out. They're allowed to keep their phones. But none of these people are really a threat. These are just people who they're not interested in anything other than their money deals. So they come in, they talk to Sugar Daddy, and they leave. There's, but when it comes to employees, like the witches we hired, and our man Brendan asked a question about that. So were these real witches your son hired or just a bunch of goth chicks? And yeah, in this case, mostly just goth chicks. Also what we call dead girls, girls that are really into the necro-glamour, the necrophile look, corpse bride appearance and all the rest of that. Yeah, but you can bet the farm half of them were into real witchcraft, but it's innocent enough. They were not the enemy. They were victims here.
These are like hot charm girls or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Some of them were pushing into their 50s, but they're still fine. And they were putting on makeup, allow them to look older and look green and shit.
Crystal River level.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. And but when it came to the security, now I call what the security uses walkie-talkies, and they laugh their ass off because I'm old, right? They're using some kind of Bluetooth affair shit where they've got this wire in their ears and they communicate with each other with basically what's a transceiver, a transmitter receiver. So they don't have cell phones. They and the witches have to check in their cell phones in a P.O. box before they go onto the estate property. And that's agreed upon. The security doesn't need a fucking cell phone to be talking to their families and friends when they're at work. So they're just transmitting to each other and patrolling. The witches, of course, didn't need it either. But the blood boys, of course, have their cell phones. And this is because they're pretty cloistered. They don't have any outside connections per se. And they're talking to each other anyway all the time. And they're texting and they go on this so that no matter which part of the estate they're in, they're always in contact. And that's part of our safety mechanism. But so they had cell phones in the manse and we were able to talk to them. But as for the witches, they were outside and could not communicate with them. That was never supposed to happen, except this stupid witch came in, the real witch, the 14th witch we'll call her, because my son hired 13 witches. So this 14th witch came in. Of course, the joke went around by some of the people writing me emails saying I was the 15th witch. So that's pretty funny, actually. But
what was your outfit this year? At one point, you were...
Well, just as a nod, you were right. That actually re-traumatized that kid.
Yeah, you re-traumatized it. I had a feeling. That's why. You thought he was all comfortable, but he just went. What is it called? He played dead and shit. Okay. Poor guy. You guys are sick.
Oh my god.
Those nuns beat them with rulers and shit.
Well, what he told me was somebody stole something from one of the nuns, some money from the change purse or something. They were collecting for a charity, and one of the other kids in the orphanage took some. That's not our place. This is the orphanage he was at before he was adopted by my son and Sugar Daddy as part of the harem. He was at this orphanage, and some other orphan took some of the money from what was supposed to go towards a charity, but somehow they thought he did it. And,
oh my God.
And he said that he was ordered into a room with a head nun who was frying something in a pan. And then she said, "So you like hot money, do you?" And then she said, "Here, catch." And she flipped over the pan, and all these coins came flying at him, and he just reflexively reached up to catch them all. And so he had all these burning coins in his hands. And by the way, when burning metal hits your palm, it sticks. It sticks because it fries your flesh and it adheres. And so he was just screaming, tearing, trying to tear these, like, burning hot coins out of it. And that way, no evidence was there to persecute the nuns. You get what I'm saying? There's no evidence that the nuns threw it at him. You see what I'm saying? There's no way in a court of law it could be proven that the nuns put the coins in his hand, because she flipped it across the room and he caught it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's plausibly denial.
It's plausible deniability. Oh my fucking God.
We were disinfecting all these coins.
Yeah, that's right.
And he just grabbed them.
Yeah, he just grabbed them in his greed. Greed. Because he's sinful.
Say that shit.
Yeah.
They would pull that shit.
We gotta pull that on Ian. So, you like hot money, do you?
You gotta pull that on the Jane.
Where'd you say dial up in? Okay.
No.
Ian, by the way, let me do a screen share. Let's do a screen share. Here we are.
Well, that was like almost like, at least Ian would probably, what is it called? Lust over those photos just like someone else we know.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
He would have wanted that on film. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we are. I'm doing screen share. Can you guys see this?
Like, what was that hot nun,
Yeah. Here's the latest from Ian. I'm home. How does it always start with this? I'm home, like I'm his wife and I'm supposed to have dinner ready. Like, then, hey, I want to talk to Aaron Tice about Red Out. Doug, call me.
He's on the same time zone as Aaron. How does he always miss him? It's like, geez.
Actually, he was on at the same time that Aaron was on, but I didn't bother to tell anybody what he was saying.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, but at any rate, at any rate, so then I put on the nun costume, thinking that, this kid'll, be seduced into letting.
Yeah, and I straight up said, yeah, you're torturing the poor kid. And Douglas is like, no, he loves it. No, he doesn't.
Oh, I'm so bad. Oh my God.
You like re-traumatized me.
Yeah, I only found out about it later. Yes. Of course, I'm too psychotic or sociopathic to hold any guilt, but nevertheless.
You guys are awful.
So,
are the other people like this? Are they heartless?
Yeah, Peter Moon. Dan Arola.
Well, I'm talking about your crew. You must be the bad apple. I'm assuming.
My sister was like that. My God, my sister was worse. Fucking bitch. She used to tell me bedtime stories where everybody died and shit.
Yeah.
Truly sick.
That's pretty psycho. Actually.
Yeah,
but some cultures are like that, like the Koreans.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I told you about that one comedian, the Bobby Lee guy.
Yeah, tell us again about his dad. The shit.
Oh, he would always say crazy shit about what his dad would do, and it was real because he's like some crazy Korean guy. Yeah. And he was like, you want to hear a bedtime story? And it's like, yeah. And he's like 8 years old or something. Yeah, Dad. And he's like, Japanese used to take Korean and dunk from a tree in hot water until their skin fell off. They're all screaming, ah. And then he's like, good night. That was the story. Yeah. Telling him that the Koreans used to dunk, or the Japanese used to dunk Koreans in hot water till their skin peeled off. And that was his bedtime story.
That's so Korean. That is so fucking Korean. Yes,
that's how I know it was real. When he said that, I was like, yeah, that's real.
It's true.
It wasn't just a stick.
For those of you who don't know, Brendan, tell him you worked with Koreans. Tell him you were.
Worked, for a year. For a while.
Oh, God.
I worked for a Korean mafia, like a grocery store that was like, they owned this whole strip mall. And even the city, didn't, they just let them run it how they wanted it. even when I talked to one of the local sheriffs, he like came to talk to me in the parking lot, and he's like, I didn't even know this was here. And I'm like, yeah, no. I was like, how do you not know it's here? Basically, they have a deal with the city where they told them, like, don't even send cops here. We're going to deal with this area.
Yeah,
and
tell them they had their own mercenary force.
They still do. They still do. If you go there, there's an armed guard at the door and he's still wearing a quote unquote COVID mask, but it's just so like they can switch them out. If they shoot someone, they'll just switch them out with someone else.
Yes, thank you.
So it's like there's an armed guard by the door, and then there's like these huge, all their security guards are like minimum 6'5". I'm not even exaggerating. And they're all Samoan or Pakistani. They're huge, like dudes. And none of them, they're like, what would be the word for it? It's like they don't even speak. They're like, you know.
Yeah.
They're almost like mute. They're
yeah,
like mute It's really weird.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah, they're given an oath of silence. They take an oath of silence when they work there.
Yeah, like you can talk to them, but they'll just they'll just keep it so bland. Like yes, no, okay.
Yeah.
Like it's bizarre the way they are. And then one time I saw them. They have like this. They're like obsessed with people stealing because the Koreans like they're hardcore with their money.
Yeah.
Like if anyone steals from them, it's like you get fucked up. Like, and they told us that. They said if you're caught stealing, like we're not gonna call the cops. Like they essentially told us that you have to pay them back immediately.
Yeah.
And then I found out how they enforced that. So there was like this homeless kid that came in with a backpack, and it's like there's like a light rail right outside.
So explain to them the light rail is like, it's like a singular, almost like train track. That's very bizarre. That's how they load the supplies, right?
No, the light rail is a municipal thing. So that's in Sacramento we have it. It's for just like it's like a bus, you know. It's like a train. It's like those things you have in SF.
But the hobos travel that. That's how the hobos travel from place to place, right? Go on.
Yeah, so that's how these guys were like going to that store and stealing. So the Koreans hired these jacked freaking Samoans. And then so every time someone comes in and steals, they just beat the fuck out of them. So one time I was leaving work like super late, and like, you know, those sliding doors that they have at the automatic doors, the automatic door like opens before I get to it. And there's like those two big ass dudes, and they're like holding this little homeless guy. He's maybe like less than 6 foot. He's like, compared to them, he looks small. And he was like, they had him like, his back was facing me, and they had him like ringed in their arms, like one on each side, like an old school cartoon, you know, when they're like the cops are arresting someone. There's like one person on each side holding their arms.
Yeah.
And he was screaming, help me, somebody help.
Well, just imagine the cartoons where you see Roger Rabbit being taken away and his feet are dragging trails into the ground.
Yes, that's what it was like.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like that. Yeah. So this dude's like getting dragged in basically by his ears and shit. And he's like, help, please, don't do this. And then he sees me, like, I don't know, I guess they pushed him inside, you know, so he saw me, and he's like, tell them to stop, tell them to do something. I didn't, you know, he was like trying to appeal to me like I was going to save him. Because I was the only white guy.
Yes.
You know, because the Koreans they just walked away. They were like, oh yeah, they're going to fuck him up. And they basically told me, like, the Koreans that work there, the one kid that spoke to me in my department, he was like, yeah, don't mess with them. He was like, don't mess with them, man.
Yeah.
So I trusted him enough to be like, yeah, I probably shouldn't intervene. But even like when that guy was like begging me, please help me. Yeah. I saw one of the security guards, and they did the you know,
the throat slash.
Throat slash, like, you know, like like if you say anything, like we'll get you next, like. And so I just ignored him, and I was like, have a good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. You know, trying to like just pretend like I didn't see anything.
Sad, but sometimes.
And then oh yeah. Well, he shouldn't have stole from there. It's like, holy shit.
True.
You know, I hate to be like that, but you know.
Yeah.
Some places you just learn the lesson.
It's true. It's Darwinian selection. You really got to learn to case the joint first.
It's like he should have just went to the freaking Target next door.
No
like,
shit.
Idiot.
Just case the joint.
You chose the freaking, case the joint. Thank you.
Yeah, and don't fuck with the Koreans. I mean, you're talking about people.
Well, he learned. If he survived, he definitely learned.
Yes.
Because these people are homeless, Douglas. So, like, if they killed him by accident, they'd literally just throw him by the right by the railroad track and just say like, oh, we found another one.
Yeah.
That's why when people were questioning you, it's like that's not out of the question in Sacramento or America.
Yeah. Thank you.
California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually,
or anywhere in America at this point.
Yes. Yes. What Brendan's referring to is if myself and the estate worker who helped me dispose of the witch's body had just dropped her on the street anywhere in Sacramento or San Francisco, the chances would be very high if there were no
or
witnesses.
Anywhere in the Bay, Vallejo, Vacaville.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally like they just be like, okay.
Yeah, they just found another one. Yeah.
Scrape them up. They just scrape them up and just put them in a pauper's grave.
Yeah. Well, they'd go through the system where probably they'd be donated to medical abuses, you know, where they'd send them to the medical industrial complex where they test the bodies out in the swamp and shit, you know.
Or they see how fast they decompose in a vat.
Yeah, they do all kinds of shit with them. They fill them full of dynamite and see how a body... Yeah, they do all kinds of shit. Weigh them down, stick them in the swamp. Yeah. See, you know, put them in piranha tanks. They do shit like that. That's...
Literally.
Yeah, that's...
that's most likely what would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, shout out to Anne-Christine Fontaine. Love you, honey. And she's talking about basically the... she says that... she says, hi, handsome. So, hi, beautiful. I was thinking about you the other day. Now, let's turn towards Brendan again before I get back into the telling of my experience. You're there, right, Brendan?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's share screen. See if I can do this without screwing myself over again. I'm going to share screen.
But I could just finish that story too real quick.
Sure,
like
please do.
1 second.
Yeah.
Just like, so the last thing I saw of that guy is they were closing the door and I just started hearing them wail on him. It was just like, he was like, ah, it was like out of a cartoon.
Oh God. The rubber mallets. Rubber mallets and that's a fist. Their fists sound like rubber mallets and muffled screams. And screams.
And then I just heard the door like closing like whoosh, and then like it was like literally like something out of a movie where it just like goes and like the dust clears and you can just hear him in the back. Please somebody help, someone help me. And I was just like, oh shit, oh fuck, you know? And I had to literally like come in the next day and like pretend like nothing happened.
Of course. Or you'd be there. Or you'd wind up there in the back room with them.
No, they did. They straight up did the motion. Like, if you say something, like, we know it was you because you're the only one that saw this.
Yeah.
And it was just like, fuck. You know? And they knew me. Like, those security guards knew my name and stuff.
Oh, of course.
So I couldn't go home and, like, put in a report because they would know it was, like, only one person in the whole store that saw them, like, because all the managers wouldn't call. Like, they're all... Oh, that was another thing is they pulled this scheme where the whole family or even people that were like cousins or whoever worked there, they all just said Mr. Kim or Mrs. Kim. Yeah. Even if their names were different, like you'd call the store and they'd be like,
Kim. Kim.
Yeah, Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim. And it's like they were all Mr. Kim. So like, and I knew they had different last names because they would tell them to myself. But if you were like, someone doing business with them, they would just say, oh, my name's Mr. Kim. So you could never trace them. Like you can never trace the family or who owned it. It would just be Mr. and Mrs. Kim.
Oh man. They're just it's like a
Korean
mafia. Yeah, Korean mafia and they but their whole culture's like that. The whole culture is like that.
I think that's the funniest part is that that was probably the most normal Korean setup actually.
Yeah.
It was just like a casual business.
Yeah. I mean, you can imagine what the real gangsters are like. And
ruthless. Aren't those the guys that like pull your fingernails out and shit? Aren't those the Koreans?
Oh, it's
like
just
Korean
awful.
Gangsters.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely. But you know what?
They make like the Cantonese look soft and shit.
Oh fuck yeah. And you can watch Korean crime films, and one of the things you'll notice is that gun control is so severe. They don't have guns over there, so they're all hitting each other with chainsaws and shit. So it's you wish that you wish they had no gun control so that they could just kill each other mercifully rather than the shit they do.
Makes sense.
I'm doing the screen share right now, and here's where we have Matthew Bush says, Douglas, how do I dehex the Roswell and vampire books that I purchased from Peter Goon? So, please explain. I said Bren will explain momentarily. Thank you for your patience. So, please, by all means.
how dehexing the books. So I mean, we can. There are many things that can be done. Mainly starting off by putting them in a circle of salt and salting them, and then putting a mirror on top of it with the mirror side facing the books. So facing down on the stack of books, that will reflect the occult energy or the sha chi, the dark chi that you put into the books. And then on top of that, you could basically, you can use different oils like rosemary, like I sent Douglas this thing, rosemary or lemon oil to like wash the covers of the books. That will also help dehex. But basically you kind of just have to, like sever from the books actually, and spiritually sever from the books.
So the other option, aside from, just to repeat it so people understand it more clearly visually, you put the books in a stack, potentially. You put the books in a stack and then surround them with a circle of salt, and then place a mirror up with the mirror face down upon the books on top of the stack of books. This reflects his negativity. And as well as that, maybe when you're ready to read them again, if you intend on keeping them, to basically kind of use the essential oils that our man Brendan Zogit was speaking of, to kind of spritzer them with and then kind of wipe it off and kind of, in a sense, spiritually delouse them. But in reality, what Brendan is saying is it's probably best to almost like, in many cases, if you truly, things are still happening and you still feel that there's a connection with the books that is weighing you down, anchoring you to a negativity, then you burn them. Or, as you said, it would be pretty hard to
sever. You'd have to do like it. Yeah. Basically, you'd have to do a revocation, but that's more advanced. Mm-hmm. Most people wouldn't need to do that, I don't think.
Right. Yeah, because we don't think
Peter Moon's like a waning moon at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter Moon's a waning moon at this point. Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, just let him peter out.
Yeah, let him peter out. I love it. I love it. Yes.
I mean, it just fits. It's like, I didn't even try to make a joke. Waning, the waning moon of Peter, petering out.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's perfect. The petering moon. We'll call it the petering moon effect. Yes. He's such a piece of shit. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't give it too much. I wouldn't give it too much serious thought, really. Just do the reversal, and that's enough.
Yeah.
Eventually, he'll get enough blowback, like he said.
Yeah.
I don't want any blowback. Well.
He actually said that. So let's give him some blowback and do this, people. And another way would be, if you had enough salt, you'd put the books inside of a sack of salt. You'd put the books inside.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. So the ring of salt is just to contain it, so it's not like leaking into your house.
Yeah.
But so you have to treat it almost like radiation. But then you store it in just like get a bag of salt and just put it in there for a couple days.
Yeah.
That'll at least neutralize the curse.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was cursing he was binding. He called it binding. Effectively, he's cursing every book.
But a binding curse. It's a curse.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Because a binding is unnatural magic. You never bind. You never bind.
Thank you. And all he did was bind. So all he was doing was cursing.
And the only binding that wouldn't be considered, like, we don't need to go into, philosophy of magic, but the only binding that is considered reasonable is if you're binding entities.
Yes.
That are harmful entities. But it's like, to even make a call like that is something you have to be pretty advanced to do. It's not, because even if you're binding something that's negative, it's not the multiversal correct thing to do,
Thank you.
It's not right. Yeah.
Thank you. You'd have to be at Merlin level, really, to be binding entities. I mean, as an example.
Yeah.
Because,
not only in power level, but in knowledge. It's like you have to have this morale. What is it called?
Morality.
Like this moral compass.
Yes. Yeah, that's
the knowledge of karma.
Wisdom. The wisdom.
Knowledge of karma.
Yeah, wisdom.
Yeah. What it's doing.
Yeah.
Because so if you just go by the Hermetic principle, as within, so without, as above, so below.
Yeah.
It also has to do with whatever action you do, you get the effects back. It's like the karmic balance, the karmic retribution.
Right. So if you were to truly sever with the books, if you felt that there's nothing positive happening, then you would take them in an extreme example, as Brendan Zokit said, and bury them at a crossroads, because that would also at least give you vengeance and reflect it back at him, Peter Moon, immensely.
Yeah.
But understand that the case with...
Oh yeah, that would send, so when you do something like that, it sends the full, unless, well, obviously some of these practitioners can defend against it, but if it's someone like Pete,
Yeah.
if you break the spell, it's like a rubber band, it'll slap them back.
Yeah.
So that's what happened with Mihail Andahar. That's why he like went nuts,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
they
And deservedly
didn't,
so.
they don't ever, it's like they didn't give the details about me or you or whoever.
Yeah.
They just say, go curse this guy.
Yeah.
And then when it blows back, it's like it fucks you up.
Yes. Thank you. And the problem was that these guys thought that, you know, they could get away with it. They thought they
Yeah.
have this sense of impunity for whatever reason. They feel that they're backed up to the gills, that the, you know, the Adamite cult has my back. Yeah, and they're only fucking them up the ass. But when it comes to Marina Sarin, the reason her case was so specifically dangerous is because Peter Moon put his...
hers just burn them.
Yeah, because Peter Moon put his all into that. Peter Moon, like, sent her everything he had, literally.
The pages were like stuck together.
Yes, yeah. And okay, so that's his workmate's
Hold on,
call.
let me deal with this.
Sure, take your time. Yeah, and so our friend's dealing with that. So in that case, just burn them. In like Marina Sarin's case, it would be just burn them. There's nothing in the books he sent her that's worth keeping. Of course, these are books that come from Skybooks USA in particular, because Peter Moon would mail them personally. Those he would mail personally. That's the...
that's what I was going to say, is if he has like a personal signature, I wouldn't even keep the book.
Yes,
I mean, honestly.
Thank you. If he's autographed it, just burn it. If he's autographed it, just burn the fucking book.
Yeah, we'll send you a PDF of the Roswell
yes.
for free.
Yes. Yeah, just remind us. Tell us who you are, and, send us the email. And by us, any one of us. But me, yeah, sure. Just say, Doug, about that book. Of course, this opens up all kinds of people say, Doug, about that book. Let's say Matthew Bush, just specifically. Just say it's Matthew Bush. Yeah, and then...
Wait, who's that? Oh, yeah, this one person that's asking.
Yeah, the one
person. Is this a different person than the original person that said Peter was hexing you?
Yeah, the other one was a girl.
Oh, was it? Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
The other person that came up and said, "Oh, I have one of Peter's books, and I feel like it's causing me."
that was a guy, but it was a different person. No, it was definitely.
Holy shit! So there's like multiple people. This dude was just nasty, man.
Oh yeah, no, he was awful. He was awful. The other person who asked was definitely a very different person, and
we haven't prompted these people. It's like that's the first guy. It's like we never even finished explaining the backstory, and he said, I think these books are cursed.
That's true.
He approached us.
That's true. And I'll try and find the girl that actually was talking about it. Let's see if I can find the girl that...
I'm glad that fucker never sent me anything. Jesus Christ.
Thank God. Yes. Yeah, be glad. Because that fucker, everything he said was always... it had something evil attached. He was just... He's just pure raw evil.
Like, I didn't believe that he could just do it. Like, he was like that. I didn't think he was,
Oh, unfortunately...
He's very disarming. An old guy pretending to do Qigong. Like,
you think he's like Mr. Magoo, the blind guy? Yeah, and...
that's like offensive to Mr. Magoo.
It is. That's offensive. So here we are. See this? I'm screen sharing right now. So this was Amy... how would you pronounce that? Li6YR. Lister? Amy Lister says, ha. So we're all scribbling down what Brendan is saying about getting rid of cursed books, bury at crossroads, salt mirrors, throw in the river, etc., etc. Yeah. But you can also bin them off, of course, with laughter. And that's why I explained to her, well, now, the Peter file, personally bound, as in cursed, talk about a custom product. Every book he physically mailed from his 5-bedroom empty nest that he calls Sky Books, referencing the estate he swore unto his daughter under her name Sky, along with his life insurance, both of which he consequently denied unto his child bride, Paula Masson, a girl younger than his biological daughter, who resultantly never took his surname and divorced him the moment she acquired U.S. citizenship. in exchange for his victimized offspring maintaining silence until his death, the placing of his corrupted and corruptive copies in a circle assault and placing a face-down mirror atop them is, along with the far more arduous option of burying them at a crossroads, an act of mirroring that blows his negative energy back at himself, whereas the other alternatives are a more passive manner in which to rid oneself of moon magic, dark moon magic is what I called it. So that got upvotes, thank God. And that was,
Oh wow! Nice.
yeah. It's, what does that tell you though? That tells you that
there's just a bunch of people that need to decurse shit.
Yes, yes, along with this young lady, Amy Lister and the other gentleman. So, yeah,
Oh man.
yeah, he's a piece of shit, and he was just shitting all over everybody. The gift that keeps on giving in the most negative sense.
Right. Yeah.
Oh man, what a joke! It's like
what is he trying to get out of that billion-year contract by going to hell?
I guess it's probably better than boredom. A billion years of boredom, you know, on the Apollo.
That's fucking space elevator to Xenu for 8 billion years. Yeah, that's lame. Yeah. Fucking space jazz for after 100 years, you go crazy. It's just like.
Oh yeah, there'll be nothing left of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, he's just gonna be a homeless ghost wandering the planet, staring at walls and breathing heavy, thinking that he's and tippy-toeing and staring at walls, trying to look into windows. He'll be tippy-toeing.
What would he call it? Toe tips?
Toe tips. Yeah, yeah. Aristides
Calf
left.
tips or something?
Yeah, Aristides left. He couldn't take anymore. He said, I can't take any more of this shit.
Yeah.
But Heather's
He had to
with
sleep
us.
or something.
Yes, that's right. Oh, remember Peter kept trying to get closer to you, Heather?
How did you feel about that?
Yeah.
Brendan asked, how did you feel about that?
Oh, I just was suspicious.
Good.
Yeah, rightly so.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
There's nothing good that comes from it. It's a bunch of hexes and shit.
Thank you. It's so true. It's so true. And he was just
Well, all I have to say is it turns out that Noreen was right.
What did Noreen say?
Remember what Noreen said? That I said, well, at least, when I stopped talking to you and stopped coming on to the air with you, I said, well, at least, Peter Moon is his friend, and he's got a friend who's supportive of him. And she said no. She said she was talking to somebody else. I forget who. And they said that they told her that Peter Moon was just going to try to watch you melt into a giant meltdown and probably go Richter and kill people or something like that. And he was
Well, that was the intent.
Write the book.
Yes. The intent was for him to provoke me into some kind of mass shooting spree.
Downfall.
Yes.
Yeah, and the way that he always used to press you and to push you or push your buttons.
Yeah.
You
noticed that?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, it was constant.
You noticed that, Heather? Yes. Yeah. No, Brendan was. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to pull things out and just try to poke you with them, and it wasn't working.
Yes, and that was probably the most strange thing that I thought, at the same time totally predictable, was I can tell you which episode it was too. It was this episode. I'm going to show everyone right here on Team Dietrich. I'm screen sharing right now, but it was this episode so that people.
There's definitely some occult interference because the volume went down by 30%.
Oh, dude, they just.
And I can barely hear you guys.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's good on your guys' end. It's just they're trying to suppress this.
No, they definitely are.
Anyways, you were saying?
Oh, this episode. This is the Black Post-Surgery PC, Code Black Post-Surgery PC and Keyboard Fundraiser Critical Omissions. And that was when Aristides sent me a keyboard. That was Wednesday, September 4th, 2024. And it's on this episode that... when I'm telling Peter Moon about all these horrible things that have happened, and we were, El Nemo was saying, hope you make a fast, full recovery, and all that, then Peter Moon was asking me, whoa, why are you acting so upbeat? How come you're not upset?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, are you altered? Remember he kept saying, are you on drugs? Are you altered?
Yeah. No, it was like, why are you so happy?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
How
he
dare
wanted
you
you to
be ha-
be writhing.
Yeah, how dare you be happy, Douglas?
Yeah, yeah. He was so
How
offended.
dare you?
Yes. Thank you. Aristides remembers it quite well. Perfectly. You have a photographic memory. Both of you. Yes.
You're too happy for what you went through.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
what he was insinuating, like you were lying or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
How could you be so happy?
Yeah, yeah. It's like, if all of this going on, how could you be so happy? While at the same time disappointed
Right.
that I wasn't in a panic and going into meltdown,
Right.
which is what he was. Yes, no, he was so profoundly perverse. He's so...
Right. I mean, not sure. What was your state at the time? And like, what drugs were involved?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and then after you, I think I said it, like after you said, "Oh, I'm not on drugs," I'm like, "Why not?"
Yeah.
You know,
Well, it wasn't...
yeah.
But you notice that I didn't say that out of any sense of defensiveness. I was just saying...
No.
I was basically saying I haven't started in on them yet, but I intend...
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was just like... it's just so awful. There's nothing positive. But one of the things that I do want to do is, again, to emphasize the... one of the questions that I got in the email was about, but Douglas, how come when you, the children, he uses the term children, the blood boys, I prefer, he says when they were attacked in, quote unquote, the school bus, which again, just so people understand, we do not have a school bus. And the only reason that I'm self-conscious about that is because of Preston Nichols, who actually purchased a fucking school bus.
why are you calling it a school bus? And they used to call them MPVs, multi-person vehicles.
Thank you. Multi-personal vehicles. I love
It's
that.
like a little bit bigger than a van. It's like,
Thank you.
you see what I'm saying? MPV, multi-person vehicle, multi-passenger vehicle.
Thank you. Thank you. And I love that. That's very important.
Because school buses, that's wild.
Yeah, well, and like I said, for those of you who do not know, and Peter Moon, like, he would even admit to it when I confronted him about this and tried to downplay it and obfuscate it, but Preston Nichols purchased an honest-to-God fucking school bus and had planned to go all over the United States, quote-unquote, deprogramming Montauk boys. Meaning, picking up boys in school buses. Think of how sinister this is. Imagine Preston Nichols driving up near a school bus route, picking up some kid in an empty school bus, and then taking them somewhere for deprogramming. I mean, this is horror film material.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If there's a guy that can ruin school bus for anybody, then it's that.
Thank you.
You want to think about your kids going off to school and all that, and then that.
Oh, it's awful. Just an awful thought. But just understand that with a standard school bus, you're talking about if each bench seat can accommodate 3 passengers, which is the norm for younger children, then you're talking about it on average. An elementary school bus can carry about 75 children, and that's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. What was it?
I sat in those seats.
Yeah, there you go.
I sat in those seats.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll take the bus to school, I guess.
But the difference is these multi-personnel vehicles, MPVs, they're much different. They're not structured the same way, and they are armored. So understand that we have a few of these MPVs, as Brendan calls them, quite rightly, and they are armored. So the difference was at the time.
Who has armored school buses?
Oh, Sugar Daddy for the Blood Boys.
Oh, nice.
They're not
nice.
Remember they're MPVs.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're special. They should have an armored school.
Yes, thank you. Multi-personnel vehicles. They're for field trips. Within the state of California, generally. And so they are armored. They have bathrooms and a little bit of a kitchen, believe it or not. A little bit of a kitchen, a little bit of bathroom, a little bit of, they're nice. They're air conditioned too, and all that other good shit. But also,
what the fuck? You guys have party buses? Dude, that's a party bus.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Yes.
Holy shit, you're a spoiled vampire. You're a fucking bitch.
My
Vampire.
mother would have...
She'd be disappointed.
She'd be spitting on me. She'd be spitting on me. I'm not a hunter. I'm just like a...
You get picked up in like a freaking rave bus.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh God. She'd
Got
be
like
ashamed.
lights on it and shit.
Yeah, she'd be embarrassed. She would be embarrassed and ashamed that
crazy.
I'm not prowling the streets and taking down, you know.
Yeah, I'm obviously joking. Like, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you. And tinted windows, of course. It goes without saying, tinted windows. But at any rate, when we were dealing with the approach of these rolling fucking, I'll call them servitor weed balls that are spindly and ambulating. We've got to think of a proper name for this cryptid. But when they came rolling up on these,
there's like a freaking video game with that thing. Like,
you're
what is
kidding.
it called?
What would it be called? What is it?
I don't remember. Let me see if I could find it.
Okay. Yeah, if you can find it, that'd be cool. That way at least we have a handle to start with. But at the time, as this person writing the email states, you were describing how you went into full Lucifer mode and basically shone brightly, and they basically burst into flames and dispersed. Well, understand the difference there is the Blood Boys were in an armored school bus. Well, God damn it, I went there again. Armored MPV, multi-personnel vehicle. Yeah. And were quite defended. They were quite secured. In this case, the Mats was buried under these weeds. Shall we call them ambulatory razor wire rolls? And they were breaking in through the windows. So because they were breaking in through the windows, if they had burst in the sense that the others had before, it would have brought the Mats down in a flame. It would have set everything afire. So, Susawatari, the wandering soot. That is it. Thank you. That's the term my mother would have used. So, here we are. There we go. Except they make them look almost cute from the movie Spirited Away.
Yes. Yeah, it's used in Studio Ghibli, but they're basically spirits that turn into those little balls.
Okay,
but the ones you encountered were like definitely not cool.
Yeah, no, not cute, not cool, and big as hell. Bigger than a human being by far, and could swallow multiple humans easily. Susuwatari, wandering soot. Okay, got it, and gonna make certain that. Yeah, everybody remember that. You'll probably be hearing it again. But when it came to the Susawatari, we'll just use that term, they were, they would have burst into flame and taken down the Mats with them. That's the problem. We didn't want the kids to burn alive inside. That's why I had to conduct a spell. And so when I killed the witch, she was the best person for the ward blood. And I used her blood for the ward immediately. Drew it into the pentagrammatic circle, and then basically had my son retrieve my spell book and my mother's spell book and the rosary, and I began the spell casting. And then they smoldered, and that was the solution. There's different solutions at different times. Plus, I think it was time for me, as Aaron said before he even knew about the experience, it was time for another contract. Rather, it was the closure of the original contract I opened up with the other spell I had cast. It's so funny because the two spells I had cast, one to prolong my mother's life, and then the other one to balance that out by taking a life, was to kill the father-in-law of Amanda Yu, who had every intention of inducting her children into the cult of the Kings of Edom, and died of a brain tumor instead, which she testified was due to my spell casting, so far as she could tell. And hopefully she comes back on the show someday in the future. But she's
here. I'll preempt all the questions from other people.
Yeah.
How could you kill an old man? How could you do that?
Yeah, that fucker.
Easy.
Oh God, what a piece of shit he was. Like I said, her husband, his son, was at the age of 9 used as a bartender for Hell's Angels orgies, where he was set up on a footstool and then taught to mix drinks for them while watching them all fuck in front of him. You know, her kids were destined for that if I didn't stop that son of a bitch. But, you know, the third spell, I know I mentioned it on Bandwidth and on record. I know I've talked about it on air in the past, and now I can't consciously remember it. I was told by my counselor that basically another blockage was created for that particular memory.
The third spell.
There was a third spell.
Wasn't this the third spell?
No, this was the fourth. Yeah, I had mentioned before I had only conducted 3 spells in my life. And
The third spell. The third spell was that Chinese mayor.
Hey, wait. I feel like
oh, right. Go on. Yeah, Aristides? Yeah. Aristides?
I feel like we need to like graduate you from like college now. You're you're like 4th year, you know. Or
I love it.
You made it through Hogwarts.
I was like, wow, the 4th spell, really?
Yes, I made it through Hogwarts. Cool.
Yeah, right.
Now, hopefully I don't wind up looking like Voldemort. Thank you.
I got it.
Cool. Brendan, tell him about the helicopter. Fucking helicopter where Voldemort's sitting out the gunner's door staring you down, so to speak.
Yeah, before that situation with the lights, I was standing outside over by the stadium, and there's like a black Apache comes and hovers over me. And then like I just felt something, like they were like casting spells, like they had a freaking mage in the gunner seat just like hurling curses at me.
Or let's just say they were projecting a lot of negativity at the least. Yes, go on, Aristides. What's your
Well, it was enough to fuck up the biggest lights you've ever seen. You know, it's like biggest poltergeist event ever recorded. But
yeah, holy shit.
Where was this?
Tell him, Brendan.
At my work, the work.
Yeah,
place.
but tell him about the stadium, everything going on with the lights again.
Yeah, so I went up there. They said one of the lights stopped working. The one that was nearest to me in the helicopter, mind you. But basically, the light stopped working when they tried to turn it on. It was like, and it's never happened before where only one of them stops working. So I go up there to try and fix it. And then, like, the second I get up there, I'm, like, fiddling with stuff. And then all 4 of them turn off at the same time, which is, like, impossible because none of them are wired in synchro or anything. Like, and there's separate switches for all of them. And then even in the main box, like the switch is like a 400 amp switch. It's like,
yeah, they're huge.
Yeah, it's like you can't even move it, like by hand. Like you can't even move it. It's too heavy. So, yeah. So
and
it's like bizarre. Yeah.
Not super safe. It's not super safe either. Probably like some plastic like rod they have to like push it or something.
Oh yeah, you're not supposed to just casually walk in there, but these fuckers were like, the coaches were like, you have to fix it. Yeah. It was all your fault because they just saw me walk up there and it all turned off.
Oh, those idiots.
No, the real guys have like super insulated
gloves. But I couldn't sit there and explain to them like, look, this is fucking like, this is like the most heavy poltergeist attack you've ever seen. Yeah. You know, you thought that movie was scary, and I just wait till you see this my everyday fucking life. But it was comical because it's just like bouncing off me like I'm the Rubber Man, you know, Luffy from One Piece.
Teflon.
Yeah, and then it's like hitting everyone around me, and I just like I don't know what to do about that. It's like, and I'm not going to expend energy to like put a barrier around everybody. It's like fuck that.
Yeah, of course. Believe
and
me,
it's all Douglas's fault anyway. So
it's true.
I'm off the hook.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. He really
I wouldn't be getting cursed by like these high level fuckers without him. So.
It's true.
So you deal with that shit, yeah.
Oh, I know. Fortunately, as I've said, even admitting...
And like the poor kid that I work with, like he doesn't even know what's going on. Since he met me, his bike, what was it? Like the spoke, his spokes.
Basically,
broke.
Everything he showed you. Everything
his bike was stolen. His new scooter stopped starting. It like pieces were like falling apart like right after he bought it. And it's just constant. Yeah.
Poor son of a bitch.
And I'm convinced it's because of me, because it's like, what other explanation is that? You know?
Yeah. Well, ultimately...
He seemed like he was doing fine.
Yeah. Is this the kind of autistic guy?
Yeah.
Poor bastard. Jesus Christ.
So I felt extra bad for that one.
Yeah. Of course, it's not your fault.
He doesn't deserve it. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. But this is it. Well, like, is it your fault if they're trying to kill you with machine gun fire or an explosive, and it winds up taking everyone else out but you?
No.
There you go. It's like, yeah. hey, you know.
Well, that's what was so funny about the helicopter is like it was literally like they were just shooting spells at me from up close. It was bizarre.
You know what they were doing? They were
Yeah.
filming you so that Peter Levenda and Don Webb could get a better look at you and try and visualize you better to direct
Yeah.
their spells.
Probably. Because that's immediately after that is when the lights started flickering and shit.
Yeah.
And it's still broken. Like, I haven't even gone back out there, but it's still broken.
Yeah, yeah. And so that's what they do.
So if people think that magic is a joke, I mean, yeah, like it can affect
And for
not just machinery, but mega machinery. These are like mega lights.
Yes.
These are like
yeah,
multi-thousand-watt light bulbs. Like,
seriously.
it's not a normal poltergeist. This is like Cthulhu shit.
Yes,
This is-
yes, that's right. And,
Yeah.
and for people who, I just got another email with why not just send a drone? Because you have no idea that the drones, you have to know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
You would have to, can you imagine trying to send a drone into that stadium to try and signal you out? Like, how would they find you? The drones
Yeah,
are,
no, it's
they had to,
and the helicopter is just plausible. It's like
yeah.
like, oh, it was election day. We'll just fly by him real close. Like, you know, it's like no one would question it.
Yes, yes. And
A drone is like, it would, like nowadays it's like, it's actually, a drone is considered more dangerous. They would like literally we would have to call the police if a drone was
Thank
flying
you.
like all into a kid's stadium. And
Thank
stuff.
you, because that would be potential pedo shit and stalker
Yeah,
shit.
or just dangerous, like,
Yeah.
you know, in general.
Period. Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
points
like
all well taken.
terrorist attacks or whatever.
Yeah, that too. That too. Excellent point.
But if it's a military helicopter, then most of the brainwashed people will just say, "Oh, they're protecting me."
That's the insanity of the American public. That's it.
Meanwhile, they're like hurling spells at a sovereign citizen that's
Yeah.
just trying to live his life.
Yes, yes. Or rather, they're
Okay.
acting as the forward controller. They call them a forward observer and forward controller, where they're acting as the shall we say, the
It was
quarterback.
like, you're saying it was recon. It was
Yeah, it's
recon.
reconnaissance, basically, where they track you down and then film you and automatically are relaying that footage automatically to Peter Levenda, Don Webb, and then that way
Yeah.
they can see you and visualize you. And it's right after that, the lights go out. Literally, they were trying to turn your lights out, but they wound up turning out, you know, the mega lights. This is.
Yeah, and then it was like the kids were freaking out. They were like screaming bloody murder because imagine that you're trying to play like soccer or whatever they were doing, running on the track,
Yeah.
and then like everything goes black. It's like something out of a horror film. It's like, talk about a cult siege.
Yeah, no, this is like, it's just horrible. And these are the people that we're dealing with. Now, to the person who wrote me the email over the past few days asking about Peter Moon, understand that even though we have deconstructed Peter Moon and present him for the loser and the buffoon he is, understand that when he unleashed, and I will say this in a carefully constructed sentence, I want people to pay attention to the syntax of my sentence. Peter Moon got a hold through Maria de Andrea, whose witch coven is most certainly affiliated with the witch I killed. And Maria de Andrea, whose fellow witch tried to kill all the Blood Boys, enough to fill a multi-personnel vehicle, mind you. So we're talking about almost 750 young lads that she tried to kill.
Holy shit, that many?
Yes. And so...
No wonder your blood sugar's so fucking
Yeah,
high.
thank you. Yes.
Fuck.
I was doing to them what they were doing to the candy, okay?
Yeah,
And-
yeah. That's what it
Yes,
sounds like.
and I paid the fucking price, and now my blood sugar's
Now
spiked.
you're diabetic. you know?
Yeah. Then the next day when I went to get that blood test, that's the last one to come back, but it came back with the one number that was fucked on my blood test, and it's like,
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, now you're diabetic, motherfucker. Ha ha ha, suck on this. Yeah, suck this, motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Diabetic Vampire. Yeah, that's the title of a new novel series.
that's
that-
hilarious.
Yes.
It's gonna be a Family Guy joke in a couple weeks.
Yes, that's my new franchise. It's
Yeah.
Doug Dietrich, the diabetic vampire. Oh,
That's fucked up.
yeah, like you
Yeah,
said.
yeah, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Yeah, you are what you eat. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
shit.
they're blood sweet for a fucking reason. It's not just because they're gay. Yeah, it's damn.
It's not sugar and spice and everything nice.
Yes, yes. Oh,
Well, the sugar part. Yeah.
yes, there we are. Plus, one of them, like Brendan said, was terrified because of the nun costume and shit.
Yeah, and then fucker, you were like, "Oh, he's comfortable."
Yeah.
Like, no, he's not. No, he's not. That's why he's fake sleeping when you guys were looking at him and shit. It's like fucking terrified.
Yes, yes, he fainted. He actually fainted.
Yeah, he fainted. Yes, it's insane. Or he like went into like a stress response. I grew up in a household where it was just all craziness, and that's what I would do.
Yes, it's fall asleep.
You just
Yeah.
fucking fake sleep or fall asleep so you don't have to deal with the yelling in the background.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm similar. I experience hypotension oftentimes during stress as opposed to hypertension. Hypotension, where your blood pressure goes down. And yeah, I'm in my biggest danger in situations like that actually is falling asleep. Yeah. So I hear you. Yeah, good point.
So that's what you did to that kid?
Yeah, apparently so.
So wait, you had a hard time because you sucked on a bunch of blood boys that were cracked out from Halloween candy.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay, for the record.
He was diabetic. For one day.
Yeah, yes, I got the spike.
Induced diabetes.
Yes, yes.
It was relatively high,
Yeah.
I just straight up I diagnosed it myself. I just said, dude, you're diabetic.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm so glad
Doug was like, what's wrong? Oh, it's diabetic.
I'm so glad I showed Brendan because it's at that moment. I said, what do I do? Stop drinking Coke, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, I gave you other quote-unquote prescriptions, but...
Well, that's the main one. That's the the best one, actually. That's the best one. You're okay.
That's like the only logical one.
Thank you for my.
It's free. It saves you money.
Thank you. Yes, for my listeners, you'll never have to hear me again dwell on. Oh, I feel it eating away the porcelain in my teeth. I gotta go rinse my mouth out. You'll never have to hear that ever again. Yeah. Thank God. So yeah, benefits all the way around. And so aside from that, when it comes,
the difference with you and other people is you actually do stuff that helps you.
Thank
You're
you.
not in this fucking denial suit.
Thank you.
Like just spread the salt, and then my mom's like, "What about the cat? What if I put it outside and the animals get to it?" I'm like, they fucking eat salt. Like that's how they survive.
Thank
crazy.
you. She was afraid.
Like
her
what
cat,
kind of question is that?
Yeah, she was afraid her cat would lick it. If you can imagine this.
But it's like, I mean, like what, a coyote's gonna come up and like die of salt overdose? It's like, they're smart enough to know when to stop eating it.
Thank you. Yes.
It's ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yes, it's so.
It's like these people that are like, that they have this like agenda. I don't know what else to call it. It's like it's almost
like they're trying to help the enemy kill them. They're trying to help.
Oh yeah. No, I'm talking about something else. But yeah, exactly. Like they want it. It's like suicidal. Like,
yeah.
Like look, if you just did a little bit of free shit to protect yourself, and they're like in denial. What if it does this? What if it does that? Well, then you're fucked.
Thank you.
And that's.
Are you going to do something or not? You know.
Yeah.
It's like at least we're presenting an option for action. But what's this other thing you were talking about? Is it you're talking about how they've inculcated this into the software of the spell, where it sabotages the will of these.
Yeah. It puts denial into it or something.
Yes.
So where the person getting attacked just doesn't believe it, or there's a term for that, but.
Well, they deny it. They're definitely in denial, but it's almost. I think it's almost. I don't know if there's a word for it in English. By the way, Heather Holman left. Hopefully, to
maybe it's a German word.
Yeah, probably, no doubt. The Germans would have a word for it. Of that, I have no doubt. So the continuing to explain this to people, just so people understand, when I speak about the tumbleweeds, for instance, understand that these are dead objects. They, even though we're not talking about tumbleweeds in the case of the attack that I suffered at the estate, these are obviously an entity that's completely different, but it's almost like the way Aristides put it, possessed tumbleweeds. I think of them almost as possessed tumbleweeds.
Yeah, they're like fucking Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awful, yes. And so in trying to I'm trying to think of a way to explain this to our listeners so that they get a better idea of just how dangerous the things are, how dangerous the history of tumbleweeds have been, and think of the politics of the. So if the Russian thistle, as it's known, it basically. If I remember, it was in 1858. That was it. It was, or I think it was. Okay, it was the one of. If we take a look at these invaders from Russia, they took over every state in the Union except Alaska, in one of the fastest invasions in history. There's been a 150-year war against them ever since. And if I remember the Latin name for Russian thistle, it was Salola Yali tragus. And of course, you know it as the tumbleweed. And in terms of its history, I think it was in the March 1915 edition of the Council Bluffs, Iowa Evening newspaper. Oh, by the way, Heather Holman says, I've got to go to sleep. There's a lot of tumbleweeds in Arizona. I love hearing about it. Thank you, honey. We love you too, baby. Say goodnight to everybody. Say goodnight to everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Hare
Good
Krishna,
night,
Hare
thank you.
Krishna.
Yes.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare.
Krishna.
Hare
Yes.
Ram, Hare Ram.
Hare Bol.
Hare Krishna. Hare
Jai
Krishna.
Bolaki.
We love you. Yes. Sweet be thy dreams and blessed
Thank
be thy
you.
slumber. Yes. And we love Vinny too.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Yes. We'll see you in your dreams. Now, I hope that doesn't scare her the way I scared the little boy with the nun suit.
Yeah, well. Sounds like you're starting to like it, though.
Yeah. the horror is, don't tell anyone. Well, everyone's going to hear it anyway. When he was telling that
Yeah, we're on
story,
it. Yeah.
when he was telling that story about the nun throwing the burning coins at him, tossing the burning coins at him, I had to turn around and look away because I
You
kept
were laughing.
laughing. Yeah,
Okay.
how did you know?
Okay.
So
Because it was
hideous.
funny. I mean, I laughed too, but that's horrible. That's horrible. Like, that's terrible. I mean, it's just...
It's awful. No, it's terrible. There should be repercussions for that. Yes, that kind of behavior is simply unacceptable. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you should apologize to him next time you see him.
Yes, I will. I will. Yes.
Yeah,
That's, before I ask for more blood. Yes.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, man.
basically what happened was, at that time, if I remember correctly from the records, I was asked to collate March 1915 edition of the Council Bluffs, Iowa Evening newspaper. There was an author named Julian Street who basically in 1914, he was accounting for his travels across the prairies, and he wondered how come Mark Twain didn't immortalize the American tumbleweed, if you can believe that shit, along with the jackass rabbit and the coyote and the sagebrush. And he said this was an indictment of Mr. Samuel Clemens, the real name for Mark Twain. And the reality was, of course, Mark Twain never wrote about the fucking quote-unquote American tumbleweed because he didn't see any. They didn't exist. So basically, I think it was when I was working with another article, the University of Colorado Arts and Sciences magazine, that was talking about the fact that since the tumbleweeds were not native to the American West, it was until Boulder, Colorado in 1858, and in Kansas in 1860, maybe Wyoming by the time of, if I remember, where was it? Where else? I'm trying to remember the original sites where the U.S. Department of Agriculture saw them. The mid-1860s in Cheyenne, Wyoming. 1867, Dodge City.
Hole.
Yeah, thank you. But basically, that's when Mark Twain was talking in 1861 in this epic 3-week-long stagecoach ride across Nebraska, Colorado, the Great American Desert. He didn't see any of this. None of these tumbleweeds existed at that time. It was they have this like syndicated webpage that's called the Public Square, and I think that's when in 2014, and it took until then, that you had this one reporter actually start going into the history for the American public of tumbleweeds and how they got here. And that was probably the first time the American public was even, to those who were interested, informed that the tumbleweed was a Russian invader. So, understand again, they reproduce in such a manner that they deprive cash crops of their water. Even though the weeds are dead and they're rolling all across, the original plants deprive water of our cash crops and cost us millions and millions of dollars every year. The stems break off in the winter due to the frost, and then they basically plow across all these really wasteland areas you would think are pretty useless, but you'd be surprised at all the water they steal from other plants that need it. So any name that you hear for the tumbleweed, none of it is accurate. They're not weeds. They're not cactus. They're basically, now that I remember, it was the United States Department of Agriculture administrator that was, his name was Leicester Hoxie Dewey. People had different names back then. And Leicester Hoxie Dewey, he wrote a analysis for the American Department of Agriculture. And if I remember the title correctly, it was something along the lines of, how did it go again? The Russian Thistle. It was titled The Russian Thistle, Its History as a Weed in the United States, with an account of the means available for its eradication. And the U.S. Department of Agriculture has been trying to eradicate it ever since for the last 150 years. So in that analysis, he described that its principal propulsion is wind over ground that's frozen or covered by dry, hard snow, and then it scatters its seeds everywhere along their track. And in blizzards, driving snowstorms, sandstorms, they seed themselves. They're carried to some extent independently of the plant, the seeds. And the natural means of distribution is unintentionally supplemented by other agencies supplied by man, like the railroads. They would hitch rides on trains, literally hook themselves onto trains, almost consciously. You would think they were fucking alive. You have every reason to think they're alive, but they're not. They're zombies. They're dead. And yet they find somehow, like dust bunnies, coagulate along moving vehicles like trains, and that's how they got across the Rockies. It's not just the wind alone that they conquered America with. This is what makes them so sinister. So when it comes to
I lost volume again.
Oh yeah, that figures. And
How's the stream?
Yeah, let's take a look at the stream, see if we're still on. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Let me see if I can check over here with the fucking.
So basically, tumbleweeds ruined America.
Yeah.
Well, now that you mentioned, I'm starting to wonder if that had something to do with the dust
Should I
bowl.
note it that way? Like that? I just need a summary. Tumbleweeds ruined America. That's what that sounds like.
Well, like Brendan Zoget said, maybe they had something to do with the Dust Bowl. Think about that.
Yeah, or at least for a while. Okay, they ruined America for a while.
Yeah. We're still contending.
Now we have new things to.
Yeah. It's definitely. It says we have excellent connection. So let's.
So then it's something they're just hurling curses at me now.
Yeah. And don't be.
Like you said, it affects the technology.
It does. I honestly, I would first conclude it was an occult assault that causes your technology around you to falter, but don't underestimate their electronic warfare use either. They could also just be fucking and interdicting your, you know, your cellular, your wire.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Yeah, and but it goes together. I mean, one, you know, the occult, it really, they don't call it the Ethernet for nothing. Yeah, it fucks up.
Well, just like what they did earlier with the Heather thing, it's like,
yeah,
it was just, that wasn't like a hack per se, but it also wasn't normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely yeah.
Where something was like scrolling through the settings, it was almost intelligent.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that was outrageous. Yeah, and
it's where I just watched it scroll, like literally like scroll up, which you can't even do, even if you use your finger, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, yeah, and
because they're all buttons, right? Yeah.
No, it's true. It's true.
Like
and
virtual
Heather was,
buttons, but yeah.
And Heather was afraid to come on after that. So Heather was afraid to come on after that. She said, "I'm afraid to come." The intent
was to alienate us.
Yes, yes. Which
like,
is,
oh, he threw me off the call.
That's what she said. That was her initial question. Yeah, was why did he kick me off? Why did Brandon kick me off?
Because it tells you who did it.
Yes.
On Skype. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So that was the intent. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, whenever I was knocked off the call. Whenever I was knocked off the call, I would notice it always said Derek Talley was knocking me off the call, which I do not doubt.
Oh yeah, he was definitely.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah. So, so if you want to know,
was,
yes.
Or actually, in his case, I know this is so ridiculous, but he was fat fingering it. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. He
sounds like an insult, but there's a reason that term exists.
Yeah. Yeah. That motherfucker.
He was just fumbling and bumbling. Who knows?
Oh, dude, it's like you're talking about a guy who's in the hospital with
ordering ribs.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Yeah.
Just hospital food tastes like shit. It's like it's because it's supposed to heal you.
Yes. Yes, you idiot.
Or theoretically, like.
Or at least
not put you in a worse mood.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's why it's all bland and shit. Yeah.
Thank you. They were telling him this is a diet meant for people with full kidney failure and renal failure.
Yeah, it was a low sodium diet.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, but no. Yeah, got to get pizza and ribs and yeah. And
oh, it was disgusting. It was like it was tri-tip. He showed me once, like, Brandon, look at this, and it was like. It was a styrofoam box, like filled to the top with tri-tip and like pieces of bread that he can shove it into. And I was like, what the fuck? Like I told him, I was like, dude, you can't be eating that all the time. And then the same thing that all these crazies always say, oh, it was just one time. It was just one time.
Oh no, it's not one time. What about?
It's like, dude.
Yeah.
We know it's not just one day.
Thank you. And Dan
He was door dashing that shit constantly.
Oh yeah, yes. No, yeah, all the time. And then Dan Arola with his fucking, you know, marinating his fucking barbecue in lysergic acid and shit.
Like pure acid, yeah.
Dumbass son of a bitch.
Like he was living like he was a fucking caveman. He would like run into the forest with like barely any clothes on acid and then come home and just barbecue all day.
Yeah, what a loser.
No wonder his brain was all fucking pickled.
Yeah, what an idiot. Like you said, he sobered up when Sugar Mama kicked his ass out and he was left without even beer money.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing. He would always show me his grow tent. I mean, he had like thousands of dollars worth of shit in that garage.
Yeah.
It would be like the full hydroponics setup, and he was like growing like some top shelf shit just for himself.
Yeah, of course. And that was all he was doing all day long. What a fucking loser. Yeah, and he thought he was still like security fit and shit. Like,
get me a job.
Yeah, give me a job, Douglas. I can work for security.
Like, imagine the drug test and it like looks like it's all rainbow because everything is positive.
Oh yeah, he tests positive. Yeah, for everything. For everything. He's the rainbow piss test. The Technicolor piss test. Yeah.
And he's like, I'm fit for service. And it's like, dude, we wouldn't even let you fucking hold a pencil.
Thank you.
Like, let alone a weapon.
Yeah. Thank you.
You remember those videos he used to post of him doing?
Oh, they cut us off. Fuck, I'm not getting audio. Well, I hear you, Aristides. That's good. Yeah, they cut him off.
Okay, he's gone. Do we have the stream? That's the next thing to look at.
Yeah, let's test the stream.
Live. Let me refresh.
It says excellent connection.
refresh. Still looks live. What's with the okay? So explain the this rather elegant looking thumbnail for tonight. How about that?
Oh, thank you. Just my response to Trump winning. My response to Trump
There you
winning.
go. That's what we need. One
Yes.
sentence is good.
Yes.
One sentence is good.
Yes. But for those of you who don't know, my natural hair color is white because of the night of the broken circle. My hair turned completely white that night. And so any other hair color you see me with is dyed. Blonde or black is any color you see me with is dyed hair. But my natural hair color is white, so that's my natural hair color. And there was no point in really, I was just, shall we say, shocked. We'll get back to the Trump thing soon enough, well, because that's inescapable, and I'm almost obligated to. Yeah. And, yeah. And,
of course. I mean, I guess that's the big news. I guess.
So, but tell me your own impression or opinion of what now? What happens next?
Of that, well, what now? I mean, we're going on in the world that we're living in.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, wow, it's going to be amusing.
Yeah,
it's. I mean, I voted for Kamala Harris, personally.
Thank you. I did as well, and believe me, this is the first time I've voted in a while, really, to tell people the truth.
Wait, I'm not even kidding. I really did.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate you doing that.
Of course, yeah. I mean, our reasons for doing so might be totally different, but
Oh, I'm sure that they're pretty much, we're
but I did. Yeah. But
I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I thank you profoundly. It's I wish more people had, obviously, but we'll deal with the hand that's dealt us.
And then there's the thing: if you're in a state that like generally always goes one way, it's like the electoral votes are gonna count that way anyway. Like your vote really didn't mean anything there.
That's why it's so. That's why we've got to get rid of the electoral college. But this is one thing that I'll point out, since it's just you and I together right now, but I do want to get one bit of data out of the way concerning the tumbleweed. The year of introduction was either 1873 or 1874, according to the analysis by Mr. Dewey, the head of the United States Department of Agriculture, when he delivered his analysis. So it's from that point forward that America's landscape changed. 1873 to 1874 is when the Russian tumbleweed was introduced to America and became an invasive species that now haunts all of our westerns and is even romanticized by our westerns. But there's nothing romantic about it when it buries your car and you're trying to dig your way through a bunch of organic fucking razor wire that can easily break off and stick splinters in your skin that can fester into sores that are serious. So just remember the nature of what we're dealing with here. So that being said, we may as well trip on over to the Trump subject, and we can always get back to tumbleweeds, because tumbleweeds are, a part of our reality that really hits you when you experience what I've experienced over the past few attacks. I wouldn't call them tumbleweed attacks, but as we said, it's more susuwatari attacks. Susuwatari attacks that I experienced. So with Trump, all right then, let's see if I can do any justice to Donald Trump's victory, which is, oh man, that's going to start us on Eve. Well, you can't call him the leader of the free world. He's definitely returned with the Republicans gaining control of the Senate. So that's a big deal. And this is what I was speaking about privately with our friend Aristides when we had the call continue after we had concluded the latest live stream before tonight. And when we brought up the 14th Amendment, Aristides is, of course, understandably skeptical that something can be done to change a constitutional amendment. Of course, Aristides is bringing up the fact, quite rightly, that Trump is a bloviator, that he will bluff and bluster, right? And
yeah, no, well, I do remember your mechanism. I was like, well, how would that happen? Right, and you explained how that could happen, and I admit that it's a legitimate way it could happen, but it's just like I'm not as I'm skeptical. Excuse me.
Don't worry.
Gotta take it.
Yeah.
Skeptical of like how fast something like that would happen.
Yeah. But let's take a look at this. Forget the precedent that I brought up on the private conversation.
I think they're gonna waffle. Like it's like everybody's all like charged up on what somebody's gonna do, and they always like waffle like into a piece of shit. Like so.
Let's hope that's the case. Let's hope that's the case. But as I explained before, one of the things that I'll point out to my listeners is the precedent here is that Trump has packed the Supreme Court. And since Trump has packed the Supreme Court, he's already accomplished the impossible, not just by packing the Supreme Court, which he did with the help of the Republicans, but by overturning a constitutional right that was on the books for half 100 years, abortion. All women had the right to safe abortion as a national right, as a United States citizen. But thanks to Trump packing the Supreme Court with his yes man, they took abortion away as a constitutional right. If they took that away, they can take anything away. So when Trump just gave the order and said, no abortion, his right-wing Supreme Court said, yes, master. And they said no abortion. And what was the constitutional right, just this side of a divine right of a woman to have control over her own body for the past half 100 years, was gone overnight. Then it became a quote-unquote states issue, which brings us back to the American Civil War, because the American Civil War was fought over states' rights. In other words, the states held the right to slavery as an economic part of their lives. The Fed said no. The states said, well, then it's war. And as a result, the American Civil War between the states occurred. Now with abortion, we have a different Civil War situation where we have red states and blue states. The red states are no abortion and the blue states are pro-abortion, and they're separated by tracts of land or land area or land mass, where between those states you've got the no-go zones for abortion, the red zones, and then you've got the go-to zones for abortion, the blue zones. And this is more similar to the Prohibition era of the original suffragettes, when you had women going around with axes and smashing people back and forth, smashing distilleries. And when they were busting stills as vigilantes, women with axes that started the suffragette movement, then this led to the Civil War era of Prohibition around the time of Lincoln, where it was state by state. And so there were wet states and there were dry states. Then by the 20s into the 30s, you had national prohibition, and then every state was dry. But that's when the gangsters came to power to cater to that service. And so with the gangster era and the era of these crime lords beginning to take over entire cities, like Chicago in particular, then you had a different era of gang warfare, of gang busters, feds coming in and ultimately taking back control. This was another kind of civil war. However, abortion covers the worst of both those periods of history. In other words, think of a gangster era where people are catering to the service of abortion, but you've got open states in which they can do that. And then you've got the closed states in which women have to have runners. This is where the gangsters would come in. State runners that would carry them, or red runners that would carry them out of red states and through red state territory into blue states where they can get their abortion. This is something that's going to be an absolute necessity because many women will die without an abortion. Childbirth is a very dangerous process. And throughout history, many women died in childbirth. And especially because many women suffer rapes, many women suffer incest. I don't know if you heard the case about that one young lady who was 9 to 10 years old and had to find somebody to take her to California for an abortion because her state wouldn't allow her to abort her baby. That is a real case. So you've got kids who are raped who are like 9, 10. Some of them are fertile and they start developing a fetus, and there's no way they can support that baby. You think the Republicans who denied them the abortion care at all? Not at all. They don't give a shit. So they would just have her carry it to term, and her rate where she would die would be much higher than any normal birth. You have no idea how common these conditions are. So when it comes to these young ladies having to escape from a red state, they'll have gangsters that develop to serve that need. Red runners that would carry them from state to state, get them out of red territory into a blue territory where they can abort their baby and potentially save their lives. Or their careers, because a baby will destroy that. So this is the world that we're immediately faced with domestically. A kind of second American Civil War, much more, shall we say, checkerboard in terms of its pattern than the original one. So you managed to get back. Brendan, they knocked your ass out of the wavelength. They knocked you off. Tell us about this. What happened as far as...
This is,
oh, man.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
They whatever they were beaming it with, like the phone, they like completely killed the battery in less than 5 minutes. Like,
holy shit. No, they're sucking. It's like a tractor beam. They're sucking the energy out of it. Basically what they do is they're data dumping. Yeah. They're data dumping all these things into your phone, so your phone is supposed to treat them and process them, and then your phone winds up...
Well, beyond that, I think it's actually more magic because I'm, like, exhausted. I could barely walk.
Oh, my God.
So they're really, like... Yeah, they're really ramping it up. It's like, they're trying to shut me down.
So what they're doing is they're hitting your electromagnetic field. They're hitting your personal electromagnetic field. Yeah. That's why your battery got drained.
So this is like playing like cosmic chess, or what would be the word for it? Like
like cat and mouse. Cat and mouse is another word for it.
It's like methodology. It's like engineering, like occult engineering. Yeah. It's like because I'm able to reflect it, they had to use a different technique. The draining can't be reflected. You can't reflect drainage.
Right.
So this is subtle, very subtle, but.
And how are you? Is it a trade secret? How are you going to try to deal with this, or do you want to keep that to yourself? How are you going to?
I'm not going to reveal that because it would help them.
Yeah, good point. Good point. So let's maintain that as a trade secret. But oh my God, I'm so sorry you're going through this. I truly am.
But luckily earlier today I obtained the exact item I need to defend against it.
Excellent.
Serendipitous, but yeah.
And don't be afraid to focus some personal curses on Peter Levinda and Don Webb. Let's see how long they live if a little bit gets reflected back at them.
Fuck those guys.
Not to mention Peter Moon.
I'm about to start a freaking magic war on
everything.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Aristides?
Everything I've heard about him is not good, you know?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, fuck both of them.
Yeah, not to mention Stephen Outram and Peter Moon and Richard K. Cole Jr. Yeah. But yeah, we won't go into too much about these people on bandwidth right now. But
I'm going to do the incantation right now, so just give me a moment.
Excellent, thank you, dear Brendan. So everybody, prayers for Brendan. Let's give him some mental support. All right, everybody, clasp your hands. Send good thoughts to Brendan Zogit and imagine him essentially triumphing, recovering his energy more than anything else. And his electromagnetic field essentially glowing with a healthy cerulean blue. An azure hyaline. How's that? I love it. Okay, so
I appreciate it, but yeah, it's fine.
okay, thank God. Yes.
Yeah, the blue flame is good. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, think of Azula in Avatar. Azula in Avatar has the strongest flame, so it's blue, as opposed to the rest of the Fire Nation produces red fire, but she produces blue fire because blue is the most intense and hottest of the heat-producing flames, is the blue flames. So think of Azula and pulling Azula to back Brendan up, and then imagine all of these people projecting their negativity on him going up in blue flames. Imagine him glowing with that blue power, and imagine them burning like Peter Moon on fire. There we are, burning alive, all of his candles catching his 5-bedroom estate on fire, and all of it collapsing on him while he dies like Frankenstein, buried under a bunch of pillars. Okay, pleasant thoughts. And with that in mind, I'm surprised we're holding our numbers as well as we are, because we're kind of like, how would I say it, taking it easy tonight. But okay, let me try and get my head back in the game. And, you know, we've got the whole election. I'll tell you the truth. I kind of expected this, and it's still disappointing. One of the reasons Trump won was because of young men and Hispanics. And what does it show you about those two interest groups? Young men, of course, are just incels, involuntary celibates, spending all day on the internet, getting their brains jacked full of shit with all of the Q crap they're running across. They all think Donald Trump is a super ninja, and the Hispanics are trying to attain a cultural whiteness. They feel that by voting white, that they're going to get some kind of white badge, an acknowledgement of cultural whiteness that will uplift them, upscale them socially. What a bunch of idiots. All these Americans voted against their own self-interest. But we can go into that in a moment. He's doing his incantation, and that's fine. Hopefully he takes his time with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I find kind of odd? That, like, it all seemed to pass so just, like, matter-of-factly, that without any resistance, without, like, Democrats trying to cause any drama or cancel it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like almost like it felt odd, just like waking up and it was like, oh, it's already settled.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
It's
like, really? That's it? Everybody admitted it already early in the morning? Holy shit.
Yeah, it was like before you even fucking woke up.
Yeah.
It's
unbelievable. I'm shocked.
Yeah. No, it is literally shocking.
It's a lack of resistance. Okay, so what's eerie is like the lack of resistance to it, and then you got to wonder is like, did whoever your they is, did they intend it that way? It's like, why they hardly pissed a fit,
Yeah. That's what Brendan Zoget said. Was it was as if they had planned this, as if they had planned it.
Right. Yeah, right. There was no energy of like resistance to something that somebody didn't want to happen. It was like, oh yeah, here's how it is. It's like, oh, you mean like in the old days when they would like announce it like the morning after,
Mm-hmm.
Not after like 2 weeks of like contention about like mail-in votes and all this shit.
Yeah, no, it's.
I mean, maybe we're all traumatized. I don't know.
We are. We are.
Yeah.
It's how did this happen without any resistance?
Well, it's like she didn't want to be in there. I mean, you could tell by the way she talked and stuff. It's like she just was fine with conceding it,
Yeah.
Like I think that's part of it. They told her ahead of time, like, look, we're not even going to press you for this. Like she didn't have a choice like that. They're all actors.
Well, yeah, politics is Hollywood for ugly people, yes.
Yes.
but such having been said, it's still shocking as to how there wasn't even a pretense of resistance.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was like it's going to become more apparent that they're not going to let us have democracy anymore. It's going to be like this, where they just say, "Oh, look, it's done. You guys go back to work." You know, like, yeah, it's not going to be like it used to be.
No, definitely. I agree. This is the
like
end.
you said, Douglas. It's going to get to like tyranny level, where they just say, "Look, this is all you get. Good luck." You know.
Yes. Thank you. So I mean, it's I'm just so if I want to vent and cathart and kind of go into what I would call a semi-political analysis, let's just put it this way. I mean, first off, there's a hideous image of Peter Moon grinning his rictus grin, his shit grin. You know, like he's getting colonics, and you see his grin looking like the carving of a smile into a pumpkin head. That's what he is displaying right now with the victory of Donald Trump. That's the Peter Moon is, my man's in, I can die now. And, so there we go with that. That's probably the most hideous image we're confronted with right now. Plus the joy of all the other men like him, Stephen Outram, and all of the rest who are the kinds of people who go for this kind of political theater. But your average American, this is not to their advantage. So millions of Americans have voted against their self-interest. Basically in 2016, when Pennsylvania was called for Trump and he won the election in the early hours of the morning, basically it was a complete aberration then, a jarring anomaly. And then last night, as the returns were coming in, again, stunning so many of us, this time...
Well, should I say my anecdote?
Please! Yeah.
But I told you last night that the lady that I work with who's married to a Russian, she said, my husband called me and said, we got him in.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, did they even finish voting? And she said, well, you know, she didn't even say like he won North Carolina. She just said, he's your president now. And he's our president now. And then she said, we're all going to hell with him.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
And
so it's like someone, she said, so she told me after work that her family from Idaho just called her and said he's in.
Yeah.
Who are Russian.
Yeah.
Or something.
Like they got the results in Russia first.
Yeah.
Like
they just bought and paid for it. That's what I'm saying. It's going to turn into that.
Absolutely.
It's just whoever pays the most. It's just that's it.
But then
there's no fight.
Like you said, your impression was she's like a Ukrainian married to a Russian, and she herself looked extremely worried, and she was pacing. Tell people about that.
Yeah, she was like pacing the hallways, and then she was cracking jokes, but she's usually fairly stoic, so she was obviously nervous. Yeah. Because she knows like Ukraine's gonna get sundered because of it.
Yeah, he's gonna abandon Ukraine. Absolutely. He's
like there's already memes of Zelensky like crying and shit.
Oh, of course.
Some Bulgarian lady she's an astrologer, but she posted something like that because she's all pro Bulgaria and shit.
Oh god.
Basically pro Russian.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, disgusting. And so this is like, but. The war's going to last a long time anyway, just due to the incompetence of the enemy. And, the Russians are all fucked up. And if they think that the rest of Ukraine, even if
it's like they're freaking using North Korean troops in Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's like, man, fuck, you know?
Well, I mean, at this point...
They're at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, but then Trump's going to be the cavalry to rescue them. Trump's going to do everything but send American troops into Ukraine to help the Russians. So we'll see what happens. It's he'll
just let Musk do it, I'm sure.
Well, Musk is going to be,
so all of this, like I said, it's all too fishy. You know, Musk gets involved, then they don't even contest it. They just say, yeah, it's done. You know, it was last night. They basically said, oh, he won two of the contested states.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's like we're
wait. This just it. You know, I'm seeing what the hell is this one I sent? Elon Musk just bought Fox News for $25 billion.
You're kidding,
real?
right?
Chat.
Yeah,
He's
threatened
chat. Is
that
this
already.
real? Chat. Is this real?
Yes, that's true. Yes, he was threatening to buy it. Yes,
Oh my God.
Holy,
he also
holy
wants to buy
fucking
CNN.
shit.
No, he's gonna
Holy
buy CNN
shit.
too.
Well, there you go.
You guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. He was going to buy CNN too, but please continue. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that was it. He just said he told Joe Rogan, if I buy CNN, I'm gonna put you on there or something like that,
Oh,
as a
God.
joke,
Yeah.
a joke to say, oh look, we're gonna broadcast real news now. You know, basically he's just gonna turn it into a one-party dictatorship, like you said.
Yes.
It's just gonna be a tyranny now, where he just buys everything. They're all in cahoots. They all talk to Putin.
Yes.
But I was telling you that before, Doug, that like that's why he didn't care about losing $50 billion, because all he does is he just calls his friend, his investor, which is Putin,
Yeah.
and then they just reline the fucking pockets. Doesn't matter.
It's
50
true.
billion.
No, it's true. It's
It's apparent. Yeah, it's apparent.
absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm right with you on that. Basically, we're going to see with all the tech bros, we're going to see, how do I describe this? Big tech is going to take ass kissing to new heights. That's what we're going to see. Honestly, when you think about
Way to
like,
put it.
yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, he's like, he met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, and basically Donald Trump's victory was a bat signal to the Silicon Valley oligarchs. And it's basically when he was reelected president of the United States just yesterday, defeating Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, not just in the Electoral College tally, but also in the popular vote, then the big tech leaders wasted no time in congratulating Trump all throughout today. They were tweeting out messages that make it clear they're ready to serve his needs however they can.
Yeah. Musk loves it. Netanyahu loves it. They're all stroking each other like furiously. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in this big orgiastic, incestuous orgy of circle jerking, where they're in a daisy chain where their cocks are up each other's asses, tweeting out messages to make it clear that they're ready to serve Trump's needs however they can. It feels like a preview of the next phase, where so many will go meet Trump in person and kiss the ring of the 47th president, the man who's promised to become a dictator on day one and deport millions of people in a scheme that's pretty much guaranteed to devastate the economy. And it's already making me nauseous. I mean, the biggest beneficiary in the world of tech from Trump's victory will, of course, be Elon Musk, the Tesla CEO who spent at least $120 million to help Trump get elected, and even spent the night before last at
He was
Mar-a-Lago
literally buying votes.
Yeah.
Like just straight up buying votes. Like,
Yes.
I'll give you $1 million if you vote for Trump.
Yes.
Or it was like a lottery or something.
Yeah. No, it was both.
Like this is treasonous. Like, this is just bonkers. Like,
Yes. No, it should be illegal, but the Supreme Court of that state said it was cool. The Supreme Court of that state.
Because they got paid too.
Yeah, because they got paid off too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why he was up all night, Elon Musk, at the Mar-a-Lago strategizing with the once and future president. But there's plenty of other tech leaders who now must go and prove their fealty to Trump if they want to maintain or win new contracts with the U.S. government. And the ass-kissing line started with the Amazon founder, Jeff Bezos. So it was today.
And they all have federal contracts already. SpaceX and Amazon's basically a subcontractor. It's like we're in like a nightmare scenario. I mean, worst case scenario.
Well, basically,
we're run by the corporations now.
Yeah, a corporatocracy. Yes, a corporatocracy.
Yeah, we're a corporatocracy. Holy shit! Fuck.
Yes, I mean, yeah. That's why today Bezos tweeted, "Big congratulations to our 45th and now 47th president on an extraordinary political comeback and decisive victory. No nation has bigger opportunities. Wishing at real Donald Trump all success in leading and uniting the America we all love." Now, Trump has previously called Bezos Jeff Bozo, and threatened Amazon repeatedly during his first term. But Bezos did Trump a solid shortly before the election by killing an endorsement of Harris by the newspaper he owns, the Washington Post.
Yes.
So when Trump won his first term in 2016, Bezos congratulated the newly elected president by tweeting, "I, for one, give him my most open mind and wish him great success in his service to the country." And then you've got, of course, the Meta CEO, how do we call it? A Judeo-ocracy. No, a Judeo-kleptocracy. A government by Jewish thieves. Mark Zuckerberg. He sent his congratulations today on Threads. That's the social media platform launched in July of yesteryear to compete with Twitter. And he was reportedly terrible at keeping people updated about the election Tuesday night. And Trump previously threatened to throw Zuckerberg in prison. But even after that unhinged rant, Zuck called Trump a badass and was signaling during the entire campaign that he was another billionaire who would help Trump however he could. And then the Alphabet CEO, Sundar Pichai. How do I say that name in the Hindi, Brandon Zoget? Sundar Pichai, or talk about a yellow nigger.
I'm out of bags.
Yeah.
I was going to call you to bring more bags.
No.
But
anyhow,
I had to go get this from my other closet.
The Alphabet CEO, Sundar Pichai, a yellow house nigger if ever there was one, also congratulated Trump today. And he tweeted,
"Get them tomorrow because I'm
a map showing Trump's victory, saying congratulations to President ad Rio Donald Trump on his decisive victory." I'm not saying that right. Let me read this tweet the way he would say it. "Congratulations to President ad Rio Donald Trump on his decisive victory. We are in a golden age of American innovation." And, it's American innovation by a bunch of Hindi yellow house niggers, yeah. "And are committed to working with his administration to help bring the benefits to everyone, especially us Hindi immigrants, who we hope he won't deport along with everybody else he calls a nigger. Yeah, we hope we get to stay here in America and become slumlords and run hotels that are full of bedbugs that suck your blood the way we suck Trump's dick." That's Sundar Pichai, or a parody thereof. And then Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, whom Trump once called Tim Apple. He tweeted about Trump's victory, "Congratulations, President Trump, on your victory. We look forward to engaging with you and your administration to help make sure the United States continues to lead with and be fueled by ingenuity, innovation, and creativity." And, who's the other yellow house nigger? That's Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. Sent his congratulations, wrote he was looking forward to engaging with Trump. The Amazon CEO Andy Jassy really, is how you pronounce it, who called Trump's win a hard-fought victory. And Sam Altman, who wished Trump huge success. Now, watching a bunch of millionaires and billionaires act so servile might be a bit jarring when you recall that Trump is the guy who reportedly told his chief of staff that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, did some good things too. But we're entering a completely new chapter in this country. The guardrails have completely fallen off. And any wealthy folks with power in the world of big tech won't have to fear any social consequences as Trump transforms the former American empire in his own image. There's so much more ass-kissing in all their futures. It's like, I guess money can't buy you pride. It's just like, anyhow, Brendan, Aristides, you gentlemen, any insights?
Yeah,
by all means.
I agree. I think there's yet more ass kissing in their futures.
Yeah,
even though they've really laid it on so far.
Yeah. Oh my God. it's like they're lining up. It's it's obscene. The word is obscene.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And it's like basically back in 2016, Hillary Clinton was hounded by this exaggerated email story, which surfaced again thanks to FBI Director James Comey days before the election, only to be a nothing burger. Clinton had not campaigned in Wisconsin at all. There was deep Russian interference from early on in that election. Trump was a celebrity who had no political record. A lot of people just voted for him without knowing much about any of his positions because he really didn't have any. Many people didn't vote at all, thinking Clinton would simply win because the polling was so out of whack. And third parties took just enough of the vote to pull from Clinton. Clinton won the popular vote regardless, but the injustice of the Electoral College brought Trump to victory. But this time, however, Donald Trump actually won a majority of American voters in the popular vote. He won after having been a dangerous, brutal president who harmed many people, stripped the rights of Americans, put extremists in the Supreme Court, mismanaged a pandemic, allowing millions to die. I could go on, but the bottom line, we can't say people didn't know him. So it's not something to cry about. More than anything else, any anger and outrage should be directed at those millions of Americans who willingly voted for someone who could, well, who they know will harm this country and hurt others, and even themselves. Trump was even more cruel and racist and misogynistic in his 2024 campaign than in any prior campaign. And yet, he won the majority of voters, expanding his rural vote, but also cutting into some of the suburban counties and urban counties just enough. Now, the exit polls are always to be taken with a grain of salt. They're always off. They're revised later. But we can look at them directionally rather than precisely. And according to those polls, Trump improved upon his 2020 results with black voters, just a little, and with Latino voters, particularly Latino men, by a more substantial amount in both rural and urban areas. And he improved quite a bit with young voters and people voting for the first time. That was all enough to put him over the top. He started with his floor, his base of support. Unlike losing presidents of the past who just faded away, very unpopular with their parties, Trump had used the big lie to make his base see Democrats, as opposed to himself, as the losers, and, more nefariously, as degenerates, as Ian West conveniently portrays them incessantly, who stole the election. Now, this kept his base with him for 4 years, even after first being jarred by January 6th. They pushed aside the attempt to overturn the election and the violence, already predisposed to forgive Donald Trump, the individual, and they stuck with him. Then it just became about adding a few more people here and there. And as a con man, he was able to do that. But we can't overlook that his base and any new voters backed him by knowing 100% what Trump is about. They backed him even though the Democrats had an acceptable candidate, Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris, who ran a pretty flawless campaign even though she was worthless. The only thing she offered was being opposite to Donald Trump, and no, that's obviously not enough. We could blame President Biden, and I'll happily do that, because he should have just abdicated his office to Kamala Harris so she could have run in the position of president against Donald Trump. By not allowing her that position of power to run from, her defeat was inevitable because she's a colored woman, for God's sake. And Trump's misogyny, his cruelty, his racism, his history of hate were embraced by the American majority. You can say many overlooked them, but that's still an embrace. They liked his bigotry more than others, getting off on his attacks on the left, on his perceived enemies in Congress, on marginalized groups. But that doesn't make those who didn't like it any less responsible for their actions. Of course, much of what happened last night can be traced back to the COVID pandemic and how our whole world was turned upside down. The isolation and then the economic turmoil caused by it caused real shockwaves for every American. President Biden could be said to have done an enormous historic job at passing legislation to bring this economy back to a juggernaut, the envy of the world. Our gross domestic product is surging. Unemployment is down at 4%. The wages are up. But for too many voters, the jolt of inflation and the fact that prices would never come down even if the inflation rate itself slowed dramatically was too heavy. The election split along education lines, of course, even as it cut across racial ones. Non-college educated versus college educated. And obviously then across income brackets and those who could buffer the shock of inflation better than others. Those most affected just didn't grasp how inflation soared as a result of the economic turmoil of the pandemic and supply chain shortages and just blamed Biden, with the help of Republicans fanning exaggerations about spending and falsehoods and a corporate media that's been complicit. So they didn't see how Biden was revitalizing the economy as Trump and Republicans played into their unease and promised to make things better. Too many of them believed that because their own finances were in a better place before the pandemic, it was somehow due to Trump, who in reality did nothing to make their lives better and, in fact, caused more economic inequality with his tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. All those fond memories of the economy in the pre-pandemic Trump years were actually because of the rebuilt economy that President Barack Obama left for Trump. Republicans and Trump exploited those voters' short memories. Many of the youngest voters today, don't forget, were 15 or 16 years old during Trump's presidency. And, like most teenagers, weren't paying much attention to national news. The Republicans exploited the lack of awareness among many about how the economy works, how COVID shocked it, and what Biden was doing. Now, again, we could blame the media for this, too, as I have done so many times, but it still doesn't absolve those voters of their responsibility. They were warned many times in this campaign, and the truth was laid out for them. Many simply got caught up in the cult, the personality cult of Trump, and became unreachable. So millions of Americans voted for a man who will cause prices to spike dramatically when he imposes his 20% tariffs across the board on foreign goods. They will see members of their families, their colleagues, their neighbors, and their friends taken from their homes and sent off to camps to be deported. They will themselves experience the horrors of the Dobbs decision on women's health, either personally or with regard to women in their lives. They will see their transgender family members or friends demonized and harmed. And they will watch discrimination against minorities, Muslims, LGBTQIA plus people, and people of color play out before their eyes, and sometimes it will affect them personally as members of those groups themselves. They'll see marriage equality weakened and may see entire departments of the government abolished, like the Department of Education, as Project 2025 is put into action. Now, there's part of me who wants many of those who voted for Trump to experience this as punishment, particularly those who voted on the economy and now will see prices soar from those tariffs. That's how angry we should all be. But I realize we have to fight to protect the vulnerable, no matter how uninformed they are. And the truth is, millions more among the groups that will be affected by a Trump presidency, the majority of most of the groups I just mentioned, voted against him, and for a new future with Kamala Harris, who was never seen as an individual, but just as an icon of a multicolored rainbow at the other end of this storm. Many of them worked day in and day out to get her elected, worried about their own rights and the threat to democracy. So we have to realize that, while also realizing that the country has changed, that through a few votes here and a few votes there, Trump has remade his coalition and willingly got people to vote for his authoritarian agenda, even as it will hurt many of them. We have to face that we're in a different landscape, and our duty now is to protect the people who will be hurt, to stand for truth and still fight for democracy as opposed to a constitutional republic, as painful as this will be to do. And we have to steel ourselves for the fight ahead. All of that's just unavoidable. When I think about, especially when I think about the fact that Trump voters got what they wanted. So, the point is that Donald Trump won a significant victory in both the popular vote and the Electoral College because he offered a majority of Americans exactly what they wanted. Anger, drama, and a renewal of their favorite political reality TV show. I mean, Democrats and liberal pundits are already trying to figure out how the Trump campaign not only bested Kamala Harris in the blue wall states of the Midwest and the Rust Belt, but gained on her, even in areas that should have been safe for a Democrat. Almost everywhere, Donald Trump expanded his coalition. And this time, unlike in 2016, he didn't have to thread the needle of the Electoral College to win. He can claim the legitimacy of winning the popular vote. Now, Trump's opponents are already muttering about the choice of Tim Walz, the influence of the Russians, the role of the right-wing media, whether President Joe Biden should not have stepped aside in favor of Harris, as I argued from the first. Even the old saw about economic anxiety is making a comeback, which I just articulated in detail. All these explanations have some merit, but mostly they miss the point. Yes, some voters still stubbornly believe that presidents magically control the price of basic goods, and others have genuine concerns about immigration and gave in to Trump's booming call of, shall we say, oligarchism and nativism. And some of them were just never going to vote for a woman at all, much less a black woman. But in the end, a majority of American voters chose Trump because they wanted what he's selling. A non-stop reality show of rageaholism and resentment. And some Democrats still gripped by the lure of what we used to call wonkery, policy wonks. They continue to scratch their heads over which policy proposals might have unlocked more votes, but that was always a mug's game. Trump voters never cared about policies, and he never really gave them any. Choosing to be eaten by a shark rather than electrocuted might be a personal preference, but it's not a policy. His rallies involved long rants about the way he's been treated, like a giant therapy session, or an enormous Manson family gathering around a bellowing, dementedly impaired grandpa. Now, back in 2021, at my son's husband's estate libraries, I remember reading a book. I think it was about the rise of a liberal populism, the self-destructive tendency in some nations that leads people to participate in democratic institutions such as voting while being hostile to democracy itself, casting ballots primarily to punish other people and to curtail everyone's rights, even their own. And these movements are sometimes led by fantastically wealthy, foul populists who hoodwink gullible voters by promising to solve a litany of problems that always seem to involve money, immigrants, and minorities. The appeals from these charlatans resonate most not among the very poor, but among a bored, relatively well-off middle class, usually those who are deeply uncomfortable with racial and demographic changes in their own countries. And thus so it came to pass. Last night, the night before by now, a gaggle of multimillionaires and multi-billionaires grinned and applauded for Donald Trump. They were part of an alliance with the very people another Trump term will hurt: the young, minorities, and working families among them. While Trump, as he's shown repeatedly over the years, couldn't care less about any of these groups. He ran for office to seize control of the apparatus of government to evade judicial accountability for his previous actions as a president. This was a cop versus felon election. Do you vote for the prosecutor, the nigger bitch cop, or the convicted felon? It's a prison house vote. And people voted for the convicted.
Boosted his popularity, actually.
Thank you.
Like people were like, "Oh, I'm voting for him now. You know, he's one of us." So we live in a fucking open air, as we call it in my group. Open air asylum. It's an open air prison. That's America. So,
Thank you.
Of course, now that he's one of us in the open air prison, then we're going to vote for him. That was the mentality.
It really was. It really was. This was a strike.
It made him more popular. Like the mug shot.
Yeah.
Like getting shot, he got street cred, quote unquote, all this shit.
Oh, that's what ushered him in. He rode on that. He rode into the Oval Office on that mugshot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was a vote against law and order. The Republicans call themselves a law and order party, and they fronted a convicted felon who rode in on a vote against authority. Yeah. This is the cult of chaos. Think of what...
Well, it's an inversion. It's inversion. It's just...
Yes. Once he's safe, Hill will embark on the other project he seems to truly care about: the destruction of the rule of law and any other impediments to enlarging his own power. And Americans who wish to stop Trump in this assault on the American constitutional order, then, should get it out of their goddamn heads that this election could have been won if only a better candidate had made a better pitch to a few thousand people in Pennsylvania. Biden, too old and tired to mount any proper campaign, likely would have lost worse than Harris. More to the point, there was nothing even a more invigorated Biden or a less, female alternative could have offered. Racial grievances, dissatisfaction with life's travails, including substance addiction and lack of education, and resentment toward the villainous elites in faraway cities cannot be placated by housing policy or interest rate cuts. No candidate can reason about facts and policies with voters who have no real interest in such things when they're essentially functional, or rather dysfunctional, illiterates. They like the promises of social revenge that flow from Trump, the tough guy rhetoric, the simplistic, I'll fix it solutions, and he's interesting to them because he supports and encourages their conspiracist beliefs. I knew Harris was in trouble in Pennsylvania last week for an event, and a fairly well-off business owner who was an ardent Trump cultist told my son that Michelle Obama had conspired with the Canadians to change the state's vote tally in 2020. And that wasn't even the weirdest part of the conversation when he had to contend with him about setting up hotel reservations for Sugar Daddy. There was an author, he was the editor of The Bulwark, Jonathan Last, in a social media post I think was put out the night of the election. Well, last night, basically, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of my biorhythms. The election went the way it did because, in his words, because America wanted Trump. That's it. People reaching to construct policy alibis for the public because they don't want to grapple with this are whistling past the graveyard. Now, this guy named Jonathan Last worries that we might now be in a transition to authoritarianism of the kind Russia went through in the 1990s. But remember, I myself visited Russia in those days. And I'll say this much of the Russian democratic implosion was driven by genuinely brutal economic conditions and the rapid collapse of basic public services. Americans have done this to themselves during a time of peace, prosperity, and astonishingly high living standards. An affluent society that thinks it is living in a hellscape is ripe for gulling by dictators who are willing to play along with such delusions. The bright spot in all of this is that Trump and his coterie must now govern. The last time around, Trump was surrounded by a small group of moderately competent people, and these adults basically put baby bumpers and pool noodles on all the sharp edges of government. This time, Trump will rule with greater power but fewer excuses. And he and his voters will have to own the messes and the outrages he is already planning to create. Now, those voters expect that Trump will hurt others and not themselves. They will likely be unpleasantly surprised, much as they were in Trump's first term. He was, after all, voted out of office for a fucking reason. For the moment, some number of them will have memory hold that experience and are pretending that his vicious attacks on other Americans are just so much hot air. But Trump himself, unfortunately, means most of what he says. In this election, he's triggered the unfocused ire and unfounded grievances of millions of voters. And soon, we'll all learn whether he can still trigger their decency. But I don't believe there's any to be found. America is a hellscape now. And that's what the voters wanted. That's what makes this so fucking sick. And reflections before I dive back into the pit from Aristides and Brendan Zoget. Of course, both of you, in terms of just how scary that fact is. We're in.
Oh yeah, I mean, you said it there. It's just a soup of self-inflicted wounds. I mean, that's how it is.
Self-inflicted misery. Self-inflicted
Yeah.
misery.
That's what they wanted. That's what the people asked for.
And what are they gonna do?
So that's how divine.
Yeah. Go on.
That's how divine would even say it. Is like, you go towards what you want. Like when you say, I want this, I want that, I like this, I like that. It's a signal to the universe, and it'll give it to you.
Well, tell them about Wishmaster, and you got to be careful. You get what you wish for.
Get what you wish for, exactly. So the whole genie mythos is that example. It's like, you know, wishing, and in the Sanskrit, wish in Sanskrit means poison. It's a poison of the mind. So the actual word wish means poison in Sanskrit. So it's like when you say, I wish for this, I wish for that, it's poisoning your mind. You don't use facts or knowledge or anything to do it. It's just on a whim, you know? So yeah, you get what you wish for. And it's never thought out. It's never clear. And it always ends up in, you don't get what you wish for. Yeah. That's the genie story in a nutshell. It's like, it's never what you wanted by the end of it.
Thank you. Yeah.
So there you go.
It's so true. So all this opens with chaos. It's the New World disorder. We're confronted with this daunting prospect of having to navigate not only the chaos and provocation Trump creates and thrives upon, but also the consequences of both. So in the run-up to yesterday's election, I've been watching obliquely, out of the corner of my eyes, the potential impact of this outcome on, American imperial foreign policy and the international order more broadly. So if I were to run down specifically what a second Trump term will likely mean for different aspects of global affairs, if we look at the big picture, American imperial foreign policy, most of what Trump has said about foreign policy, and to be clear, he's offered little in terms of details, has sounded a lot like his first term. It could be that Trump is simply out of new ideas, but he might also truly believe that what he did the first time around actually worked. We've got trade policy and tariffs coming up, respectively. Trump embraces the use of high and far-reaching tariffs, envisioning them as a tool to remake the American economy as a fortress, what you would call fortressing, a fortress economy like Japan and China have been, internally strong and autonomous from other economies. He also believes tariffs can be used to fund a much smaller federal government. But it's difficult to find economists or trade specialists who support Trump's proposed use of tariffs. Remember, the Republican Party was once a party of free trade, and they felt that trade would solve the issues of our planet. Those days are over. Just as I said, the Democrats were once the party of the KKK. The Republicans were once the radicalized liberals who, gave us the 14th Amendment and automatic citizenship if you're born on American soil. That Republican Party is now in love with tariffs. As for climate policy, Trump's expected to retreat from climate action, eliminating climate migration, certainly mitigation, and adaptation policies, while doubling down on the use of fossil fuels and removing incentives for renewable energy. Internationally, an American retreat from multilateral climate frameworks, that'll likely put our global climate goals out of reach completely. In other words, our environment will collapse and, billions of us are going to die now. That's all. Yeah, and you know what? The majority of you out there, not anyone listening to the show, but those who don't will deserve it. As for global security, think of our alliances. Trump showed a clear disdain for most American alliances and partnerships during his first term, and he is almost certain to do so the second time around. As a result, many American allies have been and continue to work toward Trump-proofing global security. As for the war in Ukraine, Trump has said he can end the war in Ukraine before even taking office. He believes that by threatening to cut off the American aid on which Ukraine relies upon to defend itself against Russia's invasion, Kiev will be forced to negotiate with Moscow to end the conflict. It's far from clear that doing so would have the desired effect. The Ukrainians are going to keep fighting. Maybe finally throw their fucking Jewish president out and reestablish a true nationalism. In terms of regional affairs, Trump has consistently shown hostility to more liberal European partners and sympathy for illiberal authoritarian regimes. And as a result, American relations with most of Europe during a second Trump term will likely be transactional at best and hostile at worst. With Latin America and Central America, a few countries, namely Argentina and El Salvador, are likely to benefit from their leaders' ideological connection to Donald Trump, but most are likely to face significant political and economic shocks as a result of Trump's protectionist trade policies and proposal for mass deportation of immigrants. Now, as for democracy itself, in a second Trump term, democracy abroad will be a non-issue, while democracy in these United States will be in grave danger. Trump has made a growing number of anti-democratic threats in this election cycle, including against his political opponents and the press itself. Regardless of whether he can follow through on those threats, he will certainly try. And the institutional guardrails that contained his authoritarian impulses during his first term, they simply won't be as effective this time around. Matter of fact, the Department of Justice is winding down its investigations already because he's going to pardon himself from every crime he's guilty of. When push came to shove, a campaign that prominently featured racism, misogyny, and unabashed disregard for the truth itself was not enough to disqualify Donald Trump in the eyes of American voters, who returned him to the White House for another 4 years in yesterday's presidential election. The implications for the American empire and the world are as alarming as they are fatiguing. They go beyond the mere policy challenges that another Trump presidency will present. They extend to the American empire's dependability as a responsible stakeholder in human affairs. After a campaign season that saw American politics plunge into ever greater depths of polarization, you've got a different contest in this country. Maybe a kind of, well, I guess at this point I could start making sports analogies because we've seen some real changes in sports, but I'm afraid that, like Brooke Gibson said, I'd sound too much like Peter Moon, and I really just couldn't do it right. But when it comes to the fact that this guy won by a significant margin, my God. I mean, back to my thinking about the world itself. During his first term, President Trump changed the course of American foreign policy 180 degrees. From ramping up competition with the communist Chinese empire to stepping back from international institutions. And campaigning again in 2024, he's promised to revive his America First agenda, and this time, take it even further. So, what that means for Americans in the world, it'll change both. Beyond that, it'll take some more digesting on my part before I can spit out a more thorough analysis. But in terms of...
I mean, at this point...
Yeah, thank you.
At this point, you should just save yourself and just...
Thank you.
You know, we just...
Well, this is...
Watch it all happen. Watch it all happen and just let it happen, you know?
Yeah, well, let's like what Brendan Zoget said in our private conversation.
Like it's like a forensic analysis. You wait till it like everyone, you know, the murder happens, then you can analyze it later.
Thank you. Like Brendan Zoget said in our private conversation last night. You can tell him what you said about the The fact
I'd
that,
have to remember it.
oh God, let me see if I can remind you. It was just the fact that it's basically, first off, you said let him peter out, let Trump peter out. That was a good term. And then you said, of course, the fear there is that
let him burn out. I mean, he's not gonna live forever. Yeah.
And
he'll feel like he'll be going full speed, and then next thing you know, he's too old. There you go.
Yeah, it just pops off. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like Peter Moon, that wind in his sails, and then then he starts doing something stupid.
This is his Vinnie Barbaric moment.
Yeah.
He's gonna feel full speed ahead, and then it'll just be like wah by the end of it.
Yeah. Well, he thinks he's gonna run for a third term, is what he thinks.
Yeah.
But then Peter was manic too. Peter was also manic, and it's but
I'm gonna live to 108. I knew he was cooked when he said that immediately.
Yes, thank you.
Like, I even told Doug, I was like, yeah, he's gone.
Yes.
Like, once you declare a time frame, it's just you get slapped back by the universe. Like,
thank you.
Yeah, there's no chance.
Yeah. And in terms of what we had said last night when we were talking to each other, both Brendan Zogit and I discussed. First off, Brendan, explain to everyone, because you only said this in the private call, or you said I was on break. When I was on break, you told everybody about this 0.5% or 1% that always comes in with all the elections these days. You can explain that thesis.
Oh, yeah, it's just, I'm just saying nowadays it's all just, it's so contentious that it does. Well, apparently not this time. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, like, if you see it, the parliamentary elections, even in Japan and stuff, or even now, if you look at Germany, their situation fell apart.
Yeah.
Their coalition government completely dissolved.
Yeah.
So Olaf Scholz, or whoever that,
yeah, that's him. Olaf Scholz. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's having to contend with this situation, also with his own situation where his coalition government dissolved in the German election. So, so that's what I mean, is that everything is so close. It's like by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, and that was the norm until last night. That was the norm for all the elections recently until last night. Yes. Where Trump won by a landslide, essentially. Aristides, your thoughts?
I don't know. Do you want to keep talking about Trump?
You were the one. Not really. I was going to make the joke saying you're the one that wanted it.
Israel's defense minister. I was away from the notes, but Yoav Gallant was at it. He was dismissed. What's going on there? Sounds like a lot of drama with Mr. Netanyahu.
Well, tell us your impression of what it was about. That
I don't know. I don't know any background on it, but it's pretty significant for Netanyahu to just dismiss his guy like that.
But I think, Aristides, when I talked to you about it last, your impression was that he was too much of a moderate.
I don't know. I don't think we talked about it.
Yeah, we did. I think.
I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't a dream.
No, seriously. I don't think we brought it up, so you might talk to somebody else. But I could believe that if somebody was making too many compromises, you're not the guy for Netanyahu.
No, I think it was you brought it up with me.
You're not maniacal enough?
Yeah, right. That he basically said maybe we shouldn't be killing so many people, and that's when he got fired.
Oh, no. Yeah, right.
No, I brought that up last night.
Okay, that was you that brought that up. Okay.
But we talked about his dynamic with him before, with Bibi.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and
Ari was there, but it was a long time ago. Because these people keep reoccurring because they're so.
Yeah, no, but it's
it's like a drama.
Yeah.
It's recent that he got dismissed or whatever last day or so.
Yeah, that's
true.
Right. And so one of you sent me the link. To that, and I didn't really review it because of everything else that was going on. But it's probably because the defense minister was becoming. They called it the Gaza leak. I remember that much. They called it the Gaza leak, meaning that somebody leaked what he said about Gaza, which was something along the lines of maybe we should tone it down a bit or something like that.
Yeah, it was something innocuous. It was it was bizarre.
Yeah. And then Bibi said, "You're a traitor, essentially, and you're fired."
Yeah.
And and so there we go about with
all
that.
He said he was trying to make concessions to release the hostages. That's all he said.
Yeah.
which is reasonable.
Oh, right. That's what it was. He
Yeah.
said, maybe we should make some concessions so we have something to negotiate
Yeah.
with concerning that. And then Netanyahu said, "You're fired. I don't
Yeah.
care about hostages." Yeah.
No, as if they cared about those people.
Yeah, no shit. He doesn't care about anybody other than himself. Which reminds me of another guy we know named Donald Trump and another guy named Peter Moon. I mean, they're all kind of notice a pattern here. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I hear Aristides. Yes, it's almost like you know, it's not that we've done Trump to death. Far from it. But it's
Well, yeah. My joke was, didn't you want to do geopolitics? But maybe it's too close to home.
Yeah. Well,
or something.
let's put it this way. It's one of these things where it's one of these things where we got to maybe ease back into it. It is pretty overwhelming, and we were hit with a big one, that's for sure. I honestly did not expect it to be a popular vote victory. I honestly expected it to just squeeze through the Electoral College, but the fact that it was a popular vote victory does shock me, though we know that it was, in this case, basically, I've called out the culprits. But when it comes to how we deal with it from this point forward, one of the things I pointed out to Brendan in our private conversation was the closest parallel to where we're at now is Stephen King's novel, The Stand. And it's like, everybody knows I don't really like Stephen King at all. In fact, I hold him in contempt. But his works under the name of Richard Bachman were brilliant. So it's not that Stephen King wasn't at one point an author who could have been one of the great American authors, up there with Mark Twain, up there with others of that ilk, Edgar Allan Poe, etc. But he went for the money and just went for And he's pathetic. He's pathetic, and a lot of the compounded by his brain injury from when he was hit by that lunatic in the van that ran him to ground in an attempt to assassinate him, and he's just gotten worse. But all that being said, I think The Stand stands out because he actually went back to revise and expand that. And it was illustrated by Bernie Wrightson, which, as a commercial illustrator, I'm very familiar with Bernie Wrightson as an old school comic artist, one of the first comic artists to ever come out in America during the Golden Age. So that guy illustrating makes the book worthwhile alone for those illustrations. But Bernie Wrightson aside, The Stand, of course, is a divided and polarized population answering two different calls based loosely on the philosopher St. Thomas Aquinas, who was speaking about the differences between Jerusalem and Babylon, the two cities in conflict. And that's very similar to the Tolkien. By the way, bring up the Tolkien, Sauron, the whole Aquino-Russian trip. Bring that up, please, Brendan.
Yeah. Oh, well, we have to find what was the series called. But yeah, basically there was this Russian series that told the Lord of the Rings from the opposite, basically from the view of the enemy, which is like Sauron and the orcs and all that stuff. And that was actually the screenplay, essentially, or the actual novel was actually written by Q. So that's where they got the actual material to write that from, because he had written basically. What would be the word for it?
He wrote the manuscript.
Ending, a fan fiction.
Yeah.
A fan fiction.
Yeah.
An alternate ending if they had gotten the ring back, if Sauron had gotten the ring. So that was Aquino's fanfic.
Yeah.
So
Here.
And then they made that into a show in Russia, like the TV show.
Oh my God!
Like play.
Leave it to the fucking Russians, and that's because of Alexander Dugin and his.
And Aquino wrote it in Russian.
Yeah.
He published it in Russian.
Thank you. And so here's to Brendan Zogi. I'm giving him this in the private.
What was the name of it?
Here we are.
Yeah.
There you go. So there you go. It's in your private messages. On
okay,
Skype.
let me check.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what it's called. Yes. Yeah. Seriously? Yeah. Well, what was the manuscript that Aquino wrote called?
Oh
I
shit, I can't remember. I can't fucking remember. It's they must say it if you scroll ahead. Turn on the CC. The CC is if you skip past the ads and you turn on the CC for the subtitles, they must give the title for it.
Oh, I can just look it up now.
Yeah,
while I'm listening to or like looking at it. So.
Yeah. Our man Brendan will find it. And this is like, I like this other one. Somebody in the comments wrote, "I can't wait to see the Infinity War from the perspective of Thanos."
Yeah, no kidding. Let's see here. It is.
They simply call it Sauron. Sauron, the series. They call it just Sauron.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings from Sauron's perspective. Yeah.
So,
which we were joking about, saying, like, what is it? Just a bunch of bodies and like gore and just people getting slayed.
Well, like we said, it's like
it's
like that one guy joked about if Aquino rewrote Jaws from the perspective of the shark and they actually made it into a movie, all you would see is a GoPro. It'd be a GoPro cam that was just be on the shark's head, and so you just see it emerge and just chew on people and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Hours.
It doesn't make sense. Like evil's not that exciting.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It loses its charm when it doesn't have anything to battle against. It's just like,
yes, thank you.
Like, yeah. So it's just silly.
And also, it's like, it's surprising how prolific Aquino was as an author, whether it was pornography or this kind of fan fiction, but it was really, oftentimes these works would come out before the actual films. So the Star Wars films were actually based on shit he was writing, and but he couldn't claim that about
he gave to Lucas.
That's right, which he gave to Lucas. He couldn't claim the same about Lord of the Rings, of course. Lord of the Rings was definitely before Aquino. But but he
had to corrupt it.
He had to corrupt it. Thank you. And invert it. He had to corrupt it and invert it. Yeah. And but we've
So let's see. What was it called? I can't find the name of it. Look up Aquino and look up fan fiction. Aquino fan fiction Tolkien. Aquino fan fiction Lord of the Rings. And let me try on my own. Okay, so I will try here. Similarian. So it's the opposite of that. It's the Silmarillion. It's the opposite of that. So Aquino. How do I spell his name? Aquino. There, got it. And then we add Lord of the Rings. Lord Rings. Okay, Aquino Lord Rings. That should be enough. Here we are. So I'm going to do a screen share. So when I do this search, Aquino Lord Rings, WebWire comes up with Explore Another World, created by Michael Aquino in his book Morlindale. So it would be pronounced Morlindale. Yeah, yes, but the correct pronunciation in the Elvish would be Morlindale or something like that. Yes. Yeah, the song of the Dark Lord. Yes.
Yes.
Because Melkor had put in the discord into creation, and that was what he was trying to do, was usurp the aliņ, the Song of God, and so it's the Melkor's version of that.
Yes, thank you.
So he went straight spiritual with it. He just went all in. Of course.
Yeah. And so here we are. I'm going to put this again in your private messages here, and so here we go, and there we are with that. There we are. So take a look at that, and then Explore Another World, created by Michael Aquino in his book Morlindale. And
oh god, that's funny.
Yeah, compared that to his books about human.
The Song of Illuminate Darkness.
Yes.
Holy crap! Yeah, and this guy's from Scotland. Imagine that. Argyllshire. That's like way north Scotland. That's like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
this dude's like, these guys were living it.
Yeah.
Like he thought he was Melkor in the north and shit.
Yeah. quite seriously, he's up there with the Sawney Bean cannibal tribe. Remember that fucking shit
Yeah,
in Wikipedia?
literally.
Yeah, there's like no official acknowledgement of the Sawney Bean cannibal tribe being given.
Yeah, they tried to say it was like a legend. It's like, no, that's definitely a little too detailed for a legend.
Thank you. What a load of shit.
Yeah.
That's this is where this guy's up with the Sawney Bean tribe and shit. They're eating people along the roads and shit.
Yeah, he even names the ring.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say its name, but yeah, he names the ring. Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
And then he describes all the dark forces that Tolkien wouldn't dare explain.
Right.
Like Ungoliant and Shelob and all this stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And so this was taken by, of course, he originally published this in the Russian language, in Russian, because of his co-religionist Alexander Dugin, and now the Russians have apparently made a series simply called Sauron about this that is like...
and then in his thing is, he's saying, yeah, Mount Etna was actually Mount Doom.
Oh man!
So he connected it to the real world by saying Sicily's Mount Etna, which in antiquity was Mordor's Mount Doom. You know.
Interesting. So yeah, he had to root it. He had to tether it and root it into Yes. And of course, well, like I said, when you overlay the Doggerland, the Ice Age map of Europe, then you get the outline of
holy shit! He's charging a fortune for it. Who's getting this money?
Damn, we probably
$35 for a paperback.
Yo, man, we got to get in on that. It's Lilith, I guess. Well, maybe.
And then it says about the author, and then it has nothing about the author.
Oh man, imagine that. Imagine that.
It just says the One Ring was awakened by Sauron in the chambers of Mount Doom in the Second Age, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't even say anything about the author, quote unquote. It just has this part about the backstory. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Totally scrubbed.
Yeah.
Totally scrubbed.
Well, what are they going to say? Human child sex trafficker who wrote porn on the subject that Ian West puts to music. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so this is this is the transcriber, which means it was translated. 13th Baron of Ranche continues the title originally granted by King James the Fifth, the Fourth.
I think it's 13th Baron of Racane or Rashane. Yeah, what is this? These real people? Wow. Okay, so this must be Aquino's claim to royalty. Maybe.
This is the guy that translated it.
Oh, holy shit!
The guy that's writing this article.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
He's a member of Scottish nobility or British nobility.
Yeah,
right?
Scottish.
God damn.
Yeah, he's related to the Earl of Argyll, 1509, etc., etc. Yeah.
Well, he's got a lot of time on his hands.
Oh yeah, he's got money to do this. Oh, here it is. Here's the end of it. The Baron holds the PhD from University of California in the colonies. They don't even call it
Oh, cool! I love
the
contempt. I love the contempt for America. Yeah. Go on.
And saw service as a lieutenant colonel in the colonial army, wherein he was one of the first space intelligence officers at Cheyenne Mountain.
That's Aquino.
Oh, so this is his wait a minute. So this is his pseudonym?
I told you. That's Michael Aquino's that's his claim to Scottish royalty. Remember he was all dressed up in the kilts and shit and purchased
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, he calls himself the transcriber because he's channeling this from the dark gods.
It says about the author, and then it says about the transcriber.
Right.
So he's saying the original author was like Sauron or something.
Yes. He's saying
so he's
channeling Sauron.
Oh shit, that's actually funny. This dude was evil, man.
Yeah. As if you didn't know by now.
Right, yeah.
But you got to give him credit. At least he's erudite and certainly well educated.
Yeah, of course.
Intelligent and completely literate, unlike the most of most.
Oh, here's the best part. He says, "At home in Rachene, he is the Baroness. Yeah. He and the Baroness may usually be found haunting Roseneath, the peninsula's famous Knockberry house, an elegant modern successor to the ruins of the Rachane Castle. He is rumored to cast no reflection in a mirror.
Of course.
Can you confirm or deny this?
It's of course, there's jokes made about it. Personally, I always thought he was just too ugly to stand looking at himself in a mirror. He would always claim, "There's no point in my looking in the mirror. I cast no reflections." It's just he's afraid to look because he was getting older and uglier and shit. Poor son of a bitch.
You think it was vanity?
Of course. But what's this press release image? Where does that lead to? Where does that take us?
It's just the cover of the book.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's someone's like. This might have been your illustration. Did he swoop it from you?
Yeah. Hey, let's take a look. I'm gonna take a look at this. Here we are.
He how'd you draw? He swooped one of your.
Oh fuck! It does look like something that's like something I sketched. Yes, that's right.
He took it off your desk.
Yeah, that asshole. Yeah, believe that shit. Yeah, he couldn't draw anything like that. Fuck, that's
Yeah, who do you think drew that? That kind of does look like some.
That was me when I was really young, and I was just drawing and sketching, because of his, it's just like probably something that I doodled really, and then he just took it and ran with it, because that's what he does. And yeah, he wouldn't draw that because they're too Asian looking. They're anime characters. You can see.
They're anime characters.
Yeah. And, so he took my...
That's actually funny.
Yeah, it's beyond funny. It just gets worse and worse. Yeah, but it's funny. It's just, but the way he describes himself, yes, the Baron of either Rashane or Rakane. We need a true Scotsman to pronounce that for us. But, you can't deny him romance. He's definitely romantic.
No, he got it.
Yeah, well, at the same time, butt fucking young boys and selling them in the meat market. It's like it's the worst of all worlds. Somebody who's erudite, educated, and pure raw evil in the most visceral sense. It's oh well.
I think this is something he just made up. The Barony of Rachane. It says the PO box is in San Francisco.
There you go. Well, there you go.
Baron Michael and Baroness Lilith. It's like the Queen just gave him this just to shut him up or something.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and there he is, a pretense to royalty, and
because he was like how I don't know if you seen online where they were selling people. You could buy a royal title where they have this little plot of land where they plant your flag and they grant you baron status or lord status.
Yeah.
Where you just pay them. He was like the trial run. For
yes, thank you.
Paid for this little house that no one was it was falling apart, and he just renovated it, and they said, yeah, sure, you can just you can buy a fucking baron.
Yes.
You can be a baron.
Yes, there you go. That explains it. It's cool. Well, we found the dude. We found his work. As for this TV, how does that get made into a series? It's so obtuse. It's so fucking obtuse.
Yeah, I can't find the series. It's they had to scrub it because it was just so dumb.
Probably because it predicted the U.S. election, and they had to scrub it because then it exposed the Russians as knowing it before it happened, knowing the results before they took place. It's like I said.
So here's his explanation. He says the Baron's coat of arms was granted by Queen Elizabeth II's personal representative, Lord Leon, King of Arms, in 2006, highlighted by the Great Bear constellation and the motto Septem Trione Cresco, I arise in the seven stars, an incantation of immortality from ancient Egypt. There you go. Yeah.
There you have it. Can't beat that. But 2007? 2006, so that'd be a year before my father died. I mean, it's holy shit.
He was basically doing, what is it called?
Yeah.
He was cosplaying.
Yeah.
As a lord. That was his retirement plan.
Oh, goodness. What an individual. He's, we're so glad he's dead. But at the same time, we're going to miss him. Shout out to Anne Christine Fontaine again, if she's still there with us. Love her dearly. I'm glad we were able to give Matthew Bush some response. And aside from all of that, we've been on for 6 hours. I think we've done a pretty good fucking job considering. And we could check in for the night, and we're getting back into the groove of talking politics. And what was so funny about it was, here was Aristides. He was like, "Hey man, let's drop the drama, get back to some geopolitics." Then when I started raving about Trump, then he's like, "Hey man, we gotta keep talking
it's
about."
One of those. It's one of those. Don't.
Okay,
get
but
what
you
you
know,
wish for.
but you kind of hit the vibe, man. You kind of hit the vibe with the old monologues on geopolitics. You really did.
Thank you.
Right.
Love you, Aristides. And none of this could be done without Aristides. And I'm so glad that you're talking computers with Brendan. And I'm going to, we'll be catching up before you know it. What the fuck? Tonight was Sunday, right? So we'll be back on Wednesday before anybody.
It's Wednesday. Just.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Shit, that's right. We just had an election. Fuck.
Yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough for everybody.
God damn. Yeah, it has been. Jesus. It's Wednesday, so we got till Sunday. So we got a while. We got a few days off. So we'll be talking privately, all of us, the Three Musketeers in particular, and then we'll just start. We'll get back into the groove of our monologues and stuff, kind of, and in the meantime, I think we came out of this alive so far. And I'm turning a new leaf and kicking at least one habit in life, the Coca-Cola, not cocaine, but Coca-Cola habit, which is far, far worse, far more toxic, far less healthy. Don't ever get started, kids. So aside from that, though, But aside from that, I gorged myself too much on, sugar plum fairy blood. That spiked my own. So, hey, got to talk to my son about maybe putting a little control on those sweets that they're digging into. But, it's like you can't stop kids from their sugar.
Oh, come on. They're orphans. Just let them have their candy.
Yeah.
You're already torturing them in the non-outfit.
Yeah. Luckily, Halloween's not every day, so.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe you could say something like that.
Yeah.
Holidays only.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yes, thank you.
Reasonable.
Okay, my love to everyone on Team Dietrich, Aristides and Brendan Zoget, hugs and kisses. And to all of our listeners, those who support me, both morally and fiscally, we love you all. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen. And we're going to be back on Sunday night, which will not be here before you know it. It'll be a few more days. But I think we held our numbers throughout the night, and so we did great, and we did it for half a dozen hours, and we delivered, did a little bit of education, and we'll be back, and then we'll talk a little bit more inescapably about some other questions that will likely come in, almost certainly will come in by that point about the Halloween experience, because people are still curious about that. We will continue to move forward under the new regime. We are under the chaos regime. So
yes. Yeah, what did I call it? The Chaosium formula?
Yes. Yeah. No, it's true. Very good. Very good. The Chaosium.
Got it. Yeah. That's where we're at now.
Okay, so let's end the stream, and everybody check back with us on Sunday, same time, same place. Be there. All right. Ending stream. And